Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Toya Tucker, District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, Mayor Pro Tem and District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large Counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large Counselor. Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
Good evening and welcome to the October 27th Council meeting. We are going to begin this meeting the way we have begun all of our meetings, and that is by asking God's presence on our proceedings. And I did not see Pastor Williams. Is Pastor Williams here? All right. If not, I'll ask the Mayor Pro Tem if he doesn't mind leading us in prayer.
Join me as we pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to assemble tonight. We ask for your blessings and your guidance. Bless all those in attendance and all those listening as we try to do your work. We thank you for all the blessings you bestow upon us. Continue to lead us and guide us in the way you'd have us to go. In my Savior's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. If you would, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. All of the councilors should have received a copy of the minutes. I'll entertain, if there's no edits to be made, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Motion from Councilor Crabb, second from Councilor Tucker. Any edits or any questions or discussion on the minutes? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. They are passed. They are approved. I wanted to give a quick update, as we always do during our meetings, on the pandemic and how it's impacting Columbus, Georgia, and really our surrounding areas. As many of you know by now, about a week or so ago, we suspended the enforcement of our mask ordinance. Now, that was not necessarily by choice as much as it was by us being committed to following the governor's order. And the governor's order basically said that if the numbers dropped below 100 cases per 100,000 people, that we were not eligible to enforce a mask ordinance. So what we have done is, as opposed to repealing that ordinance, we have simply made a public acknowledgement that we will not enforce it for as long as our numbers are below that 100. The advantage of keeping it on the books is if we hit the 100 mark again, as some people believe that we will, some scientists believe we will, largely because of cooler weather, people gathering inside for the holidays, people that are going to restaurants. Come January, even in Columbus, Georgia, sometimes it gets a little cool to sit outside and eat. So all we'd have to do is begin to enforce that again. I will tell you, though, that I want to thank the citizens of Columbus, because you have done just an awesome, amazing job at following the recommendations given by the CDC that we have reminded you of frequently, making sure that you socially distance, washing your hands with great regularity, and wearing a mask when you are unable to stay 6 feet or more away from other individuals. And what I would remind you is, just because that mask ordinance is not in effect, or we're not enforcing it right now, it does not change how significantly important it is that we continue to wear them. So I would ask you to continue to do what you have been doing, and that's looking after your fellow Columbusites by wearing a mask whenever you're out in public and are unable to socially distance. Our numbers, we are very proud, as I said, of the way the citizens have reacted, because our numbers continue to remain low. Our hospitalization rate still is below 50. We are at about, I think our 7-day rolling average for new cases is down around 12. We have dropped to 74 cases per 100,000 individuals. So the numbers look good, but we can't forget what got us those numbers, and that is our commitment to doing the things that the CDC has urged us to do. So I'd urge you to continue to follow those guidelines. We do have when my kids were little, their favorite holiday, they considered it a holiday, was Halloween, because they love trick-or-treating. Please, if you're going to go trick-or-treating, our recommendation is that you follow the CDC again, and if you must go trick-or-treating from house to house, go from house to house and not door to door. Don't take candy directly from somebody inside the house. Only visit the locations that have prepackaged candy sitting on a table where you can sort of grab and go. We would urge you to try to find safe alternatives to actual trick-or-treating. I know we held our first, I'm tempted to say our first annual Spooktacular. Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin did just an amazing job along with Rob, who runs the Civic Center. And I think, did we get the pictures loaded? We were able to upload some pictures, I believe, of the event. Numerous counselors were there. It was estimated that there were somewhere around 3,000 people that came through and had just an incredible time. And I see this as an opportunity for us to continue to provide a safe alternative to trick-or-treating, maybe throughout the coming years. Deputy City Manager Goodwin.
I'm going to ask them to go ahead and load those photos of the event. We absolutely had an awesome job, an awesome day on Sunday. We know that we had more people than we imagined. We had people coming from every direction of the city to enter into the Civic Center, and it was overwhelming for everyone who was there, but they had such a great time. Not only did the Civic Center team and the Parks and Recreation team work together to make this happen. We had a number of volunteers, city employees that came out and helped kind of, Friday set things up, and then of course the weather turned bad on Saturday and we had to postpone and had it on Sunday, but it was just a fun-filled evening. I can tell you we had a number of vendors. I think we started off with maybe 55, 60 vendors that were going to be there, but when we postponed it, we fell a little short of that, but you could not tell it in the attendance and the fun that everyone had. And so we're just happy that this first annual Spooktacular turned out the way that it did. It was just a lot of fun, and I appreciate all of the Tri-City coming out, and everybody came out. It was overwhelming, to say the least. We had probably one complaint, and that was just the wait time. People having to wait in order to go through and get the candy and see all the fun stuff. But that was a good problem to have, I guess, with this being the first event and the fact that it was just so well received. And so we thank the citizens of Columbus and the entire Tri-City for coming out and being a part of this. And so these are just a few of the highlights of the evening. And so again, thank you to the Civic Center team and the Parks and Recreation team and all of the vendors and volunteers that came out to make this day possible. Thank you.
Deputy City Manager, thank you for your leadership and getting that all put together. We had several counselors that I know were there, and they were packing candy for days in advance. Counselor Tucker?
Yes. I just want to say that I'm so thankful that the counselors, my colleagues, allowed me to turn their wrist a little bit. And we We had 400 pounds of candy just for the council's tent. 1,500 bags that were packed by 40 volunteers that donated 106 man-hours.
Wow.
That was amazing. That was amazing. And the individual who took the photos, he's from Augusta, Georgia, and his name is Sheldon Whitfield. He does excellent work, and I hope people can see the work and we can.
And we didn't pay for that. He just came out and started taking photos from what I understand.
We spoke, me and Mr. Sheldon spoke earlier that morning, on Sunday morning, and I said, that'd be awesome if you could take the photos and send them to us so we can share at council. And look what happened.
Look here, it was awesome, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Huff?
I also would like to thank my fellow councilors, but Councilor Tucker is being very modest. She had an idea in her head, but when we had our last council meeting and you had your presentation, it showed that she was already participating by herself. She had her own booth space. So she came to me, we talked about candy, because that was the joke among us. She said, can you loan me some candy? So I said, well, I have my own candy I need. So we went back and forth. So she came up with the idea of all of us to come together as a council and have one booth space and put all our monies and efforts into one area. So it was really, really spectacular. Your one comment, Deputy City Manager, a good one, about the wait time, it was a wonderful thing to see happen. I came in from the Victory Drive side. They were backed up all the way to that point. They were down veterans, and for it to be postponed and to have that type of an attendance, it was just beautiful. We were, I think all of us, it was scheduled 5 to 8. I think we didn't start leaving until about 8:30, 8:45. Yeah, so we enjoyed it, and thanks to all the councilors, and we need to get together and do more together. It was a good look for the city. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. I wanted to put in a plug for Cops and Treats. That's going to happen this Friday, the October 30th, at the Public Safety Building, and that's from 6 to 8. That's been kind of a fun annual event also for kids to come out and have a safe Halloween experience.
Yeah, I need to mention that they are being extra careful this year, socially distanced. They've got some kind of fun ways they're going to use to deliver the candy to the kids. So drive through. Cops and Treats, I think, next Friday, 6 to 8. Councilor Woodson?
I want to congratulate my Councilor Tucker. She did a great job. She called me and she was asking me to participate, but I was already participating with the Tri-City Latino Festival. But I told her what I could do is I can give you some candy. I'll run by and give you some candy. And when I went to deliver the candy, she was so busy and she had it so organized. It was so nice. Everything was beautiful. The event, Lisa Parks and Rec was fantastic. People were complimenting everything that I heard from people. And again, the only complaint I heard was the traffic. A suggestion was made that next time have 3 or 4 people maintaining the lines so that they can have some kind of order. But other than that, everyone really had a great time. Councilor Crabb, if you need some candy, Tri-City made 4,500 bags of candy, and we still have some, so I'll be happy to donate some to you because this is what we were told, to do, and we stayed up for 2 nights. 5 of us for 2 nights, and so I got to give in a plug for CSU, Delta Sigma Pi Latinas. It's a new sorority or honor student program at CSU, and those ladies work hard. We did the theme of cocoa, and they handmade all the papers that go around by themselves, the CSU students, and they helped in doing the candy bags, and they were out there helping all day long, and we left there about 9:30 by the time we took everything down, and people were still coming by. So it was fantastic. Applause to everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Huff?
Last comment. I told my dear Civic Center director back there, he was a little concerned. I told him, you know, it's a good thing to have 4,000 or 5,000 people on a Sunday with complaints. But one of the things that happened to him, and there was nothing he could do about it, we recognized that we had certain cars that came through 2 or 3 times. So the ones that went through twice were the ones that caused the backup in the beginning. Yeah, so when we do it next time, I told them we just need to make sure when they take that last right, that get them out the parking lot, but everything else went well. There's nothing anybody could do but just enjoy the evening.
That's right.
Thank you.
Well, Lisa, for those that did get delayed, it seemed like it took a little time. Naturally, we do apologize to them. We wish we could have got them through there quicker, but there's worse places to be than in line watching all the stuff that you guys had decorating. Yeah. And there's an opportunity for us to try to come up with a different way to get them in and out quicker, and maybe even enjoy hosting even more people next year.
That's right.
Great job.
Absolutely. Great.
And we will, as a city, continue to look for innovative ways to try to create opportunities for our residents to enjoy holidays and to enjoy this community despite the pandemic. So we will, you never know what these folks are going to dream up next. It's kind of fun to wait and watch. We have a number of individuals that have retired over the last really 60 days, and you know, we always recognize our retirees. We recognize that it was said today at one of the retirements that the most tremendous asset we have as a government is our people. And this group, for whatever reason, particularly in public safety, it's almost like that #1 ranked freshman class that comes in the football season, and they go through several years together, and they are champions every year, and then eventually they all kind of leave at the same time. It's not something that we enjoy seeing, because we love them, we appreciate them, and we know we're going to miss them. But they do leave. And there were several that we wanted to make a special acknowledgement of their services to this community. So we've got some proclamations. The very first one, I'm going to ask Councilor Toya Tucker to read the proclamation for Deputy Director Riley Land. Is Riley, you want to come to the podium, please, sir?
Whereas in 1992, Deputy Director Riley Land began his employment with the Columbus Consolidated Government Emergency Management Agency. He was responsible for conducting training exercises, emergency and disaster planning efforts for the city, as well as the coordination of all city, state, and federal resources that would respond to Columbus in the event of a major emergency or disaster. And whereas in 1994, Deputy Director Land became a certified emergency manager by the Georgia Emergency Management Agency. This designation was required to assure the city's eligibility of federal funding and federal disaster reimbursement. And whereas in 1999, Deputy Director Land purchased and outfitted the city's first command and communications vehicle through a United States Department of Justice grant. And whereas in 2002, Deputy Director Land worked with city leaders to acquire funding to purchase and install a new outdoor emergency warning siren system, which consists of 47 siren sites throughout Columbus, Georgia. And whereas in 2003, Deputy Director Land became a founding member of the multi-agency Columbus Metro Emergency Response Team. The following year, the team evolved into Columbus's first accredited bomb squad. And whereas in 2005, Deputy Director Land was deployed with members of various Columbus public safety agencies into Mississippi in response to Hurricane Katrina. This group conducted search missions and provided relief efforts to the citizens in areas around Pearl River County, Mississippi. And whereas Deputy Director Land trained with the FBI and Treasury Department in explosives post-blast investigation, received specialized training in emergency management, trained with the Department of Energy in radiological response to weapons and mass destruction incidents, as well as trained in response to chemical and biological weapons with the Department of Defense in the Federal Domestic Preparedness Program. And whereas Deputy Director Land worked with select members of the Columbus Fire and Emergency Medical Services and the Georgia Emergency Management Agency to form the Georgia Search and Rescue Task Force 4A. This task force is a 70-person team made up of personnel from CFEMS and several other surrounding fire departments, to include Fort Benning, Georgia. And whereas Deputy Director Land holds an FAA license for UAS remote pilot and is the program manager for the Columbus Office Homeland Security UAS Aviation Branch. And whereas the mayor and city council and the citizens of Columbus, Georgia joined the Columbus Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department in expressing appreciation to Deputy Director Riley Land for his loyal and dedicated service, and extend best wishes for continued success in life's pursuits. Now, therefore, I, Skip Henderson, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, October 27, 2020, as Deputy Director Riley Land Day.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Riley?
Thank you, sir. I'll say that it's an honor, a privilege, and a pleasure to stand here tonight in front of you and be with you once more. And it makes it even sweeter knowing that I'm not asking for any increase in budgetary funding, and I'm not in trouble. So each and every one of those items that were listed that we might consider an accomplishment, I think should be notated that those were not the accomplishment of one man, one woman, or one person. Each and every one of those was a result of working with either a committee, an ad hoc group, a working group, a coalition, and having those people join together to accomplish what we set out to do. And I was just honored and privileged to be able to either stand there or sit there with them when that happened. So it's great that they're getting the recognition, and I'd like to give each and every person, not only in public safety, but in our executive branch, our general government branch, everybody that has pitched in to make my career a success. And I'll go away knowing that there's always somebody younger, faster, and stronger that can step up and take the reins and push the program even further. So I thank y'all, and I thank all my cohorts and workmates for the opportunity and the privilege of serving the city of Columbus for so long. Thank y'all so much.
Well, Riley. Riley, you picked a heck of a year to go out, didn't you? And I say that because Riley is our emergency management director. Has had quite a year with his COVID-19. He is when we stood up the mayor's medical response team in the middle of February, not really knowing what was coming our way, Riley kind of took the helm, and he has been overseeing the procurement of PPE back in the early days of this pandemic when you really couldn't get your hands on it. he'd somehow, kind of like radar and match, he'd somehow come back with a bunch of PPE. So I just personally want to tell you how much I appreciate everything you did to try to keep this city moving forward through this challenging period. So thank you. Councilor Huff?
Over here, Deputy Director Lane, over here.
There.
Here I am. Thank you so much for your service. But personally, from me to you, I never knew so much was involved in your office. And for the public, a few years ago, I was tasked with being on a committee, a state committee that they put together from a board I represented. And my job was to gather as much information as I could on the emergency management system and how it works. And they were trying to put an organization together. And Deputy Director Land gave me all of the information. He put together a nice little binder, sent me off to the meeting, and to my surprise, when I got there, you were the only one that knew all of these different avenues of emergency management. And they took your plan and the way you do business here in Columbus, and they used that day to put together the plan that they were using for the state. So I thank you for all that you've done, and we'll miss you for sure. And hopefully you and Human Resources and everybody have gotten together to make sure we'll be in good shape. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
And
you
Riley,
so
if
much.
you would, I'm going to let you kind of hang around for a few minutes, because after we get all the others done, I've got a copy of the proclamation that we want to give you.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Sir. All right, next, Councilor Thomas has a proclamation for Chief Lang. Greg?
I'm not on. There we go.
There you go.
Bring your wife with you, Chief Lang. Two things I want to say as I start this. First of all, since we've been having to meet like this, one of the things I really miss is after proclamations are presented, the receiver used to walk around and we got to shake their hand. So consider your hand shaken, and I think all of us would like to be able once again to do that. The other thing that I want to say to Chief Lang and to his wife and sons is he may be retiring as a firefighter, but he will never stop being a fireman. That seems to be something that's in their blood, and it continues on forevermore. I am honored to be able to read this proclamation tonight, Chief Lang, in your honor. Whereas on January 30th, 1982, Deputy Chief James Greg Lang's career with the Columbus Fire Department began under the leadership of then Fire Chief Robert Ledford. After serving seven years at Fire Station 8 as a firefighter, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant on April 3rd, 1989, and assigned to the Fire Station 1, Engine 51. And whereas under the leadership of then Fire Chief Wayne Collins, Deputy Chief Lang was promoted to the rank of lieutenant on July 1, 1992, and assigned to Fire Station 9. On November 1st, 95, he was promoted to the rank of captain and assigned as the department's rescue coordinator, which was developed in 1994. And whereas Deputy Chief Lang served 6 years over the rescue team and then did a lateral transfer to the Fire Prevention Division as the Assistant Fire Marshal. This enhanced the knowledge more than the department and its allowed time to view the department on a strategic level. And whereas on November 1, 2004, the leadership of Fire EMS then Chief Roy Waters. Deputy Chief Lang was promoted to the rank of Fire Marshal, Fire Prevention Division Chief of Columbus Fire and Emergency Medical Services. After serving 3 years as the Fire Marshal, he was then promoted to Deputy Chief, and on November 1st, 2007, by then Fire Chief EMA Director Jeff Myers. And whereas on February 1, 2020, Mayor Skip Henderson appointed Deputy Chief Lang as the interim Chief of Fire and EMS after the retirement of Chief Myers. And whereas in 1983, Deputy Chief Lang received an associate degree in fire science from Chattahoochee Valley Community College in Phoenix City, Alabama, and numerous certifications over his career. And whereas Deputy Chief Lang has been married to his wife Janet for 35 years, and they have 2 sons, Ryan and Matthew. Ryan is a registered nurse and is married to Avery, who is a math teacher at Northside High School. Matthew graduated with a bachelor's degree in business management from Columbus State University in December 2019 and is employed with Georgia Crown. Whereas to this day, Deputy Chief Lang is honored to have been appointed and entrusted to lead such a great organization and to serve 38 years and 9 months as a firefighter and public servant for Columbus, Georgia, and the surrounding area. And whereas the mayor and city council and citizens of Columbus join the Columbus Fire and EMS in expressing appreciation for Deputy Chief Lang for his loyal and dedicated service, and extend best wishes for continued success in his life pursuits. Now therefore, Skip Henderson, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, does hereby proclaim Tuesday, October 27, 2020, as Deputy Chief James Lang Day. Congratulations, Chief.
Well, it's an honor to stand before you here tonight after serving 38 years and 9 months. I don't think I could go back and look and see if I would do anything different. This has probably been the most awesome career I could have ever chosen, being in the fire service. Met a lot of different people and met some networking with people and great relationships that I'll be able to carry with the rest of my life. I don't want to forget to acknowledge Mayor Henderson. I want to thank you for this proclamation, City Manager, or City Council, City Attorney. I just want to thank you all for your continued support for public safety and for our department. I just can't say enough about the people here in the City of Columbus. I think we just have some of the greatest people working in city government, and to raise a family here in Columbus, I just think we're so fortunate to be here in this community. I think, we just some of the nicest people you'd ever want to meet. So, and I just want to thank the mayor again for entrusting me to lead this organization back when they were doing the search for the fire chief. And I want to say Chief Scarpa is going to do an awesome job here. He's an innovator, and he's a visionary, and he is going to do a great job leading this organization. But again, I just want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support and what you've done over my career being on staff. Thank you again.
Chief.
A few folks want to say a thing or two. Mayor Pro Tem.
Chief Lang and Janet, I want to thank you personally for what you've meant to Columbus and the professionalism with which you've served, the leadership you've demonstrated to the not only the fire department but to the city and the community. Most recently in helping the mayor and transition to the new chief. I want to also remind everybody that you and Janet and your family were ambassadors in 2006 to the help our Little League team win the World Championship. And I was able to go and sit with Greg and the families, all the families of the team members, but you couldn't have found a better ambassador for Columbus, Georgia than Greg and Janet. So I want to thank you for that. And I think you actually went back a second time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So both sons were able to play in the Little League World Series, but the second time you knew the landscape, you knew what to do, where to go. But seriously, thank you for your professionalism and demonstrating everything you've done for the guys and the gals in the fire department and what you mean to improving the quality of life for Columbus citizens. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Huff?
Chief Lang, we spoke the other day quietly after everybody was gone, and sometimes it's amazing how small the world is. We discovered that you were at Baker High School right after I was at Hardway High School, and we knew a few of the same people. But to thank you for your service, it's always rewarding for me to see someone that has chosen a career path early and to enjoy the rise up. So what I would like to leave with you today and everyone else, I said the other day, and I want to publicly say, you're probably one of the nicest people I've ever met. He has always, I said the other day, spoken to me anywhere and everywhere he's ever seen me. He just walk up and tap me on the shoulder and say, how are you? How's your family doing? And I think the hugest compliment the other day was when your own group asked you to pray one last time and bless the food. So it talks about your spirit and what type of man you are. So thank you for your professional career, but also thank you for just being the man that you are.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, sir. And I'm going to make just a few quick comments. First of all, Janet, let me say to you, thank you. I don't think anybody that isn't a spouse of a military individual or a firefighter or a police officer truly understands the weight that they bear at home so that they can serve 200,000 people throughout that community. So thank you so much for what you've done to help him do his job. Secondly, be very brief, Chief Lang, thank you for helping the city out when we were in need of somebody to make sure that things stayed the course while we were waiting on Chief Scarpa. I agree with you. I think Chief Scarpa is an outstanding chief. He's going to do great things in his community. But I got to tell you, I've never been so proud of anybody, because it's one thing to seek a job, step into it, and do what's necessary. But when the duties of a job are sort of thrust upon you because you feel a sense of obligation for the men and the women of that fire department, and then to perform in the manner which you did. It's easy to kick the can a little farther down the road, and there were some tough issues that came up early during the time that you served as interim. You never shrank, you never shirked them, you never tried to pass them off. You got some steel in your spine because you took them on head on, and you can be extremely proud of that, because I know I am. And I know this city is forever grateful for the way that you filled in during that time. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I just want to say one last thing, too. I want to thank my wife. She's been there the whole way with me. Like you said, Mayor, I couldn't have done what I did if I didn't have such a wonderful wife and companion to be with. We've been married for over 35 years, and she's never, she's always been there for me and been so supportive. So I just want to thank her for what she's done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Janet, thank you. Next, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our Mayor Pro Tem. He has a proclamation for Major J.D. Hawk. Major Hawk, bring your family. go.
There we go. While they're coming, let me just share that we all have the names and phone numbers that in our cell phone that sometimes when the phone rings, we know we better answer it. And my wife and I were in the grocery store at the checkout line. We're actually putting stuff on the conveyor, and my phone rings, and I look down, and it's JD, and I answered the phone. There are few people that you answer the phone for, and when you're in a situation like that, sometimes you can say, well, it'll wait, but JD's one of those guys that you answer the phone. And I think as I read this proclamation, we can all reflect back on what JD has meant to Columbus, and he's always answered the call. He's always been there through 42 years answering the call. And it's a privilege, Mayor and Council, to publish the proclamation for Major J.D. Hawk, which reads as follows. Whereas on June 24th, 1978, Major John J.D. Hawk became a police officer with the Columbus Police Department. And whereas Major Hawk was promoted to the rank of detective July 1, 1985, Sergeant June 7, 1988, Lieutenant September 10, 1993, Captain January 8, 2000, and Major November 22, 2014. And whereas Major Hawk has worked in the Bureau of Patrol Services, Narcotics and Vice 1980 to 1982, Chief of Staff for former Columbus Mayor Frank Martin 1990 to 1992, the Bureau of Investigative Services 1982 to 1988, and as the Administrative Lieutenant to the Chief of Police 1993 to 2000. And whereas Major Hawk has been the commander of the Metro Narcotics Multi-State Task Force 2000 to 2007, commander of the Hostage and Crisis Negotiation Team, major of the Bureau of Patrol Services, and is currently the major of the Bureau of Investigative Services. And whereas in 1992 to 1994, Major Hawk served as president of the Fraternal Order of Police, and whereas in 1987, Major Hawk was Columbus Police Officer of the Year and Georgia Fraternal Order of Police Officer of the Year in 1990. And whereas in 2013, Major Hawk received the Columbus Police Department Medal of Valor for saving a distraught female who was trying to take her own life. She started a fire in her house and barricaded herself in her room. Major Hawk led officers into the residence and were able to save her life. Whereas Major Hawk is a graduate of the FBI National Academy, he received his master's degree in public administration from Columbus State University. And whereas Major Hawk is a member of the Georgia Association of Chiefs of Police and was a member of the United States Secret Service Dignitary Protection Detail in 2016. And whereas Major Hawk currently serves on the board of the Columbus Boys and Girls Club, the Georgia Fraternal Order of Police, the National Fraternal Order of Police, and the Hope Harbor Battered Women's Shelter. Whereas the Mayor and City Council and citizens of Columbus, Georgia join the Columbus Police Department in expressing appreciation to Major John J.D. Hawk for his loyal, dedicated service and extend best wishes for continued success in life pursuits. Now therefore our Mayor, Skip Henderson, of Columbus, Georgia, does hereby proclaim Tuesday, October 27th as Major John J.D. Hawk Day.
JD?
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to serve the city for 42 years. I've done a lot of things, enjoy doing a lot of things. And some of the things like working in the mayor's office and the chief's office is something really changed my life as far as the city. And in my ceremony this morning, I explained to those folks, by working in the mayor's office and getting to know Isaiah and all the counselors on there, Mr. Huff was on there back then, and Judy, you know I love you. And you get to know that this city is not just about the police department. And that's really helped my career over the years, because I know about public works, I know about the correction things. Riley Land, I know about hiring you. Frank Martin came to me and said I needed a emergency management director. Well, I just happen to know Riley because I've known him for years, and I knew he was good at stuff like that. Which is a pleasure also to be here when he retires. And that incident with the lady in the house, right when I came out of the house, I ran into those firefighters back there. Because some police don't know they shouldn't run into a house on fire without oxygen. And they fed me oxygen for a long time. And I wholeheartedly and with great pleasure call them hose draggers. And they know I mean it lovingly, because those hose draggers have been my friends, and Greg especially, for most of my career. It's not easy to leave. I love this city. I'm not leaving the city. I'll still be around to help in any way I can, and I'm willing to do so. But I need to thank one person. This young lady standing next to me, I met when I was 15 years old at Baker High School. Asked her to go steady, and she's been with me ever since. She has put up with me sacrificing our time together for this city, and right now it's all her time. Thank you for letting me serve the city of Columbus. I've really enjoyed it, and if I can do anything else, I'm here. Thank you.
Councilor Thomas.
I told Major Hawk this morning, over the years, I have said to Chief Boren, if I'm ever in trouble, I want you to send J.D. Hawk to get me out of trouble. And I meant that, Major Hawk, like if I were being held hostage or something. And then I got to thinking, perhaps if I've broken the law, do I really want J.D. to come? And I've decided yes, I did, because of your professionalism and your manner of handling whatever's going on. I often see on the evening news when there's some significant event that is taking place in Columbus, where the Columbus Police Department have turned out, I see J.D. Hawk there. And I feel like, well, things are going to be okay. J.D.'s there. He'll take care of it. I appreciate all you have done. I have sometimes been on the receiving end of your sarcasm, and that's okay. But we're going to miss you, J.D., and your love of Columbus is very apparent. Thank you, and thank your wife and your daughters for putting up with what all they, maybe I ought not say it exactly like that, but for letting us have you to lead our department. Thank you so much, J.D.
Thank you, Judy.
Councilor Crabb.
I had the pleasure this week and the honor of attending JD's and Greg Lang's retirement. And, you know, then people get up and they talk, and then these two men had the final word. And after such a long and dedicated career, and here's your last parting words, it really moved me that you both used that time to mentor your men and women. And it just touched me, the dedication that you've had to your positions and to this city and to your people. And I just wanted to let you know how much I admired both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Huff?
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
We talked a long time ago about the rise to retirement one day. But for the public to know, J.D. Hawk and I met 1990 probably during the Frank Martin campaign for mayor. And I was a volunteer on the executive team trying to learn my way around. We met at 7:30 in the morning. We met again at 5:30 in the evening. And I learned so much back then, watching the ins and outs and the things you had to get done. But the commitment that you gave to the campaign, the commitment that you gave to his office, he totally trusted you 100% with his life and his business decisions during that time. And he sat me down one day and talked to me about the fact of how to run a successful campaign. And my question was, why? He said, one day in your family, you'll probably be the only one that's probably, as we used to say, crazy enough to run. And we talked about it, and then we sat down and we talked about you. And he said, you know, in your commitment to him and what he had to do, it made a difference in his life to know that some days he just got in the car. You took him where he had to go. He prepared himself before he got there, and he felt real comfortable going in and out wherever he had to be. So thank you for all you've ever done. Thank you for your friendship. You've shared a lot of information with me. I've called you on several occasions, and you've guided me through a lot of situations. So I appreciate you so much. I'm always here. Call me if you need me. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodson?
JD, I'm going to miss you, and I'm pretty sure you're not going to miss me calling you. I want to thank you from the day that I took office. You've always been there. Any questions, concerns, panic I've had, you always answered the phone. You always calmed me, and then you made fun of me. I'm going to miss those, but I'm very happy that now you will dedicate some time to your beautiful wife and your family. I'm pretty sure they missed you, and you're going to enjoy the grandkids. And remember, if you ever need anything, I'm here, and I still might bug you anyway when I have some ideas and thoughts, so you can set me straight. Thank you for all you do. We're going to miss you. You're an outstanding angel of God to this city.
Thank you.
Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to wait until we honored and recognized all these wonderful people tonight. You know, it reminds me of why Columbus is so great. It reminds me of why Columbus is such a great place to live and to raise your family. And we just got good people. These are good people, and what they've done in working for our city for well over 100 years combined. And I want to thank them for Riley and Greg, JD. I just want to thank them for always being, they were always available, always willing to do whatever it took, always willing to go the extra mile, to go the distance. And I've always seen that in these gentlemen that we've honored and recognized tonight, and what they've done and how they've worked and contribute to our city. I hope the citizens, as they watch this for the next week, will appreciate as much as we do, as much as I do, that they'll see and understand what Columbus is all about. I don't think people really realize. I mean, it's easy probably being up here tonight, but these gentlemen, I suspect they'd tell you it hadn't always been easy. It's been a tough go all these years and what they've been asked to do, but they've served our community well in so many ways, and their families, their character, and we can go on and on and on, but I think it's important to me to say thank you to these gentlemen for their contributions to the city and our community and what they'll continue to do. I know them, they'll get involved in something, some way, somehow. But District 2 really thanks you for what you've done and working for them and working for all the citizens of Columbus. And on behalf of them, I just want to make sure that I say that tonight. But we just really appreciate each and every one of you for all the things that you've done to make our city great, and it is what it is. Sometimes we forget about that, but when we go through a time like now, it's something that I think it's appropriate that we all remember. And so, again, we've got so many good people, but certainly the time and service is honorable. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. JD, I'll be very, very quick because I took advantage of a chance to say something today. So again, to Moni, thank you for all the years of supporting JD so that he could serve the city like he did. And I got to tell you, I didn't know you were such a softie. I mean, I know both of these great individuals through my wife who graduated high school with them, but to hear some of the stories today about your passionate care that you pass on to the people that you work with and that you work for and that work for you, it was eye-opening. I'm going to use it on you sometime, but I just want to say on behalf of the 200,000 residents of this great community, we owe you a debt we'll never pay. You've done a great job. We're so grateful for the way you dedicated your life to doing it, and just thank you.
Thank y'all very much, and my phone number has not changed. I'm sure y'all still be using it. Thank you.
If I could get the others to come up front, I'll hand you copies of these.
Thank you, sir.
No, let me take one with Mo.
Phone died.
You know, as Councilor Davis said, just those three, that's over 100 years of experience that we're losing. Of course, we had Major Kennedy, Major Ezel, Assistant Chief Sluchek, and at the end of this month, we've got our Police Chief, Ricky Boren, who has been with the Columbus PD for 50 years. Altogether, that's quite a lot of dedicated service to you, to the folks that live in this community. I hope we don't lose sight of just how many sacrifices they've had to make in order to try to make sure that we're all safe. So thank them again. All right. All right, next up, I lost my place here. We've got our auditor, John Redmond, that had a request he wanted to make. John, you want to come to the podium, please? John, before you get started, Councilor Woodson.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I wanted to have a point of privilege. Unfortunately, I wasn't here due to some health issues last Tuesday before, and I wanted to see if I can request for Bob Podesha's resolution for naming of the building, if I can please vote on that. It can be recognized as being
Madam
voted.
Clerk, if you just record Councilor Woodson's vote as affirmative on the resolution for former Mayor Podesha.
I would want to first defer to the city attorney. Since Councilor Woodson was absent, I did want to defer to him to hear his opinion.
Mayor, that'll be fine if she wants to. That was not an ordinance with the force of law or any penalty provision, so she can just record that affirmative signature.
All right. Yes, and it'll just make it a unanimous vote, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I couldn't hear.
Yeah, we got it. We'll get it recorded, and it will be a unanimous vote. So thank you. Mr. Redmond?
Thank you, Mayor Henderson, members of council, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney. Tonight, I'd like to request authorization from the council to perform a vendor audit on behalf of the Columbus Trade and Convention Center as requested by the director and the finance manager there. It'll be a brief audit, a short one, but it's one that's important to the city.
All right, there's a motion from Councilor Woodson, second from Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we've got representatives from Columbus Waterworks. I saw President Steve Davis. Welcome, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. We appreciate you for letting us have time on your agenda for a public hearing for our rate increase. And I'd like to introduce a couple of people with me this evening. Alex Hinton is our Chief Financial Officer, and also Joe Crea with Raftelis Financial. He will be giving the second half of the presentation. My part, I'll give a little overview of last year's rate increase, talk a little bit about reasons for rate increases as it pertains to infrastructure primarily, and then Joe will talk more about the financial analysis. Next slide, please. Finally, I've got a slide big enough that I can read without my glasses, if I can get it kicked along here. Oh, I've got it. I'm sorry. It's going to be a long evening, and I guess I will have to use my glasses. Is this the one? Sorry. All right. Thank you. Last year, you may recall that we did a little different approach to our rate increase. We normalized our base charges as they pertain to the meter size, and that is different than what we have been doing over the years. Typically, we will do primarily a volumetric rate increase. So that rate increase was looking at meter sizes and normalizing them based on kind of industry standards and how to set base charges based on the size of a meter. And we did a bad job of communicating because most of our customers did not know what size meter they had. So they were anticipating the normal rate increase, and then they get a new bill in January and find out it's more significant than they had expected because they had, a 1 or 1.5 or a 2-inch meter. About 97% of our residential customers have a 5/8 inch meter, so there was no increase in that base charge, or it's very minor. So that certainly alarmed a number of customers, so it put us in more of a reactive communication mode instead of proactive. Had we been on our game, had I been on my game a little better, I would have anticipated that these customers probably don't know what size meter we need to send them an advance notice, but we didn't do that, so it certainly caught the attention of a number of our customers. So we went into a reactive mode. We sent out about 4,000 letters explaining the situation to customers, that either they could, if they had a sprinkler meter, which about 2,500 of our customers, I think, have separate sprinkler meters. If they had a sprinkler meter, then they can anticipate a cost increase. And it also, we did, after that feedback from customers, and a lot of them were talking to y'all as well, we came down to council here in February and kind of had a bit of a public meeting about that. And so in response to that, we've taken a lot of action, and as we were taking those actions, we did intend on coming back to council for an update, but then the coronavirus hit, so it kind of really impacted our ability to communicate. So these are the action items we took before and after that meeting with y'all in February. So we sent out about 4,000 letters telling customers if they had an irrigation meter, they could call us, they could cut that irrigation meter off in the non-watering season, and we would waive the reconnect fee when they called for us to come turn it back on. So they would have some months there without any base charge on that meter. So that was a savings for those people that made those calls. We also had, we evaluated our system, and we found out there were about 200 customers that had larger meters, and we looked at their consumption, and if they were a low consumption customer and it didn't make sense for them to have that large a meter, then we sent them letters. And we had about 200 of them call our customer advocacy manager, and he explained, why they may have a larger meter. And, their house may have been way off from the road, so they needed a lot of flow through that meter to get the flow up to their house, or whatever reason it may be. So he had a lot of follow-up calls and explained the situation to them. And through all that, about 15 of them chose to downsize their meter. And so we've done that, and they've saved the meter, the base charge for having a smaller meter. There again, I think I mentioned that next bullet. We also made some adjustments to our fire line meter charges. We had some fire lines that had meters on them that were pretty expensive, so we kind of right-sized those with some other fire line charges to avoid those big increases. And we also increased our communication for the low-income credit program. I think we've actually seen participation increase about 9% in that program. And another one item that came out, I think Councilor Barnes may have suggested this one, is we have town hall meetings, and we've done that. We didn't anticipate that there were going to be virtual town hall meetings, but they are. We had one last week, and we'll have one November 4th. So and I think there may be some lingering misunderstanding about base meter charges. The meter charge is not, that is a charge that helps cover part of the fixed cost of the providing water to houses. It's not a cost that's associated with the meter itself. It's pretty much all the distribution system, all the water plant system, and all the people that manage that. So it's a way of trying to cover a part of that fixed cost. It's not a direct meter-related cost. And I think the EPA has a good website, a WaterSense website, that talks about how utilities, how they have different how they break their water and sewer bills down some, and it talks more about that fixed cost. But it's not directly a meter cost, because the homeowner does typically pay for that meter, but it's for all the fixed costs associated with getting that water to that meter. So if you got a bigger meter and there's more capacity you need at that bigger meter, then your fixed base cost is going to be higher. And this is just an example of some of the 4,000 communications we sent out. So the benefit of that rate increase, it did help us stabilize revenues, and it allowed us to be consistent in this long-term approach of having minor rate increases. We've been doing since 2002 a rolling financial analysis to see what type rate increases we need, and so it allows us to be consistent with that, because over the long haul it allows the rates to stay lower than if we kind of did a roller coaster on rates and we were going up and down without doing this consistent annual analysis. So what it's allowed us to do is certainly invest in renewal of the infrastructure, which allows us to keep drinking water clean and reliable to our customers, and it helps keep sewer flowing for proper treatment. And this is some of the reasons why we have rate increases. It really connects with our purpose as an organization. Our purpose is to protect our neighbors, by providing essential water, the fuel of life. And we can't provide that essential water without good infrastructure and good people to deliver it. We have to have properly functioning pipes, pumps, and plants. They're essential for CWW to deliver clean, reliable drinking water and convey the wastewater back to treatment so that we can protect our streams and our river. Failing infrastructure puts our public health, drinking water, and our environmental health, sewer discharges at higher risk. It's CWW's responsibility as stewards of the public and environmental health relative to the water and sewer systems to maintain and operate them at a level to meet state and federal regulatory requirements. Failing infrastructure causes compliance violations. Aging and wear and tear on the infrastructure is relentless. It's ongoing. I wish we could take a break and we knew the condition of our assets wouldn't degrade, but that's not the reality we live in. We've got to stay on top of it. We've got to fight our game. Cost of replacing failed infrastructure under emergency conditions can be 3 to 5 times higher than it is under planned replacement. The reasons for rate increases also align with our vision, which is to be recognized by our customers and our employees as providing caring experiences. Well, a customer may say, well, if you care about me, I'd prefer you not have a rate increase. But I would have to say, it is because we care about you that we have these rate increases, because we know we've got to keep the infrastructure and the systems up to serve you. Failing pipes under roadways put the traveling public at risk. Cost of replacing failed infrastructure that's not part of our funded capital improvement program can rapidly draw down our reserves, thereby imposing stress on us to raise our rates to get our reserve balances up above our minimum. And failure is just not an option. The infrastructure will fail if we don't follow through with planned, prudent investments to renew and replace water sewer systems. So these minimum annual increases that we've had, they sustain the consistency of planning, financing, designing, and constructing and operating systems that are essential for safe water. And those things we do generally in about a 5-year cycle. We've got a systematic approach for evaluating our infrastructure. We plan it, we finance it, we design it, we build it, and then we operate it, and we continue that cycle. We've been doing it for decades. And this, the minimum annual rate increases that we've had since 2002 allows us to levelize revenue to not have spike increases. So it allows us to kind of look back 5 years on what our expenses have been, what our 5 years in the future will be, and we can try to levelize and minimize those rate increases. And it's not all about the infrastructure. It takes a dedicated team of people working 24/7, 365 to keep it functioning. You can see down in the bottom right picture there, we have a water main break, and kind of the upper left up there, you got 3 guys repairing a water main under pressure, and it's a technique they use to try to keep customers in service by reducing the pressure but keeping the flow going, and then they put clamps on. So you just see a number of our employees. These happen to be taken in the daylight hours because photography is better, but they do this in the nighttime just as much as they do in the daytime. So to give you a little better understanding of the scope of our infrastructure, if we were to replace it in today's dollars, it may cost on the order of $2.5 billion. And that's probably an underestimate based on some project costs I've seen for expanding water and wastewater treatment plants. Their costs have gone up a lot. But we've got 2 water treatment plants, we've got 2 CSO treatment plants, we've got a wastewater treatment plant, we've got about 2,500 miles of water and sewer pipe, and all of these assets are, they start wearing out as soon as you put them in the ground. And all of these assets have a useful service life, and it can range from 5 years for some kind of high-tech computerized gadget Fortunately, we don't, those generally on the low cost end because their life is not very long. Some of our more long-lasting asset life is water mains, where we have some that may be 75 to 100 years old. We've got some in downtown Columbus that date back to the 1880s that are still in service. And so we take some of those old pipes, we clean them out, we have contractors clean them out, and then we put a cement lining inside of them, and I would expect we'll get another 100 years out of those assets. And so that's kind of what we try to do, is look at innovative ways that we can extend the asset life to keep costs down as we manage this infrastructure. We're spending about $2.3 million a year reinvesting in our wastewater collection system, about $2.2 million a year in our water distribution system. Over the last 5 years, through all our capital investments, been about $27 million per year. And it really needs to increase because our asset life is going. And so, you know, if you kind of do a little bit of math and you think $2.5 billion and what the life of all these assets are, and you look at some of our replacement cycles, we need to be catching up because some of these assets are going to age out on us. And so here's just a picture of some of our recent battles against infrastructure. You got a water main break up there, upper left, or down to the right of that. You got 3 of our guys in the trench putting a pipe back together. To their right, you got a guy tightening up a clamp to stop a leak. Certainly much more enjoyable to do that in the summertime than it is a 20-degree night in the winter, but we do it year-round. To the bottom right, you'll see a picture of an unreinforced concrete sewer pipe. We've got a number of those lines in our system, and you can see to the right side of that pipe, there's a hole in the wall of that pipe, so it's at the end of its useful service life. And so you can, above to the right up there, you can see that cone in the street, and as failures on lines like this begin to manifest themselves, you'll see it starting to show up in the roadway. And then you can see if we happen to do an open cut in the roadway because we have one of these lines failed, and to the right of that drum there, you'll see a lot of pavement replacement, and that just costs a lot more to do asset replacement when you let it go that far. So if we can catch a line like this on the bottom right and use the technique our guys are doing over here on the bottom left, and use the technique on the bottom right, so we can go in and repair that line in place without doing the open cut, those kind of planned replacements are a lot more cost effective. We probably average about 1 emergency repair a week, and we can manage that with our staffing levels that we have. But if we let these assets get away from us where we have to staff up more, then we also would have more costs associated with that. And this just gives you a snapshot of some of our larger capital projects that we contract out for contractors. That upper left is a big tank that we have at our wastewater plant. It had a cover on it, and about the time we had the contractor mobilized on site, that cover collapsed. It was his job to replace the cover, so we got it all the useful life out of that cover that we could. Below that, you'll see a contractor inside one of the pipes at the wastewater plant where it's corroding and eroding away, and he's putting a protective liner in it to extend the life of that. In the middle, you see some of our bulk chemical storage tanks that we've installed at our water plant. To the right, you see a new sewer line going in up at Lake Oliver. We've got an existing force main under that lake that a pump station pumps through, and we suspected that line was getting to the end of its useful service life, and we certainly couldn't have it starting to fail under the lake. So we had a contractor come in, fuse this pipe up, dig a trench, drop into the trench, cover it, anchor it, and now we don't have to worry about a failure on that line for quite a while. So some of the things that we do at CWW to try to drive our cost efficiency, we obtain competitive pricing for construction, equipment, and material purchases. We use a qualification based selection process for our consultants so that we get engineers that can design our projects well so we can maximize the infrastructure longevity and operational efficiency of those new assets. We also seek most cost-effective debt financing because we're a water-first city, and that's a designation from EPA and other agencies. If you meet certain standards, you're designated as a water-first city. We've got that designation. And so through GFO, we get a 1% reduction in the interest rate. So our next capital improvement program funding, or majority of it, we're getting a 0.13% interest rate on that. So over the life of that 20-year loan, for about $60 million worth of investment, we'll save about $25 million over the life of that loan, based on above what we had previously projected. So that's another way we try to drive cost efficiency. We also try to coordinate our future debt with our retiring debt, so we don't have to have spikes in our cost to cover debt load. We also try to drive cost efficiency throughout our organization. We ask each other, is this the best way to do this? Can you do it another way? Have you got competitive pricing? So we're always trying to be as cost effective as we can. We've also increased our annual pay-go, and that is rate-financed, rate-funded investment in our water and sewer system. About 10 years ago, we were doing about $500,000 a year. Now we're doing about $4 million a year, and that just goes right into taking care of those water and sewer problems like you saw in the pictures. And we also ensure our financial performance expectations are being met, our bond coverage and our reserves are met. And since 2002, we've been doing this annual financial analysis that's provided us these low annual rate adjustments to levelize increases, to avoid painful rate increases. If we could go 2 or 3 years without a rate increase and then catch up, then you'd be looking at a 15 or 20% rate increase. So to try to level those things out with 2, 3, 4% increases, we feel is much more beneficial to our customers. In terms of operational efficiency, our operating expenses, this is not so much the infrastructure side, but the O&M side. You can see that over the last 5 years, our average annual increase has been just a little over 1%. So we strive to kind of keep our costs down, both on the infrastructure and on the O&M side. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joe for the rate analysis.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Mayor Henderson and members of council, for allowing me to be here and speak with you tonight. As Steve mentioned, my name is Joe Crea with Reftelis Financial Consultants. We're a national firm. We work with water and sewer utilities across the country doing financial planning and rate studies. We usually do several hundred a year, so this is what we do and all we do. I want to provide a little bit of information on the financial plan. As Steve mentioned, every year we do perform an annual review of the finances. Historically, if we look back, these plans have projected annual rate increases of about 4.95% per year. That's kind of our goal and our target. For 2021 upcoming, we've adjusted that plan down so that for the next 5 years we have forecasted 3.75% annual increases. We've been able to achieve this reduction through the items that Steve mentioned, with the continuing to focus on operational efficiencies and the very favorable terms we got with the GFA program to help support the capital investment. And again, maintaining those annual minimal increases really helps to keep the long-term costs to customers and to ratepayers lower than it would be if we waited a year or 2 or 3. Those catch-up rate increases, they just need to be so much larger if you're not staying on top of these things. The plan supports continued kind of expectation of increasing in the operating costs. Again, we've been efficient, but general inflationary effects will occur. Other items increase more than the rate of inflation, such as chemicals, healthcare. Those items are all included in our plan and accounted for with the 3.75%. And then obviously continuing that infrastructure investment and making sure we're reinvesting in that $2.5 billion asset that Columbus Waterworks has. To help offset the impact of those increases, Columbus Waterworks is again going to increase the low-income credit by $1 per month. Right now, that credit is $7.50 per month, so that will go up to $8.50 per month, and that's automatically applied to anyone that is enrolled in the solid waste program with the city. And with that increase, so for 2021, a few example impacts here, and we'll look at some more details on the next few slides. If you're a smaller residential customer, you would use around 4 CCF, which is just about 3,000 gallons of water per month. The impact to that increase on your total bill for water and sewer service would be at $1.28 per month. If you're kind of in the typical range and you use about 4,500 gallons per month or 6 CCF, that impact is right at $1.82. And if you're a larger residential customer and you use around 6,000 gallons, that impact would be about $2.20 per month. And so we're going to look at what those rates actually look like on the next few slides. But before we do that, I want to provide a little perspective based on our experience across the industry again. Nationally, we partner with the American Waterworks Association every other year to survey several hundred utilities and how their rates have changed. And if we look back to the surveys sort of beginning in before 2000, water and sewer prices have increased at more than twice the rate of inflation over the last 20 years. And on the graph on the screen, you can see that over the last 10 years, it's even more than that at around 6.5% per year is sort of a national average in what we're seeing. Again, aging infrastructure across the industry is driving a lot of that. On the middle section, you see what our model typically targets and has projected as our rate increase every year. Again, usually it's that 4.95% target. And every year on this, you can see that we have met or exceeded that goal with only 2 years actually being all the way at the 4.95%. And again, this year, reducing that by almost a quarter down to 3.75%. And so the 10-year average, when you look back at how things have increased over time, 3.5% per year, again, less than half of what the national averages are and less than what we're seeing across other communities here in the state of Georgia as well. So thinking about the water-based charges, the current charges there are listed in the first column, and you can see what the proposed charges would be as of January 1st. Last year we did the realignment as Steve described, where we right-sized those charges for larger meters. You can see here that all of these charges are going up by the exact same 3.75%. There's a little rounding to a penny here or there, but every charge is being applied that same factor. The water volume charges can be seen on this graph as well. In a similar fashion, each rate is increased by the same 3.75%, rounded to the nearest penny. So it's about a 7-cent per unit increase on the volumetric rates. On the wastewater and CSO costs, same approach, 3.75% for all rates and for all charges. You can see it's about a 19-cent increase on the base charges and about a 13-cent increase on the volumetric rate. Just a reminder, residential customers do not pay for sewer service above 15 CCF per month, and those CSO charges there are a fixed charge per month just based on the actual volume consumed by a customer. This graph presents sample bills. It's cut off on the big screen there, but 4 CCF is the left. The lower rates, $34.22 is what a 4 CCF customer would pay right now, increasing by $1.28 for bills after January 1st to $35.50. And on the right side, we see the larger residential customer sample bill there, increasing by $2.21. And this graph presents how those increased rates as of 21 would compare to some neighboring utilities in Georgia. You can see that Columbus still compares very favorably to a number of your neighboring communities. And if you apply that $8.50 credit if you're part of that program, brings your overall cost down even further and relatively near the current Phoenix City charges. So finally, just want to, a few observations that, again, the consistent annual rate adjustments, that leads us to a lower long-term rate. We know 2020 has been very hard on all of us. If we would wait a year or two, that would ultimately lead to higher costs and higher rates for all of the customers. And that's why we've done that, to be able to consistently remain below the national averages and below where we were targeting. Those forecasted increases are going to help promote revenue stability. They're going to help promote system stability by reinvesting in those assets and giving us the needed capital, and also supporting the cost for operating the system on a day-to-day basis. And then we'll also, again, be increasing that low-income credit. And affordability is certainly something that Columbus Waterworks is very focused on and is continuing to explore other ways that we can expand that program and get more folks receiving that benefit. And with that, I think we'll open up for any questions.
There are some. Councilor Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you were showing the typical, I guess, bill for someone who does have higher consumption, is that including sprinkler, or is that just somebody who has a large family?
That would be, sorry, the HCCF bill was just if you kind of had a single meter. That was not a dual meter customer.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I understand completely the rationale for y'all wanting to increase the rates, but we were in a similar situation with capital expenses, with SPLOST vote, and we decided this year was not the year to do it. We could not put that burden on our citizens. And I honestly, we have a petition here, and one of the things it requests is itemized billing, and I've got my wife and I and a baby, and I have a rain sensor, and we've had plenty of rain. And I'm looking at when my sprinkler system was cut off completely, $61 is the lowest bill I've ever had in the past 12 months. And then it averages about 140 to 130 with the recent bills. And I mean, I understand what the comparables are with other jurisdictions, and I've had a plumber, just so y'all know, I mean, I have had a plumber come out and look. I've had an irrigation specialist come out and look. There are no water leaks. Makes no sense since I take half my showers at the gym anyways. But I know we have a lot of constituents who have requested itemization of their bills, and I'd love to see that because I don't understand why my bill is so high. I mean, Glenn and I were talking last time about the bills, and he was like, holy cow, I can't believe you got two people, adults and a baby, and, that's one of the requests that we've gotten from citizens. And then another one is to charge a flat rate amount per meter, because their argument is charging by water meter size plus charging more for water usage is double dipping. I'm not sure if that's something you want to take into consideration, but I do understand that we're going to have to put off certain things that will cause more expense in the future. The city recognized that with our capital expense projects. We recognize that with the SPLOST vote. And we also saw that this was just not the right time to ask our citizens for a rate increase. I respectfully would ask that this be delayed until next year. I understand there will be more cost. I fully get that. But we possibly might have a second wave of COVID. We have businesses and individuals who are still struggling to recover. And I mean, I know based on my bills, I must be subsidizing somebody, considering, I mean, it's rained a lot lately, and my bills just without rhyme or reason, just kind of fluctuate. So, I mean, I definitely think the request for an itemized billing statement that gives a little bit more breakdown would be very prudent. And, I'd like to hear what y'all have to say about the flat rate charge per meter. I know that was discussed last time, but, I mean, as a counselor and representative, I mean, I know it is tough. We feel the same way when we can't replace roads and when we can't do things that we need to do in this city. And we've got hundreds of millions of dollars in assets that we need to repair, DNF type facilities, and we're desperate to repair those. But we put them off, and we put them off with intention because we could not put that vote on our citizens this year. We just could not do that with COVID. So I'd respectfully ask that y'all reconsider doing the increase this year. Yes, the citizens know, they've heard today that could lead to increased costs in the future, but this is just a year that has been a struggle for a lot of people and a lot of businesses. And in the meantime, I do fully agree about the itemization for billing, because I mean, my plumber and my irrigation specialist just can't figure out why my bills would be as high as they are, particularly when I'm running the sprinkler at most twice a week and have a rain sensor, so it shouldn't even be running most of the time since we've been having rain. But I don't think this is the right year to do it with the citizens. I completely understand the rationale, but it's the same approach we had to take with the SPLOST and we had to take with capital expenses that we've continued to put off.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilor Crabb.
Do you,
Yes, sir.
Mayor, if I can address that one before we move on.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Garrett, we have our customer advocacy manager. We have, through our new meter reading technology, the ability to look at metered consumption on 15-minute intervals, and we have a number of customers that call with kind of similar comments to what you're expressing here about your personal account. And often we will find that they've got a toilet that is not, that the flapper is not sealing, and we can even, through that device, indicate when that was the time it started flowing. So if, you might be sleeping between 12 and 5 o'clock in the morning, but there may be 1 gallon a minute water consumption, that means something's going on in your house. So if that's something that we could help you with, we'd be glad to help you out and come look at that. But in regards to the COVID and the impact on our customers, we were very sensitive to that. We stopped doing cutoffs because we knew a lot of our customers were having hard financial times. So we waived that for a while. But our concern was, if we, like some other cities, you waive it too long and then your customer bill gets to be so large that you create a financial burden for them trying to catch up. So we monitored it, and we waived it for, we stopped doing cutoffs for a number of months. We waived delinquent fees, and then we encouraged them all to get on a payment plan with us. So we did a lot of calls with them. A lot of them came in and got on the payment plan. So now we've seen our customer cutoff levels back to a normal rate. So we think the really impact to our customers, they were able to kind of get through the toughest time of that. And I don't know if Alex has got any specific details you want to add to that.
We can. As Mr. Davis said, during this time, and we did offer a lot of arrangements to our customers to ensure that we were taking care of them during COVID. We did extend our payment plans. We've always had payment plans at CWW, but we've extended those to 6 months, and each one of our customer service rep worked with whoever called to make sure, even if we needed to work with them further, to ensure that they maintained their water. We saw at the peak about 900 people on those payment plans. We've seen those, and historically we used to have about 200 people or so on a payment plan. We've seen those return to normal. The other week we had about 250 to 300 on those. So those returned to somewhat of a normal level. Also, as Mr. Davis said, we stopped doing disconnects for a period of time, a moratorium on disconnects during that period. And then during the later part of June, we were worried because some of these customers, we do have a pretty extended disconnect time. They probably have a bill that's a good 2 months prior to we even start the disconnect process altogether. So when we started this process back in March, we could have someone, by the time June rolled around, someone with a 6-month water bill that had not been paid. So we saw at the peak about 1,800 customers on the disconnect list. And just to give you a sense, historically our disconnect list runs about 200 to 400 at a high time during each week. It had reached a peak of about 1,800 during that time. We, during direction of our board, we did do additional communication prior to doing any disconnects. And we actually went out to each one of those individual customers' houses or service location, and we put individual door hangers on them, encouraging them to come and make payment arrangements, as well as putting the agency contacts out there during COVID that might have some relief funds. as well as directing them to the low-income credit if they were could apply for that and could receive that piece of it. Since that time, though, when June, after we gave that several weeks and let people, gave them ample time to know we were doing disconnects, turning that back on, since that time, we've seen that return back to a normal level of that 200 to 400 per week, each one of those. And we've seen, you know, in listening to other utilities, you know, we've seen people who have not turned it back on, and then we've seen people who never stopped doing disconnects altogether. So it's certainly been across the board. But as Mr. Davis stated, we just wanted to make sure we felt if we waited a year, then we really were going to put a financial burden on those individuals of not being able to pay their bill. During this time, we also waived any delinquent fees to ensure if they are having any financial hardship, and we've continued to waive those even now. So historically, we were charging a delinquent fee, but that's been waived since March. So in an effort to try to relieve some financial burden.
And President Davis, I will take you up on your offer about the customer courtesy rep, but I will say my plumber and irrigation person did check to see if the water was running. Is there a way that our citizens is there a way for y'all to monitor throughout the night if you're saying it could be something happening while we're sleeping so they could figure out if there's an issue? Because he did test, he did like flush toilets, run showers, dishwasher, washing machine, and then walk out there and see if the meter was running, and he wasn't seeing any water flow.
Yeah. Our meter reading equipment, I think it will look at a 90-day period, and it will look at it in 15-minute intervals of time.
Okay.
So it can really dial in pretty specific to see how your consumption is varying over the period of time. So certainly we'll make him available to you to help you out.
Okay, thank you. And just as we've done with add delete, I mean, I don't know that this has to be delayed an entire year necessarily. It could be like our add delete list where y'all come back to us in 6 months. But I mean, if we have, I know y'all have your own board that makes this decision, but I think it would be prudent for our citizens just to at least delay this, if nothing else, and examine the economy, see whether or not folks are recovering, and see if there's something we can do where we can reevaluate the rates, but see if the economy has recovered some.
We'll take that comment back to our board for consideration.
Thank you, President Davis.
Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. I agree with Councilor Garrett about everything he said. I have some questions here. You mentioned that your operating expenses are going up, and I averaged it out over the 4 years that you provided to us. So your operating expenses are going up an average of 1.05% a year, according to your records, what you have here. And yet you are intending to raise for the citizens 3.75% annually. That's what you're saying right here. Why? And then you also mentioned how you got special interest rates because of your status. So when you're getting benefits, why aren't you passing them on to the citizens? Why such a large rate of 3.75% annually when your operating expenses are only going up 1.05%?
Well, as Mr. Davis had mentioned, you know, the majority of our expenses, or a large part of our expenses, are maintaining our infrastructure. So that 1% right there is directly attributable to our operational cost, not the piece that will be going to our infrastructure. So that's
okay, so tell me what is included in your operating expenses?
In that piece right there, I mean, it's the operation, I mean, it would be the labor cost, the chemical cost, everything to operate the facilities, not the actual physical cost of the capital, the larger investments, not the water pipes that we're putting in.
But you said earlier that the cost that you're charging for the meter covers those things?
It covers a portion of those things. Reftelis usually has a guide of about 30% of other utilities that they focus on their base charges. So I guess, if we were starting out a utility today, we would want to cover about 30% of our cost with those base charges. However, we're not starting it today. We're starting with a utility that's been around for some time. Our actual base charges cover about 15% of those costs.
Says right here, base meter charge covers fixed cost. So what's fixed cost?
It's a portion, to clarify.
If I could add a little bit on those base costs. So there's, when we think about the annual cost that the utility recovers, there's a portion of it that's the operation and maintenance, so personnel, healthcare, supplies, chemicals. And then another portion is related to the capital expenses of the system. So debt service on existing debt that we've already issued, annual reinvestment in the infrastructure. So it's kind of about half and half is maintaining, building, and renewing the assets, and the other half is operating. The base charges, it is a way to stabilize our revenue so that we've got consistent cash flow throughout the year. When we look at Columbus Water Works' sort of overall cost structure, around 80 to 90% of their costs are fixed on a year-to-year basis. If all the water, decreases in usage by 25% or increases, that piece doesn't change much. The electrical costs, chemical costs of treating different volumes of water adjusts based on how much volume. But based on kind of permit requirements, we have to have a certain number of people at the plants, we have to have certain capacity, we have to keep the assets ready to serve, and that's why there's such a large fixed cost. And so we try to align the rates. Again, it wouldn't be appropriate to have a monthly charge that was 80% fixed, because then customers couldn't control any of it. That base charge would be $25 instead of the $8 that it is. So we try to balance that to be able to kind of achieve those competing objectives of kind of aligning our revenue with our cost structure, but also kind of bearing in mind the end user.
Okay, so this 3.75 annual increase, is that all inclusive? So it's including a usage rate is going up, your meter rate is going up, and your base rate is going up?
All of the charges are adjusting at the same percentage, correct?
It's all part of each one of them are going up 3.75%?
Yes,
or
ma'am.
do all three of those go into the 3.75% increase?
Each charge is escalated by the same 3.75%.
So we have a base rate. What are the three charges? Base rate, usage?
That's it.
Just base rate and usage?
Yes.
What about the meter charges?
That's included in the base charge. It's not a separate charge. It varies by meter size, but it's not a meter charge. It's a base charge, a fixed monthly charge. It's just different depending on your meter size.
So you're telling me that it's actually going up 3.75% twice?
No, it's not additive.
I just asked you if that was all inclusive, and you told me no, it was for each.
They go up separately, but they don't multiply or add together. So the base charge is $8, and it's going up by 15 cents, and the unit rate's going up by 7 cents. The bills themselves go up exactly 3.75% under this proposed plan. They don't combine to turn into a 7% increase. It's 3.75% under this proposal.
So what is your average expense increase for everything? I can calculate the operating expense to an average of 1.05. But when you add in these other expenses that you have, how much do they increase each year on an average?
Over the forecast, that is what basically the 3.75 is recovering. It's just north of I think about 3.5% for both projected operating expenses as well as those additional investment in the capital facilities.
And what page is that on?
That information is not in your package. We could certainly provide that information.
That would seem like some important information for us to be shared with us, because we'd want to see that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all, ma'am?
Thank you.
Councilor Barnes?
Mr. Davis, I want to, first of all, thank you for recognizing that there was a communication problem with the community. And I do realize because of this pandemic, it kind of limits what you're able to do now, but I'm confident in the fact that you have recognized it as a problem and that you would take the suggestion I made last time, and as this government does, when we do something that's really profound, it's going to really impact the community. We have programmed town hall meetings, and we have I don't want to speak out of turn, Mr. Mayor, but I'm sure that they can use this beautiful community room that we have here for town hall meetings so that you can have with the citizens in a timely manner. Because one of the things that Ms. Bunn is here this evening for is exactly what Councilor Garrett talked about. The citizens don't understand the bill. And so I would just encourage you to, when things get back to normal, to be able to do just that. But you know, something that Walker mentioned, you know, this government, this administration, realizing the impact of this pandemic, we delayed things. Because as you very well know, it's not only something that's limited to Columbus, this is a national. We're in uncharted waters, hear about people not getting their unemployment checks, trying to pay for their rent. It's a really impactful time for all of us. And you want to know something? The virus is the only one that has the time, okay, who's going to say, well, things are going to go back to level out to be somewhat normal. And so I would like to join what Councilor Garrett has said. I have some confusion, and I appreciate Councilor Crabb, because I'm not a math scholar, but I can do what my uncle used to always say, cipher. I can cipher a little bit, and the figures just don't add up, you know, to me. And so if it's not adding up to us, the individuals who are representing, I know there are a lot of people who are watching that are just as confused as we are. And so I would also like to just chime in and say the things that's already been mentioned by my two previous counselors. I would prayerfully ask you to reconsider this in the board, the times that people are going through right now. And in life, you know, there's two things in life that one of the things is timing. Adequate planning is one of them. And the second is timing. And right now, I can just tell you, and I probably don't have to tell you because you watch the national news, the local and national news. This is a difficult time for everyone, even some of us right now that will always have a roof over their head, food in the refrigerator, and can say we're going to be at a certain level of discomfort. But even with us, that's uncertain. So I'd like to chime in and just ask you to prayerfully consider the citizens here in Columbus who are having a difficult time. And so while Ms. Bunn is going to come with some additional things that she has concerns about as well, and I appreciate you coming down here and to listen to us, but please keep that into consideration. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We'll certainly take your comments back, and one thing we may do is try, when things do get more normalized, have a customer stakeholder group come in so we can talk about our bill presentment and try to add a little clarity to that.
Councilor Huff?
Thank you, Mayor. These are unusual times and COVID-19 times, and as you've heard already, we've canceled many things, including a wish list that we had for our employees in their departments. We've canceled adding people to departments. We've canceled major raises that we were thinking about doing. It's just not a good time. You know, just a very poor time to increase rates. People out of work, things are starting to look normal to some, but it's nowhere near normal yet. So when they say new normal, that is where we are right now. Money issues are still a main concern of many people. Those are the ones that have been able to put a few dollars together and get off of your cutoff list. With an increase, we'll get right back on your cutoff list. Spoke with 3 or 4 people today. They had no idea until we spoke about what was going on. They were complaining about trying to get caught up from previous bills. As you all know, last time, since my coming to the council, we are accustomed to annual increases and your presentations. But last year was the first time that it included the meter size. And as a listening council person, I was listening for the increase of the water rate, and I missed the meter size, which I thought was not necessary. You know, the Waterworks has a great operation, it's a great organization, and they've been running very well in the past with just the regular increases on the water. So now, with the new presentation, not only are we going to get another water increase, but those meter sizes have been factored in, and they will also be increased. Is that correct? So it's still, however we dice it and lay it out, we're talking about that my meter size is at $14.52 meter. You say it's going to $15. My water bill went up to just where I just didn't understand. So I'm in the process of having a plumber to come out, and I'll probably take you up on the same issues to try to see what's going on, because I understood it when my boys were home. But when my boys left, it never returned back to where it used to be. And it's just 2 adults in the house. So I too would ask, you know, like the city did, to please, please, please delay this until at least summertime, because everyone's trying to get back to normal. But a second wave is coming, whether you realize it or not. It may not affect you all, but it will affect many people. And we need to remain vigilant and safe and try to take care of our constituents here. And the last thing they need to worry about now is an increase in anybody's bill, whether it's the waterworks or other utilities. So please consider that, because it's, in what we do up here, we hear from our constituents in our districts. We hear from other constituents in other districts. The 2 citywide councils hear from everyone. Everyone. So please, please consider going back to the drawing board. We know it has to happen, but somewhere in there, I hope maybe you can factor in the future, maybe you can slow down the increases on the meter size. Maybe that can hold off at some point, that you can level, and then we can look at possibly summer if you can. I think we'll know where we are probably around June time frame, coming out of the winter season, flu season. We'll find out, because everywhere I've been lately, it's been limited, but everywhere I've been, phone calls I've made, spoken with people in the last 2 days between California, Maryland, and Texas, and everyone's a little frightened right now because it's starting to increase again. So it could be just a very bad flu season. It could be a very bad flu season along with another wave of COVID, which it is coming because it's out there. So I'm not here to scare everyone, but in what I do for a living, it's all about trying to keep people safe, because I don't need them to end up coming to see me. I want people to live and to enjoy life. And when I am also nervous walking around with various masks on the seat, hand sanitizer, all kind of different wipes and sprays and things of that nature, it's just uncharted waters. So please hear us. I don't want to go back over all of the numbers, because they've done a great job with that. And hopefully you'll send that information to all of us so we can decipher what's really going on with us, so we can understand where you are and we can follow along. Because we understand you have an operation to run, a business to run, and you're trying to provide water for the customers. But at the end of the day, you can get with the mayor, the city manager, or finance director. We had to put a lot on hold just to try to help the people of Columbus. So please consider joining us and helping the same people of Columbus. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Davis.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I think like every year when you come in and talk about a proposed rate increase, you always talk about you make a good pitch for your operations of your business, which is the Columbus Water Works, and your infrastructure needs and your capital replacement, et cetera. I think you talk about your customers too, and I think there's a few things that I want to say. And at first I was my words would probably been a little heavier, but I'm going to pull them back a little bit and try to be a little lighter with my words and really ask you to reconsider and try to make that pitch to you at the same time. I think last year that there were some communication issues. I think I said some things about that. I also made a recommendation about really looking at the increased meter costs and grandfathering those individuals of the meter. You got a lot of people that still had no choice in those meters going in, but they're using the same water. They cannot, they use the same water, what is 3/4, ½ inch, 3/4, 2 inch. They're using the same type water. They just were told that they needed a 2-inch meter way back when, and if they put it in today, it's going to cost them $3,000+ to change all that stuff. New housing, different story. I don't know many new houses that they're putting in large meters and lines. That's a whole different story. So I think you kind of sob it on out, but still you got people probably in this audience tonight that many years ago are still stuck with that. They can't change it. It doesn't make sense to change it today, but they're getting somewhat penalized. I will ask you to look at that again from that standpoint of those in the past. And I think when we did those numbers and we ran those numbers, we're not talking about a lot of people. So I don't think it's going to impact your numbers at all. But nothing was done on that. I'm going to put that back out there again and ask you to take a look at that. I will remind the citizens that usually every year it seems like that when these proposed rate increases come up, that the waterworks comes to us, I think probably out of just somewhat doing the right thing and just come in. That's probably the best way to put it, and come in and present it, and so the citizens can see it. It's shown and making the case for it. But really, the council, we don't really have a decision in this. All we can do is ask, and I think that's what we're doing, is asking you to consider, because you're on the operations and you're talking about the operations of your business, and we're on the customer side. We hear from the customers. We're dealing with the customers. The customers, as it was stated, this is a very, very unusual year. I think I have been asked many times to really look at these rate increases, but the last time I did, I think, and the waterworks did take it in consideration, and they held off for a year. The waterworks held off for a year in raising rates, and that was when we went through the Great Recession. I somewhat look at what we're dealing with now is, unemployment last close to 8% nationwide. You got what stuff we're dealing with now is evictions and foreclosures, and and the need of stimulus, and people just trying to make it to the next month, and businesses that are about to go under. We're dealing with a lot of challenges, and even though it may not come across as a large increase, it is an increase. It's another burden for the customer to deal with, and not just there. It's other utility companies, whether it's electricity or whatever. Everybody's gone up, but people are just not in a place that they can handle that today. And you use the word sensitivity, that you're sensitive to this environment. I would say that this environment right now is probably worse than when I saw it in the Great Recession. So I think we're coming out of it. I think we're getting there. I think we're going to keep making progress. I think the economy is going to come back. I think right now people, the cost of living increases and things like that, a lot of that stuff's off the table. Raises and pay plan adjustments and all are off the table. So, you know, you can make that case that an increase, people don't have the ability to cover that, even though it may be slight. So I would hope that, and just by what you said today, it was said a couple things. You know, one, I hope that the rate increase is not, doesn't have a lot to do with catching up, okay? I don't think y'all are in a catch-up mode, all right? I think y'all been addressing the needs along the way. I feel good about that. But it was said that we can't, it was said if we wait, okay, that the cost could be a little bit more. Well, you know, and it was said before, I mean, I look at your ability to your ability to borrow money, I look at your reserves, I look at things like that. I think you've got enough capital to cover your needs on whether it's your plan, your strategic plan for the year, or the what ifs. A lot of stuff we talked about are hypothetical, could happen. But even at that, I think you can handle that, you can cover that for a year. I think it's such a small amount, and even, you know, we're talking about things in the real estate world about forbearance now, especially with businesses. Even if you moved it to another year further out and charged more, I just think people, their lifestyle is going to be so much better, hopefully. The economy will be better. They're probably going to be making more money. The cost of living increases and all will go up. I mean, it'll catch up. Hopefully they'll be able to take care of that increase that you're talking about. But I don't think they're right this year. I think the sensitivity needs to be there until everybody can get on a much solid footing, and then you can weigh it. I wouldn't expect you to come back and just all of a sudden take that increase, that if we wait increase, and just do it next year. I mean, you could do it over several years, or just go out one more year on your plan. I think y'all can do that. I'm just asking you to reconsider, and we're in a very, I mean, the situation in the world today is just, it's where we need to be sensitive, like you said. So in saying that, I'm going to ask you to reconsider your position on some of these things and just see if you can work it out and make it work. I think what I heard you say today, it looks like you can do that you've got options. It's just a matter if you really want to do it or not. And you know, I don't know what's going on in these other cities, but I do know what's going on with our people. And you know, and I don't think now's the time to try to catch up with everybody else. Now's the time to try to let's try to work with our customers and our citizens. And I mean, we have the ability to ask you. We can't go to Georgia Power or somebody like that and other people and ask them to do it. We can't do that. That's controlled at another level. But I can tell you, in social media, I get it all the time, and people talking about the increases out there. I mean, that's one of the big things right now. So thank you all for coming and presenting tonight. And I know it's always a challenge, but we're here representing our customers. We're not on the water board. We don't have a decision in this, but we can, on behalf of our customers, our citizens, that we represent, ask you to take some of these things in consideration. I think you understand. I think you get the picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Thomas.
Mr. Davis, I've been sitting here thinking that I've been involved with the Columbus government for 14 years. And during that time, when I first became a part of the government, we didn't have these kinds of meetings. And I think that one of the reasons that we have is because of your leadership and the leadership of the board of the waterworks, that you come and present these things to us. I also think that I have been involved in town hall meetings, if you will, for the city and for things in the city. And sometimes it's really hard to sit and listen to some of our constituents and some of the ways they feel about what we're doing, because we think what we're doing is the right thing to do. But I do want to say thank you for listening to us. And I think that this is a typical town hall meeting. You've got people who are questioning the decisions that will be made. I want to reiterate one of the things that Councilor Davis said, I think it was Davis, that we do not have a vote in this, if you will, as a council. That's up to the board to do that. And I personally appreciate you taking these conversations back to your board as they make this decision. One of the hats that I have worn in the last couple of months has been the council budget chair. And I understand how difficult it is when a department director comes to us and says, this position should be increased in salary. I need these kinds of this kind of equipment for my people to do the job they need to do. And I understand how it feels to have to say, not this year. Let's take a look at it. Let's hold it. Let's don't drop it. Let's don't forget it. But we can't do that this year, given all of the circumstances that we are facing. One of the things that, and that's difficult to do. That's, as all of these folks in the room know, it's difficult to say, I understand your people need a raise, but we can't do that. One of the other things that I've been thinking is on several of the social media platforms, lately, in the last couple of months particularly, I have seen conversations about my water bill doubled in the last month. Did your water bill double? Oh yeah, my water bill doubled. Why? And in every one of them that I have answered, I have said, call the waterworks and ask them. They'll tell you what's going on, and they'll tell you how you can, as you told Councilor Garrett, how we can get you some help to make sure that there's not something that you need to do. But the information that we are getting has been very helpful. And I, for one, am going to continue to ask you for that information. I also am going to speak as an attendee of this town hall meeting and ask you to take very seriously all of the conversation around this table tonight, that now is not the time. What we did with our city budget is we said, let's revisit this in 6 months. I would be delighted for you guys to come back to us in 6 months and say, hey, all this stuff's over with. We can do what we need to do. We can charge the 3.75% without a problem. I don't think that's going to happen, given what's been going on. So please add my voice to what you've heard tonight from the other counselors about timing of this and the difficulty that a lot of our citizens in Columbus would have with what seems to be, a small increase. Do you need it? Absolutely. Do I want you to make sure that all those pipes and all of those sewer lines and all is fixed? Absolutely, I do. but hold off. If I had a vote, my vote would be, don't do this. Thank you for coming, however, and being willing to stand there and listen to what we have to say. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilor Woodson.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question and just, I don't want to be redundant. I think you can see the sentiments around here that we would like for you to consider to delay this based on our experiences and our citizens and what they're going through. I like for you to be able to provide us something where ourselves and like the citizens can call and tell directly, I want this study done, or what's it called? Because I live by myself and my water bill went up really high too, and it's only one person, and I'm barely home. I do have a pool, but it doesn't get used very much. So if I wanted to call, if I call, you have a call center and I say this is the problem, depending who I talk to would direct me in different directions. So it would be great if there's something that can be given to the customer to say, if you want somebody to check this or that, this is what you asked for, a request to have this check. And I say that because I worked in a call center for 21 years. And you can train the person to say the same thing, but it doesn't happen. The customer has to be really precise of what they want when they called in. And so I'm requesting that of you today because I'm like Garrett and the others. There's only one of me in my household right now, and my bill is very high, and I'm hardly ever home. And I'm only doing laundry for one person. I don't have any pets, nothing. So, I'm concerned too. So I don't want to repeat everything everyone did because I think I'm hoping and praying to God that you got the message. It went around quite a bit and we're all saying the same thing. Just something for you to seriously, I think too the constituents will have a really high respect for the waterworks if they did that, and the members and everyone there, because unfortunately, the ones that get blamed are your employees. And they're the ones that get yelled at and cussed out. Like I said, I've been in the business, so I know. So let's try to work to a solution in a time where we're in a crisis. And I like to know what exactly I need to tell so they come and check exactly what I need. Why is my bill so high? And I know what you're talking about, the bathroom, because I check it all the time. If somebody comes over and they use the bathroom, I try not to be obvious, but I go behind them and check and make sure, it was done correctly. So I'm not going to prolong it because we've been on this subject for a long time, and the sentiments are the same all the way around.
Thank you. Councilor Davis.
Yeah, Mayor, I want to pull back a word or two I said earlier. I think I identified a company I shouldn't. I should have just said electric bill and electric providers, because there's a few electric providers around, not just one. So just want to make that clear that it was more along the lines of utility bills and other type related expenses that people have.
Gotcha. Thank you. Just a couple of quick comments. I think that's all of the councilors that had questions, Mr. Davis. Just wanted to point out, though, that Councilor Thomas is exactly right in the sense that the board and the water works used to operate their business in a manner that allowed them to ensure that there's arguably nothing more important than clean drinking water, and then make sure that the investments that they've made in the south plant, the wastewater treatment plant, with the solid waste plant that they've got, the process. So they used to do all that without having to come talk to us. And we simply made a request years ago so that the public would know. And to reiterate what Councilor Thomas said, we do appreciate very much what the Waterworks does now. And it's never, listen, anytime you talk about an increase in rates, it doesn't matter if the economy is thriving. It's never a fun subject, and it's never something that people are going to get behind. I will make one correction to what Councilor Thomas mentioned, and she was talking about we don't have a vote. Actually, the mayor serves on the water board. So the mayor's listening to the council, which means your comments are going to be reflected in at least one vote. But I will also point out that I've learned more. I still am trying to catch up and learn more, but I've learned more about water delivery and wastewater treatment in the last year and a half than, trust me, I ever really wanted to know. And I got to tell you, number one, that industry is so unbelievably heavily regulated that options for paring down different staffs and kind of doing shortcuts and putting off a couple of things are not open to them. The other thing I'll point out is that they don't have an asset that appreciates in the sense that like we do. We struggle to try to make ends meet and be very, very judicious, and we know that we count on an increase in the tax digest that goes up 1 to 3%, right? And we try to make that work. Well, their attempt to try to continue to be able to provide that service, and I got to tell you, the service that they provide, the quality of that is second to none. But they have decided that to try to ease the stress on the residents would be to keep a modest increase on a regular basis instead of waiting for 3 or 4 years and having a 15% increase. And I'll tell you, that's what I got from the board as I listened to them. Mostly I listened to the board talk and try to process the information that comes forward. But the fear I think that the board had was that if they did not do anything this year, it could next year have a larger increase, and there's no guarantee that we're out of this stuff even next year. So, but I do share the sympathies of the council that it is a tough year for any kind of increase, except those that are absolutely necessary to be able to continue to provide the service. So again, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that council does in fact have a vote through the mayor on the water board. And I didn't want to leave the public or council with that impression that it didn't exist. And any further comments, Mr. Davis? I know you've got another virtual town hall coming up. They've had one to listen to the public about the proposed rate increase. And then there would be a vote from the board to approve the rate increase, and then it would, I think, take effect in January.
That's right. That's the current plan, yes. Our next virtual town hall is November 4th at noontime. And then with taking all y'all's comments, we will go back to our board with any other information we get from our customers or through the town hall meetings to our board November 16th with a recommendation on the rate increase.
Mr. City Manager, do you have a comment?
Well, I really don't want to prolong, and I don't want to add to all the comments that have been made to the President and CEO of the Columbus Water Works, but I know that in the middle of our budget year, the city, we had gotten a rate adjustment. Well, not a rate, but I guess you were getting new technology, and we got a notice that you were going to go up on the city by some $60,000. Are you familiar with that?
I think that's the rate increase from last year. Is that the rate increase from last year?
It was the
base charges and the rate increase from last year.
No, it had something to do with technology.
Recent communication.
I think, are you referencing, I apologize, the billing?
I'm gonna get the finance director. They brought it to me, and I told them we're not paying it.
Is that the billing services?
And I'll let her tell you about it. But I mean, I'm just being frank, you know.
Yes, sir.
Please help me.
Yes, you're referring to the cost of the billing for the residential water service, for the garbage fees. But the Water Works was gracious enough to really table those discussions at this time.
They were tabled.
Yes, they've been tabled.
I appreciate it. I hope it remains tabled. So, but I just wanted to make sure we were okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, any further comments, Mr. Davis, Alex?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think that does it. Thank y'all for your comments.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank y'all very much for being here to answer the questions. All right. All right, we'll move on to the city attorney's agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Our business agenda is very short tonight. The first item up is the ordinance providing for demolition of various structures that were shown at the last meeting, and that is ready for
Motion
adoption.
approved from the Mayor Pro Tem, motion, second from Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. That passes.
All right. Next item, Mayor, is an ordinance on first reading that would amend ordinance number 20-018, budget for FY21 to reclassify various positions in the Superior Court, Accountability Court Program, Solicitor General, Victim Witness, and other purposes. And I think the city manager and his staff want to make some comments first, and then if there are people here, I see Judge Gottfried, who may want to comment. There may be others, but.
All right, Councilor Thomas had a question.
Well, I don't know, Mr. City Attorney, if you want them to speak. I have a question about how this would work, so maybe it would be better for them to, for the city manager and or the finance director to lay it out first.
I think so.
Can we do it that way, Mr. Mayor?
We can. City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Attorney. Yes, I am going to have the HR Director and Finance Director to speak to the subject. And then I am going to call on the Internal Auditor to speak to the subject. And then I will have my comments. So, HR Director Rita Hollowell.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good afternoon to everyone, Mr. Mayor and Council. So with regard to the ordinance that's being proposed, I wanted to first, just kind of provide a timeline of this recommendation that's being made, and to review briefly the presentation that we presented to you a couple of weeks ago. First, with regard to the timeline in terms of how this recommendation with regard to the grants position came about. During the FY21 budget review process, a general fund position in the accountability courts, that's the wrong presentation. But during the FY21 budget review process, a general fund position in the accountability courts program was requested to be reclassified. The position of case manager, which was a grade 16 position, was sent to CSU for review, and it was recommended to be reclassified as a pay grade 20. This caused the Finance Department and Human Resources to take a closer look at the total pay for the case manager position, as well as other positions in the accountability court program. Because of our concerns, a request was submitted, ultimately submitted to the internal auditor for him to take a deeper dive, a deeper look into the positions that are grant funded. The internal auditor came back with his findings, and he made recommendations in terms of how these grant funded positions should be handled. And that's how we got here today with our recommendation based on the internal auditor's finding. And so with just a overview of the
grants positions. As we spoke a couple of weeks ago, just to provide a background here, the City of Columbus has a history of course, applying for federal and state grants. The city receives grants for various purposes, and the way the process typically works is a department will identify the grant opportunity. It will be presented to City Council, who will then authorize the department to apply for that grant. The department makes the application, and if it's received, the department implements that grant. There are many departments throughout the city government that will receive grants, including general government departments, public safety departments, and the court system. Just a list of those are here. These are not all of the departments that apply for and receive grants, from community reinvestment, METRA, planning, fire and EMS, police, WIA, superior courts, as well as other departments do receive grants. So in terms of the scope of this particular audit, it was limited to those grant receiving agencies with grant-funded positions. So there were two particular departments that were looked at because these particular agencies have received grants where they have grant-funded positions as well. The first is the Accountability Court Program under Superior Court, and you see a list of the various grants that are received under the Accountability Court Program. And then the second department that we looked at was the Solicitor General's Office and the District Attorney's Office, their Victim Witness Program. There is no recommendation on the District Attorney's Victim Witness Program after reviewing it. However, there is a recommendation on the Victim Witness Program in the Solicitor General's Office. So in terms of grant recommendations, this came straight from the internal auditor in terms of after doing his audit, these were the recommendations that he came back with that would impact human resources and finance. The internal auditor made a presentation last couple of weeks as well, so I won't review all of these in detail, but essentially the internal auditor recommended that the city manager perform an examination and evaluation of the approval process for grant positions, and that he take whatever action that was needed to make sure that the action was necessary, consistent with his determination as it relates to these grants, and establish some internal controls that will allow the city manager to be alerted of any discretionary compensation that could lead to unfair or discriminatory compensation. City Council, he recommended that they adopt and support the city manager's corrective action. And he went on to say, you know, that if someone wanted to apply for and receive grants as a freelance grants writer, there's a process for being able to do that as well. So in terms of how grants are funded, how these grant-funded positions are paid, grant-funded positions are classified positions on the UGA classified pay plan, just like all other general government positions are. Grant-funded positions may be totally funded with a grant, or they may be funded with a combination of grants and general fund monies. Grant-funded positions are considered temporary positions. The position is funded as long as the grant is awarded. Whenever the grant goes away, the position goes away as well. So this is a chart that is not going to be easy to read, so I won't go over it in detail, but this is a summary of those positions. These are grant-funded positions. They are either totally funded by a grant, or they are funded by grants and general fund monies. These are accountability court program positions, and as you will see, they are listed, they have a pay grade. These are classified positions that should comply with our current pay scale. So these are positions in the accountability court program as well as the victim witness office under the Solicitor General's office. There's also in the third column, you'll see that these are grants that those particular programs receive. You've got a column where you've got the regular pay for these positions, and then these positions will receive grant supplements as well. Some of these positions receive one or more grant supplements, and then you see the total pay when you add the general fund for that particular position and then any supplemental grants for a total pay. The column next to the last column shows the recommended adjusted pay for these positions. This recommendation is based on these positions being classified positions under the UGA pay plan and that particular salary that would comport with that particular pay grade. So that's where these recommended adjusted pay comes from. So in terms of the proposed amendments, there's an amendment to the grants policy that is on the agenda this afternoon for your consideration as well. So there is a grants policy that's already in place, and we're proposing and recommending that that particular grants policy be amended with these following bullet points: that all grant positions be classified on the UGA pay plan, that pay grades and salary range will be established for each of these grants positions that's consistent with our pay plan, and that grant positions are not eligible to receive additional grant supplements outside of what their regular and normal pay would be. The salary for grants employees may be increased when council approves pay adjustments for general government employees and there's funding within that grant to allow for a pay increase. Funding for grant positions may be 100% grant funded, as we mentioned earlier, or a combination of grant funds and general fund monies. Any exceptions to the policy should be approved by the city manager in accordance with Columbus Code Section 2-18.1. And the administration of grants is the responsibility of that receiving department and agency to comply with this policy. So in summary, all grants positions will be classified on the city's pay plan. Grants positions are not eligible to receive additional grant supplements outside of their regular normal pay for that classified position. And then funding for grant positions may be 100% funded by a grant or a combination of general fund and grant monies. In this review, we did make a determination and recommendation that some of these positions, whether in the accountability grant program and the victim witness program, that those positions needed some further review. And we made a recommendation in talking with those particular departments that we send those specific positions to CSU for review. So there were a total of 3 positions in the accountability court program and the victim witness program. Custody investigator position, we recommend, is currently a grade 16, sent it to CSU. We thought it needed to be reclassified to a grade 20. A victim advocate investigator position, that's a grade 16, recommended that it be classified as a grade 18, and a victim advocate, that's a grade 14, recommended that it be reclassified to a grade 15. We sent those to CSU. CSU has reviewed those and sent a recommendation back to us, and they agreed that those particular positions they recommended reclassification, and we agree with CSU's recommendation. There was one other general government position that was identified through this process of reviewing these grants position, and that is the grant compliance account position, which is in the finance department, currently a grade 19. Sent it to CSU for reclassification, and CSU recommended a grade 20 for that particular position. So that is a summary of the grants. Our recommendation based on the internal audit finding from John Redmond.
So let me just say, Mayor and Council, you've heard the HR Director refer to sending positions to Columbus State University, and when we do that, Columbus State University determines the value of that position. So if they sent that position to CSU, there's a position description questionnaire, so to speak, and it tells everything that that job function does. And if it's currently a 16 and we send it to CSU and they review everything about that position, compare it to the market and all, and come back and say the position should be a pay grade 20 and not a pay grade 16. Well, the pay grade 20 has a value to it, and that value may be $50,000. And when they place that value on it, that's all that position is worth, $50,000. And so what happened in this case, and I'll work to not be redundant in what the HR Director said, but the judge and staff came to us during budget review. The position was a 16, and we sent it to CSU because they wanted a reclassification to make it a 20. CSU determined the value of that job, and that's what it's worth. But let me tell you what has been going on. So when the judge came and the staff and they wanted to reclassify, and you heard the HR Director say that, you know, staff took a deeper dive, and they did. And when they took that deeper dive, because I started asking a lot of questions, and so they took a deeper dive. And when they took the deeper dive, they learned and provided me a history on the position. The finance director sent me this history back then in early May or so. And what she reported to me is that this one position in January of 2013 was a grant position at $50,000, and that's a 100% funded position at $50,000. Then she shared with me that on 7/1/15, the position went to $55,000, 100% funded by grant. Then in October of 2016, the position took a huge leap, and now it was $71,250. That's 100% funded by grant at $55,000, but then they were writing these additional grants, and they were starting to pay themselves supplements. And it went to $71,250 because they started paying themselves a supplement at 25% of another grant, so they added $16,250 to the $55,000 to get them to $71,250. Then in October of 2018, the position, that single position, took another huge jump. Now they're at $90,000. They were paying 100%. At the $55,000 was 100% of that one grant. They were paying 25%, that $16,250 on another grant, and then they paid themselves $18,750 on another grant. So you can see the salary had jumped to $90,000. Then on August 10th, 2019, the position jumped from $90,000 to $95,476, that one person. 100% funded. They were now a pay grade 16, a pay grade 16 in our system. A pay grade 16 in our system makes $38,976. That's all the position is worth. $38,976. Well, with all these supplements that they were adding on, a $29,750 grant, a $26,750 grant, got them to the $95,476. Then we gave a small increase to all of our employees, 2%, and so their $38,000 salary, that job is worth $38,000, went to $39,755. That's all they should be paid based on the value of that job. But when they added all these supplements, a $30,000 $345, $26,750, they got their salary from $38,000 or $39,000 now, because we gave a pay increase, up to $96,850. That person currently earns $96,850. Well, that's a problem. And so I asked them to turn this matter over to the internal auditor and let them further investigate. But let me just pause to say to you, that person earns $96,850. I just hired 30 days ago a public works director at $94,350. This person makes $96,850. I hired a public works director at $94,350. The public works director has 452 full-time employees, 25 part-time employees, and 350 inmates, and makes $94,350, while this one grant person makes $96,850. That's a problem. Our finance director has a $280 million city budget, $300 million in capital infrastructure projects. She's over the defined benefit pension plan, which is millions of dollars, and handle all of our city investments. She makes $96,707, less than the grade 16 grants person. That's a problem. Our HR director earns $96,707 with more than 3,000 employees, and this person makes $96,850. That's a problem. Our internal auditor makes far less. And so when they turned it over to the internal auditor, I started communicating with the auditor, and these are his words: there's something wrong with this picture. When a paid employee researches, applies, and obtains grants, it is part of their job for which they are paid a full-time salary. They pay grade 16. CSU reclassified it to a 20. And he goes on to write, freelance grants writers that are not employed write grant requests for other companies or agencies on a commission basis. It appears that this person is a full-time city employee that is writing grant requests while being paid. It also disrupts the salary administration program used by the city and sets a precedent for others to attempt to do the same to enhance their compensation. You heard the HR director. She showed you all of the grants that we get. Those people are not doing that. We don't allow that. So during the period of the audit, the auditor writes, she moved herself back and forth between city and grant employees, sometimes changing the portion contributed by each entity. Both used a portion of the grant to establish additional compensation for themselves, quite a bit of it, he writes. The city manager is the only one designated to set compensation, and this was done without his knowledge or approval. Of course, city council appropriates the funding that pays the compensation, he writes. He writes, I think the city manager and his team have tried to be more than fair to reclassify their positions by several grades to make their positions comparable in grade and pay with other non-department head employees that write grants. The City of Columbus has a compensation plan that is designed to provide fairness and equity to all employees, and this type of action does not support that objective. In fact, it fosters ill-willed, lowered morale among other employees in similar positions that don't have the same opportunity for compensation enhancement, as well as high-level employees that carry much greater responsibility that I've described and render considerable non-compensated overtime. We also have employees in other departments that routinely write grant requests for which they are not compensated above their established salary or wages, the auditor writes. And so I'm not going to prolong it. You get my point, I think. But I can go on. I have more to share. I just won't share it tonight. And so he writes, we reviewed each of the grants that are currently active. We denoted grants in the juvenile drug court discretionary and family drug court discretionary with payments per pay period in the amount of $500 and $461.54 being paid to grant employee, I'll just say number 2, in addition to her approved compensation of $1,863.01. This represents discretionary payment of $961.54 or 51.61% of her base pay per pay period. We simply cannot allow this to happen. We have to fix this. And we have brought you a proposal to fix it, and that's what we're asking you to review tonight. You saw the auditor's recommendations from the HR director, and so we ask that we be guided by those recommendations from the auditor. We simply have to fix it.
Councilor Thomas.
One of the things that I want to ask Ms. Hollowell, one of the terms that has been used throughout your presentation and so forth is grant employee. I don't have it in front of me. What is the term that your slideshow said for people who work for the city and also do grants?
Sure. There are employees that are totally paid by grants only, and then there are employees that are paid by a combination of grant funds and general fund money.
Okay, my question is, what was the terminology that you used? You want to put back up one of those, any one of them that has the grant stuff on it? One of the slides that you had, Ms. Hollowell, that had the term I'm looking for was when you showed the CSU. Grant positions is the term that I was looking for. Okay.
Grant positions.
Grant positions, am I correct, could be partly funded by a city salary and partly funded by a grant,
Yes.
or it could be totally funded by grant. Is that true?
Yes.
One of the things I would ask you is please change one of those terminologies so that we know that we're talking about somebody that's getting paid by the city and by a grant, and somebody that's getting paid strictly by a grant. Because I have been approached by more than one person who is paid totally by the grant, a grant or several grants. And I think that may have been one of the people that the city manager was speaking of. But on the chart that you put up there that you very accurately said was hard to read, that person is shown as getting salary from the city employment. And I have been told that that person is not getting salary from the city from the city employment. It is strictly from grants. All of the salary for that position comes from grants. One of the questions that I have for you is, if I am one of either type employee and you are telling me that my salary is going to be adjusted because of this new policy, and I disagree with your looking at it in that manner, do I have any way to have you take another look at that, or request that somebody else look at it, or is that just whatever the city manager decides?
Well, no, it's not. Let me just say, you heard me say earlier, my position, the city manager's position has a value. The HR director's position has a value.
Right.
Every position has a value, and so if there's in CDBG, those positions are 100% funded by grant.
Okay.
That director has a value, and that's what we pay that director. And those employees who work in that department, their positions have a value. And so just because if you know, at Metro, they got an additional $6.7 million grant out of nowhere. That doesn't mean I go and give myself a pay raise, because your position has a value.
Well,
and that's all it's worth.
I understand that, Mr. City Manager. My question is, if you tell me that and I disagree with your interpretation, do I have a path that I can appeal that to?
No, you can't. We have, and that's where the internal auditor is going to step in next and talk about the charter. And, you know, well, I'd like to appeal my salary.
No. I don't mean that you're not making enough money. I mean that the calculation that has been made, whoever makes that, is erroneous.
Yes.
Okay.
You remember when UGA did in 2006, they did the position description questionnaire. They graded every position and gave it its value. And we had employees lined up to appeal their position, and they appealed them to City Council.
Okay, so that if this policy passes and my salary is, I don't agree with what.
Yes.
Then I come to.
They can come to you, and that's why
Council.
we want a policy.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And
that was what I was looking for.
But not just grant employees. If the HR director wants to appeal her pay because she's not paid, she can come to you and make an appeal during the budget process, or just get on the public agenda somewhere. That doesn't mean anything's going to happen, but they have that right.
But are you saying that if I am an employee whose salary is paid totally by grants?
Yes.
And in the grant, as I understand it, typically there is a portion of the grant that the grant giver has designated as could be used for salary.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me just give you an example. Director Howard Pendleton has written me many times, and he says, you know, we've got enough money in the grant, I want to give someone a $5,000 raise. Well, the answer is no. He's written me, and they are 100% grant funded because the position is valued. We just don't, just because you got the grant money, I can't give you a $5,000 pay raise. It just doesn't work that way.
Okay. I guess part of my consternation, Mr. City Manager, is this is, as you have said, all brand new to us. This just came up. I mean, we haven't known about, and I'm not saying anybody was negligent, but until the last 6 months, we didn't realize that this was going on.
That's right.
And I recognize that you're trying to correct that.
Yes.
And that's why I'm trying to ask questions so that I will understand what we're trying to do in this ordinance. I wish we could pay all of our employees $90,000 a year
Well, I
or
wish-
more. And I know you
Yeah.
do too.
I
but-
wish I could pay a pay grade 16, $96,000.
Yeah.
I'd love to.
But I just want to I've got a number of questions
Sure.
that have been brought to me by some of the people on that list and some of the people who supervise the people on that list. And I want to be able to say something other than call the city manager. I want to be able to answer their questions and help them work through that. So please don't interpret any of this as my thinking that you or any of your staff are doing anything wrong or incorrectly. I just want to make sure that I understand the process. And it would be helpful, Ms. Hollowell, if we called them something differently.
Yeah.
So that I know you're talking about just people who are funded by grants or people who have some combo. And I don't have a word for it, but I'm sure that there's one
and
somewhere.
we want to pay people fairly, and that's why we want to pay people fairly.
Absolutely.
And that's why we were sending them to University of Georgia.
Right.
And now we send them to CSU. Now, I mean, I've got some positions that we've recently sent to CSU that I've mentioned to you. And when they come back, I know that we're not going to be able to pay the people what CSU said. Yeah, I know how it's going to come back. And so we have to, if we're going to, so in other words, CSU has told us what it's worth, and that's what we want to pay. And we think that's fair.
Okay, I just want to be clear in what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Sure.
Thank
We're
you.
not going to mistreat anyone.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
And I know that you're not.
Thank you,
And I
Chairman.
also know that the terminology, what CSU thinks the position is worth, we think it's worth more than that, but given the market, that's
Yes.
what it's worth.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that this might help Councilor Thomas understand how it's worked. So there's two positions. Well, it's the same position. They both write grants, but it's how they're paid. They're paid, the position, both of them are paid, say, $50,000 a year. But the grant funded, the one that is grant funded also, does she have, or do they have to write a certain amount of grants in order to make the 50,000, or is it just the source of the funds that she's being paid, or they are being paid?
Let me try and describe, so if we can have we do what we call a position description questionnaire. We want to question everything that job asks for or requires. And when we do that, then we get what the position is valued at. And so that position, whether it's paid all by the city government out of the general fund 100%, whether it's paid 80% general fund, 80% grant and 20% general fund because there's not enough money to pay the value of it. We don't have enough grant money. So the grant only covers 80%. The city government puts in the other 20% to get them to the 100%, the value of the job. So it can be 50-50, any pro rata share. So it could be all grant, part city and part grant, but the value of the position is determined by CSU, and that's all it's worth.
Okay, so in some situations, these employees can be writing grants that exceed
Yes.
what their payroll would be.
That's correct.
And that goes into the general fund, and it can be used to pay some of the salaries for those that it has to be used for. Where does the extra go?
It can go to program.
The
So
program,
yeah,
okay.
if you
So you
gotta-
can't take from this grant and pay the salary of somebody who
You
didn't?
can hire another person
I see.
and use up all of the grant money, or you can say that we only need one person and we got $100,000 and the position is $50,000, and we can put this other 50 in programs or services.
I see, okay.
Programs.
I mean, it's just.
But it all has to be contained within that
Yes.
department.
And so every grant could be a little bit different, so I just gave you an example.
Okay, that sounds good. Can we vote on this today, or do we have to come back and vote
No, we have
on
to
it?
come back. This is first reading. Matter of fact, anybody in the audience that wants to be heard can speak as well.
Yeah. Judge Gottfried, if you want to come on up first, and then we'll let other folks raise their hand after you if they want to comment.
Thank you very much for giving me this time to talk to you. I've spoken with a few of you, and I think I've learned a lot, and maybe y'all have learned a lot through this process. And I will say that I'm not an expert in grants. I am learning as I go. I'm trying to convey what I understand. I'm not trying to mislead anybody. If I'm wrong, tell me that. But I want to be clear that Judge Smith, Judge Rumer, and myself are opposed to this policy for various reasons. I also wanted to make clear that there was confusion with the position that's being talked about, the main one that really has caused the issues with this. She has always been a G00 under the program, at least that was what I was told, except for a brief time. Frankly, she was trying to qualify for pension. And she talked with people in city government, and they thought that this would work. Now, as Isaiah Hughley has correctly, he, I think, caught it before anybody, that the level of effort didn't work. So she was moved out of that position, and she is back to being fully grant funded. They talk about the rationale for this to be to avoid unfair and discriminatory pay for certain employees and prevent employees from lining their own pockets. Ms. Solomon is the person who we're talking about, and she's, I think, going to take a chance to talk to y'all as well. But she is not a freelance grant writer. The city does not pay her to write these grants. She is forced to fund all the aspects of the program for the Muskogee County Adult Drug Court, including her own salary, through state and federal grants. In the grants, she is listed by name as key personnel. Based on the grant, the federal government or the state government, through the grants, agrees to pay her X amount of dollars for X% level of effort. The level of effort across the grants equals 100%. Her job duties, to include administering and evaluating the grant awards, are determined by the grants. I would actually say that in this case, the grant determines what the duties are worth for these employees. Every time she applies for a grant, she first sends it to the appropriate city department for approval. The city signs off on this and all the aspects of this grant, including compensation. Again, for key personnel, she is listed by name as the person who's going to receive that amount of money for that percentage of level of effort. If there is something in there that the city questions, they certainly have the right to do that. There's only one cost to the city for the Muskogee County Adult Drug Court, and that there is one employee who is city funded, and it is the match that's required by the state grant. The federal grants don't require a match. The rest of the grant employees are paid by the grants at no cost to the city. They can participate in the health care program, but the city's portion of that program is also written into the grant. Other deductions, including FICA and other issues, are also written into the grant. If the grant runs out and is not renewed, or if it is renewed at a lower rate, they either lose their jobs or they have a reduction in pay. And it's been made clear and it's understood that if the amount in the grant is reduced, the city would have no responsibility to fund the difference. Ms. Solomon asked early on to participate in the city's pension fund. The city's portion could be funded by the grant. She was not allowed to do that. The proposal now says that they can participate in that and that the city manager can allow pay increases such as COLAs, But the only way that can happen is if the amount is written into the grant. Every year she must reapply for the state grant. A few years ago, she applied for 2 federal grants and only got 1. She then applied for another to replace that, received that grant, and a year later, the city came back and granted the one that had been denied. When she received news of this, she went to someone in the city to ask what to do about it and was told that it was already voted on for approval, and that's where we got where we are now. This unexpected but city-approved grant award resulted in her salary being as high as it is today, and we agreed that there should be some adjustment to it, but this proposal goes too far. It's also important to understand that often these grants are called expansion and enhancement grants. By their very nature, they can cause a change in the duties of the employees covered. These changes cannot necessarily be accounted for in the pay plan. And then I want to look at the impact that this proposal would have on the drug court in particular. Ms. Solomon was hired in 2013 at a salary of $50,000.08 to administer the Adult Drug Court's state grant as the ADC coordinator. In 2013, she supervised 3 employees and had a budget of $209,000. Had she been hired as a city employee and given appropriate COLAs, her salary would be about $60,000 today. However, in her time as the coordinator, the size of the drug court and her duties have expanded dramatically. She supervises 15 employees and manages a budget of $880,000. She is the director of the Porch Project, which provides Narcan to all first responders and is essentially unrelated to her position as the coordinator of the drug court, and she is the director of the drug court lab. When we started, the lab was run privately and was not supervised by her, so she took on those duties as well. That drug court lab serves the adult drug court and our other courts, several other courts, and is also a place that the Superior Court can send people for drug testing in domestic cases if we feel that we need to do that. It has been suggested by someone that she provides you a organizational chart to show the changes, and she can provide that to you. We just didn't have enough time to do it to get it to each of you tonight. Calvin Kurtz is our senior case manager. He would experience a decrease of just over $13,000. Norman Davis is the coordinator of the Mental Health Court and the Veterans Court. On the proposed ordinance, I believe he is listed incorrectly as an adult drug court coordinator. He is the coordinator of the Mental Health Court and the Veterans Court under Judges Rumer and Smith. His pay has not changed since he started his duties in 2013. He will be affected with a significant pay decrease as well. If he had been granted COLAs, his salary would probably also be about $60,000, maybe a little bit less. Judge Rumer asked me to read this statement. I oppose this change on behalf of Norman Davis. I'm afraid that Norman could leave based on this cut. If Norman leaves, I believe the mental health court will end. Simply stated, the jail will swell with mentally ill people because there will be no mental health court. Professionally, I do not have time to restart a new mental health court if Norman leaves. You may share these thoughts with the mayor and council. Judge Smith has similar thoughts, and in his opinion, especially for the grants-only employees, the city is mainly a conduit for the funds to pass through. The duties are determined by the grant. I don't think that it necessarily fits within this pay grade or this pay plan. These are some of my concerns. I'm open to questions, although I would probably have Dana answer those questions. She's much, much more knowledgeable than I am in this. But my main concern is that there's basically an agreement between Ms. Solomon and the state and federal governments ratified by the city that if she performs these duties, spends this percentage of time doing those duties, she will be paid this amount, and that this proposal seeks to change the terms of that agreement, and I think this affects the other grant-only employees as well.
Mr. Mayor, if there are no questions, I want John Rettman, the internal auditor.
Doesn't appear to be any. Judge, thank you so much for taking time to share.
Okay, thank you.
The internal auditor is going to speak.
Get your light on.
Thank you, Mr. Hughley, members of council, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to go back through the entire presentation that was made several weeks ago, but what it boils down to is who sets the salaries for the employees in this government. That's the bottom line. It's not by the federal government, it's not by a state government that may make a grant. The city charter, section 2-18.7, examination, evaluation, and approval of compensation of employees administering programs financed by state and or federal government. Each and every change in the pay rate of employees of the consolidated government, including employees serving elected officials, special projects, and grant and aid programs for the benefit of the general government, which may be financed in whole or in part by the state of Georgia or the United States of America, shall be examined, evaluated, and approved by the city manager of Columbus, Georgia. This requirement shall be in addition to, rather than in lieu of, existing requirements for review and approval by the Director of Administration, Personnel Officer, department heads, and other officials. And this relates to ordinance number 72-179, paragraph 1. There's an editor's note on this comment that says order number 72-179, paragraph 1, being non-amendatory of this code and has been included herein in the paragraph 218.7 at the discretion of the editors. What this means is that the city manager is the one charged and the only one charged with setting the salaries within the government. Now, obviously, we know that the appropriation ultimately comes from city council to fund those positions, but that is the duty of the city manager, and these positions and these compensations were not ran by him, they were not approved. And as such, they're a violation of the charter. The charter was approved by the state legislature of the state of Georgia. And I don't think we need to be doing this, because I can tell you we've got at least 24 employees in the city that prepare grants, write grants, many of them for a lot more dollars, and they're not being compensated for those grants. I think you're going to see some wage discrimination lawsuits as a result of what's happened with Daniel Solomon and the young lady Samantha Cannon that's over in the juvenile court area. Their compensation is way out of line with other employees of similar or even greater duties. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I do have a
I guess, yeah, and I apologize to council. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulty, so I cannot see who's queued up. It appears that if your mic's working and...
Is it working? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so if we already have a policy that this isn't supposed to happen like this, then why do we have to amend anything?
Part of the amendment is the process that has to be encouraged so that Mr. Hughley is made aware of any compensations. You appropriate a budget to me, for example, for the internal audit department each year. But I can't take that and take part of the money that you allocated for supplies or for education or training and enhance compensation with it. I can't do it for myself nor for a subordinate employee. And it's the same in all of the others. In fact, for our compensation, actually all that is calculated by the budget group in the finance department. That's the way it works, and that keeps the salaries in line with the program. That's why we have a salary administration program. It was originally, as Mr. Hughley said, done in about 2006. It was done by Dr. Steve Condrey at the University of Georgia at that time. Later, a few years ago, Dr. Condrey retired, and we switched to Columbus State University, and they administer that, evaluate the positions and salaries and grades for each of our positions to keep them in consistency.
Okay.
And it's all about fair and equitable compensation.
Okay, I have another question. I think that I heard that Ms. Solomon was a freelance grant writer?
No, she is not.
She is not.
No.
Is there an option for some of these grant writers to not be city employees, but to be freelance?
Yes, that could be
Can
arranged.
they pick or choose?
In a case of that, Councilor Crabb, what you would have is the city's purchasing department, if they wanted to hire some freelance grant writers, they would advertise that just like they do any other bid for services or goods. And then they would receive the bids, and let's say one of these people decided to be a freelance grant writer, then they would apply, and if their bid was accepted, they would be put in that position. Then they would work strictly on a compensation that's based as a percentage of it, much like a real estate commission or other commission salespeople. However, you may write grants and they may not be, you may not get them. They may not be approved. Maybe there's not enough funding to go around to all of the governments applying for it. In a case like that, you do some work, but you don't get paid. So you only get paid if you make the sale. You understand that? You understand that very well.
Really, I understand that concept.
Yes, ma'am.
Very well.
But you don't combine both.
So these freelance grant writers would have to understand that also, and that yes, the compensation might be high, because if they get several grants accepted in 1 year, then their compensation would be higher. And then the next year, it may not be as high, and they'd have to take that into consideration. The city government would not be on the hook to cover their losses.
No.
And, you know, that would be, the risk would be on them.
That's
we wouldn't
correct.
have to cover any benefits for them, any pension for them.
No.
So maybe that's something we should consider.
Well, I mean, we could consider anything. We just don't have freelance grant writers. I don't know if there's any interest in going out with, if we went out with an RFP, we'd probably get some huge company to bid to say that we've got this kind of success rate and we've got 3,000 employees and you're not counting on one employee and we got all kind of resources in Congress and everywhere else. I get those, you know. If we pay them a percentage, they will go after, they know where the congressional resources are, and there are companies out there that do that. So if we were going to go with freelance grant writers, we'd probably want a huge company because they've got all the resources.
But then still the choice would be on, you know, Miss Solomon and how she wanted to
well, it'd be
contract with us.
Well, it'd be a
If she
city
wanted to
government
contract
decision.
freelance or as an employee.
Right. So if we were going to consider freelance, as the internal auditor just said, we'd do an RFP of something and let them sell themselves to us. And I'm saying to you, there are companies, huge companies
Right, I get
in
it.
business to do that right now, if we want to go that route.
Okay, so I asked the question again, because Mr. Redmond, it sounded as if we already have policy in place that this shouldn't have been happening. So if that's the case, why do we have to make an amendment to an ordinance?
Well, I think what we're doing, my number 3 is a grant management policy.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to establish. This ordinance is to set to reclassify and put them in the right pay grade. Some are at, like the 16 would go to a 20. That's what the ordinance is doing. And this grant policy that's number 3 on my agenda talks about how we handle our grants.
What we're doing with this amendment is that we're changing the pay grade.
Yes.
That's all we're doing here.
They asked for a reclassification, and what the HR director outlined is that she sent it to CSU, and CSU came back and said instead of a 16, they should be a 20.
And the pay grade is actually higher?
Yes.
So I'm not quite sure why the judges feel like this is not beneficial to Ms. Solomon.
Because a pay grade 20 is not going to get you $96,850.
I agree, but that was never the agreement to begin
No.
with.
So it will get them some more money, but obviously if you're making 96 or 80 or whatever you're making, and they move you from a 16 to a 20, and that 20 is 58,000, that's not going to get you what you had. But
Right.
you're at a higher pay grade.
Okay, I get it now. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Tucker?
City Manager, if we don't approve the grants policy, your item number 3, would that create a pay scale imbalance?
No, the grant policy is not dealing with the pay scale. That's where the ordinance on the city attorney's agenda is dealing with the pay scale. And for those who are listening, the grant management policy that I have on my agenda is requesting approval of a resolution to update the city's grant management policy. Revisions to the current policy are needed in order to ensure compliance with local, state, and federal rules and regulations pertaining to grants administration and oversight. Minor policy revisions include requiring pay plan classifications for all grant-funded positions, including prohibition of pay supplements using grant funds, and allowing adopted pay increases as approved by council if grant funding is available. So basically, we're saying that they're going to be included in our pay plan classifications, just like what we're saying, pay grade 16, pay grade 20. You heard the judge talk about someone was a pay grade 00. Well, even though they were 00, their position was valued. And I know that Councilor Thomas will know this because when she worked in the mayor's office, her pay grade was probably 00. But that position had a value on it, and that's what she got paid. Councilor Thomas would know that.
And it keeps fairness
Absolutely.
across the pay
Absolutely.
scale, because like you said, with Metro or any other department, if they're doing grants, they could possibly do what we saw on the screen and get $90,000
That's right.
annually.
And I hate to use him by name, but our workforce investment director, for example, you recently adjusted him in the last few years, but he was at the lower end until you adjusted him. Well, if he's got this grant money and, he could say, well, pay me $150,000 because I got the grant money to do it. That's a 100% grant program, always has been. So why wouldn't you just give him $150,000? Because the position has a value. And if he's watching and you want to leave the system the way it is, he should just come in and ask, city manager, the charter says this, pay me $150, I got the money.
Mr. City Manager, I have a question. I don't know why it just struck me, but as we're talking about an assignment of a pay grade based on the duties that are performed, but yet are they going to receive pension benefits? Are they going to receive insurance? They're not, are they?
Well,
because I guess where I'm going with that is if there's a cost associated with what the city pays an employee at a 20 for benefits that particular individual is not receiving, seems like that could be used to adjust the salary of that 20 as well.
Well, the value of the position is the value, Mayor. And like
say that again. I can't hear you with them.
The value of the position is the value. And the reason those positions are 00 is because they were not in the merit system. They're not in the pension plan.
No, I get that, but I guess the value of the position in my mind is worth what it cost what the city's willing to pay that individual to work in that pay grade.
No.
And if in fact there are benefits afforded to a 20 that for whatever reason they're not getting, wouldn't be much of a bump. It sounds like there'd be a little bit of an increase because the city would be paying a little bit more
Well,
for
and,
the employees who are taking advantage of the benefits.
and so, Mayor, when you say the value of the position is what the city is willing to pay, the city has to have a fair and equitable pay plan. It's not random.
I agree. I'm not arguing that. And if I said what the city is willing to pay, that I misspoke. What I meant is what the city does compensate somebody in that pay grade. I was just wondering if that is calculated in as an expense and what the city pays somebody in that role.
Well, when we send it out, when we use University of Georgia, now we use Columbus State University, they do the compensation assessment comparison to the market, and they tell us, and that way we know that every single one of our employees, it's not based on what our HR department says or what the city manager says, it's based on what professionals and wage and compensation studies and plans say.
No, I get that. I think we're miscommunicating. I'll get with you offline just to ask it. Councilor Crabb?
I'm sorry, I feel like I'm manipulating this whole conversation, but that just brought something else up. Are you telling me that these grant writers do not get benefits and do not pay into the pension?
Councilor Crabb, some of them do and some of them don't, and I guess you have to qualify them.
Okay.
But it's no different than Columbus, Georgia, than it is in Atlanta, Augusta, Savannah, or New York when it comes to grant positions.
I guess that's why I think
it's not unique to us.
They should be freelance. I mean, if they're not getting the benefits of being an employee.
They can be freelance. And we will, if they want to, if this government makes a decision that we want to just do freelance, we can do an RFP for freelance rent writers.
But if they're going to be employees, then to make it fair, like everybody's talking about, they should be able to participate in the benefits.
If council want to say that if you're in a grant program that might expire and you want them in your pension plan, a legislative decision can be made that we're going to put all of them in the pension plan.
Okay, this is complicated.
I'm just saying, that is not the best practice across this country. But if we want to do...
Because it could disappear.
Pardon?
Because it could disappear if the grant isn't...
If the grant goes... If workforce investment, if they don't fund CDBG, and they've taken significant cuts. Remember, we were a department in CDBG where we may have had 25 employees. And then we went down to 3 employees, and we went from a department to a division until Laura Johnson came. And she figured out a way, and now we're probably back up to 15 people. So if the grant goes away, the money goes away, it goes away.
Okay, and so when these grant writers are hired, they understand from the beginning that this is the way it is, and they accept that position with those conditions.
Right. And you know who reminds us of that and reminds them of that? Councilor Judy Thomas.
Okay.
Consistently.
Okay, so they've agreed to that up front, so then it's fair.
Councilor Thomas, when we bring a grant, she wants to make sure they're clear. And we do.
All right, Councilor Barnes.
You know, when I first got on council, the city manager set up, from Mike Baker and I, set up classes. He had all the departments come in to explain things, because there's a lot to learn. One of the few things that I did not have problem understanding is the pay system. Why? Because when I was stationed, when I was in the military, especially overseas, but let's take Fort Benning, I would go back and forth with the union on what some of the civilian workers were being paid. But then I was always told, you know, that's out of the hands of even Fort Benning, because what they do, they go out and they find out what is the salary, what you mentioned, value, the value of that person's position.
Yes.
And so I didn't have a difficult time understanding that, because that's the way they do at Fort Benning for the civilian workers. They go out to find out CPO, civilian personnel office. They would go out there and they would canvass to see what's happening out in the communities, the fair salary to include benefits and whatever of a position. And so when the union would come in, and we would have to sit down because I was one of the non-commissioned officers along with my colonel, I would sit down with them and discuss, and they would tell us this is what really that employee should be making salary and benefit wise. And that was it. So actually, when I came in, I understood when the city manager set me down, because that's exactly what's done. And I see John House shaking his head, so you know that what we're talking about, what we're doing, is really the right thing to do. I mean, it's not, it's a lot that is really brought into the conversation to make sure that the individuals work, and I like this, is getting duly compensated for their position, and the correct word to use is value. So if that helps to explain, because I know you're new, but you're asking a lot of good, you're asking a lot of good questions, because it's gleaning a lot. But in a nutshell, when the city manager says value, it's not the city manager, it's not the city government. They go out and then through all the other different occupations, what this person with the exact skills are making. And so they bring it back. And to be perfectly honest with you, that is, to me, I think that is really the fair way to do it, because it's impartial, it's not prejudicial in any way. And so if that helps you to understand, then that's the explanation. Well, and the correct word to use, that sums it all up, is value.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Thomas?
I recognize it's 6 minutes after 9, but I think that one of the things that I would request before we authorize either one of these, either the city attorney's agenda item or the city manager's agenda item, some of the people we are talking about are city employees, and absolutely they ought to be on the salary plan. They ought to get their pension, they ought to get their benefits. Some of the people we're talking about are not city employees, but we are calling them city employees. The people, as I understand it, who are paid entirely by grant money and no city money should be treated, could be treated in a different manner than those who are city employees. I firmly believe that if you are a city employee and you are hired at a G20 and G20 is paid $50,000 a year, that's what you ought to make, is $50,000 a year. But if you are not a city employee and you are working in the court and you are writing grants for the court programs, and the grant says of this $200,000 grant you're getting, $50,000 may be used as salary, then it ought to be used as salary. Either the person who is administering the grant or the person who is working for the person who is administering the grant, but they are not employees of the city. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else, but it seems that's one of the reasons why I want the terminology cleaned up. We are not talking about only city employees. Some of them are city employees. They ought to be under the pay plan authorized by CSU, whatever. But if you are not a city employee, but you are writing grants so that we can have a juvenile court system like we have, and you are administering that grant, then I do not think that you necessarily belong on the city salary schedule.
Well,
I understand that you don't get benefits from the city. I understand that you don't participate in the retirement program. You neither pay into it nor draw out of it. But it seems to me that one of the, at least to me, one of the major issues is we don't have clarity in who we're talking about.
Well, Councilor, well, to each of you. So, I mean, if we operated on that basis, then I would say that we need to take CDBG out of the city government. We need to take workforce investment out of the city government.
It's hard to hear you, Mr. City Manager.
Well, then, look, I just want to do the right thing. That's all I want to do. And I know that what I have brought before you is the right thing. And I just have to think that if we were not talking about the courts, and these were Metro employees being paid like that, or JTP employees paid like that, or CDBG employees paid like that, this conversation would already be over. We'd be done with this conversation. I really do think that. So I just want to do what's right and what's fair. Because we've got all these other grant programs out there, and we can call them city employees or we can not, and we can let them set their own salaries because they don't get city money. That would be the wrong thing to do. And this is not unique to Columbus. They've got these same programs in every other city in Georgia and across this country, similar size to ours. And we ought to just do the right thing. And what I'm presenting to you and asking you to approve is what I believe to be the right thing. And that's fine, I don't get a vote.
Councilor Woodson.
City Manager, I just want to be very clear on something. When they did the value of the job, did that included benefits or just the performance only?
Say that again now.
When CSU did the value of the job,
yes,
was it just the position, or did it include benefits?
The HR director is going to respond.
Include benefits, sorry.
It's based on the value of the position alone. It does not consider whether benefits will be given for any position.
Okay, in saying that, then, if our other employees, then, when we set their salary usually is included their benefits, correct? It's not. That's an addition. Okay, what would the addition be for these individuals if they would come under the same method as everybody else? What would that dollar amount be then? With benefits?
The benefits, the average benefits.
I could barely hear you because of this, so you gotta.
The average benefits for any salaried or the average salary position, you have to add an additional 35 to 40%. That's what benefits typically equal for any position.
So if we say the salary, I'm not sure what it was, I didn't pay attention. It's, let's say 48,000, we would add 35% to that 48,000 to come up with what their annual salary would be. Correct?
That's not the annual salary, but that's the benefits.
Salary and benefits.
Correct.
Let me phrase it. Because I think in the process we're going, if we want to make it fair along, exactly like our other employees, then they should be provided with the benefits also.
Well,
if we want to make it even. Is that correct, City Manager? If we're saying they shouldn't be making additional funds because other people that write grants do not make additional funds and they get a salary, but their salary has benefits added.
With regard to the grant positions, they do receive benefits. However, some of them actually receive pension benefits. Some of them do not. But there are benefits associated with grant position, particularly if it's a full-time grant position. We're obligated to offer that position health care benefits. but they may not receive pension benefits. And some of the grants positions do receive pension benefits as well.
When you say some of the positions, you're identifying them differently by being full-time and part-time?
No, typically if a position is paid partly by general fund money and then partly by grant fund money, typically that particular position is going to receive all the benefits that a regular position would receive, even though it is paid in part with general fund monies and grant fund monies.
Okay.
Well, and Mayor, we can continue the discussion, but you've got the recommendation from the professional city manager, your professional HR director, your professional finance director, and your professional internal auditor. And we are giving you the best practices and our best recommendation. And that's what's on the table.
And I agree with you. I think we had Ms. Solomon wanted to speak as well to the first reading.
I think she wants to
There's
speak.
no more questions from councilors.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I appreciate your time tonight. I especially appreciate all of you taking time and diligence to examine this and to think on it. There's been a lot of information passed around. The first thing I'd just like to say that the city manager went over the pay increases over the years, and those did happen. And I will just say that they didn't happen on my own. There were conversations had, things were verified. As far as the federal grants are concerned, I lack the ability or the authority to send anything to the federal government on behalf of the city. So nothing I ever did or submitted to the federal government did I do on my own. In regards to the pay plan adjustments, specifically, I'd like to look at the five, if you have it printed out, it's on the back page, and that's myself, Norman Davis, Charles Barnes, Caitlin Malone, and Calvin Kirksey. I've heard the phrase over and over through conversations with the HR director and the finance director, the pay is the pay. The pay is the pay. And I get it. We hear it. But I'd also like you to know that in the city's pay plan, that G20 has a pretty broad range of pay, as with all of them. If you look at Caitlin Malone's job, it says she's a G18R, which is her current salary of $68,853.31, and she's being moved to a G18C. Still a G18. And the council, as I understand it, has the authority to approve a position at above a C level pay grade. So potentially, council could approve these positions, not my own, but the others, to keep the pay that they're making because they are listed in that range of pay for the classification of pay that has been given by CSU. Charles Barnes is a G18F. He would be moving to a G18C. One of the things I'd like to bring up, both of those employees used to work for me, so I feel like I have a responsibility to them. They mean a lot to me and moved on in their careers. But these were the salaries they were offered when they were employed. Norman Davis is making the same salary he's been making since 2014. But under this proposed plan, he would lose $7,000 going from, and that's with him increasing from a G16L to a G20A. For myself, you heard the judge say when I started in 2013, I was offered a job by 3 Superior Court judges at a rate of pay set by the state government, by the funding agency. Coordinators statewide were set at $50,000. Under this proposal, I would be making $5,000 less annually than I started at almost 8 years ago. There's, as the judge said, there's no consideration for COLAs that we didn't get. There's no consideration for years of experience that we have poured into these programs. As Judge Godfrey pointed out, when I started almost 8 years ago, it was me and a couple of employees. I know Miss Alexander remembers because we were in that house across the street from the government center, and it was manic. But we were there, and it was a very small operation. And through writing these grants, my budget's grown over 4 times. My staff is 7 times bigger. Our program serves 60 additional people annually. That's 60 people who otherwise wouldn't get into drug court get in. And because of the grants, we are one of the only programs in the state of Georgia that has a medication-assisted treatment program, that has a 16-bed residential facility here in Columbus for residential treatment for people who otherwise couldn't pay for it. Counselor Huff, I don't see anymore, but he asked a really important question 2 weeks ago, and he said, when they receive these grants, are there extra duties associated with these grants? The answer is absolutely. The HR answer is, as classified employees, there are no additional duties. But I would ask Ms. Hollowell, do I have a job description? I've never seen it, because I do not have the same title today that I was hired under. The judges changed it the second year. I was never given a job description for that. My job description is written into every grant that I write. I am not a freelance grant writer. I do not get paid to write grants. I get paid to manage the awards. And even under the city manager's new policy, it clearly states the grant managers are responsible for managing the programmatic, the fiscal, the award, and all is up to the program manager. Well, every award we get, I have to manage. So my main request of council today is that when we look at the proposal, that we consider council's power in allowing these employees to be on that payment plan, if that's what council wants to do, but council has the authority to move that into a range more commensurate with what we do, and to give us that. Another option, the city manager talked a lot 2 weeks ago about there not being a cap, that as a grant writer I could make $300,000 and there would be no cap, and he's right. And I agree there should be. But what if you made the cap that pay range? And I can write 4 million grants, but I can't make more than a D20. And that leaves me in the pay range, but gives me incentive to continue to grow. If I don't get funded, I'm not gonna make whatever the top end of that pay range is, which I think is around 70. I'm gonna make 20 grand if that's all I can get one year. But the difference, Counselor Thomas, between me and city employees, a city employee's job description can say that they are supposed to write and manage grants. A city employee's job can say that that is their essential duty, and they can never write a grant and still get paid. If I don't get these grants funded, no one in my department gets paid. None of my employees have a job, and none of my participants have the services we provide. So it is a little different because I have to get these grants just to keep everybody working. So if anyone has any questions.
Doesn't appear so.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Oh, we do have one, Councilor Crabb.
I'm just wondering if maybe we shouldn't table this because it's going so late. We have so many other things to discuss. We tabled these 2 items.
Well, it is on first reading, so I mean, it wouldn't be voted on until the 10th anyway. And if you're not prepared to vote at that time, then you could consider delaying second reading, but you might want to continue it on first. It's just a recommendation. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just submitting that to council that maybe we just stop talking about this now and move on to the next item.
I got you. There aren't any other comments, Ms. City Attorney.
Okay, well, we need some direction. Do we want to continue this on first reading until November 10th?
All right. Well, was there a motion to continue it on the 10th for on first reading? All right, there's a motion to continue it on first reading on the 10th, seconded by Councilor Crabb. Is there any discussion to continuing it? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. There's one no vote that I heard. Thought I did. If you're in favor, please raise your right hand. Hold them up, please. All opposed, raise your right hand. Okay, it passes 8-1.
All right. We'll bring that back on
Just a second. Okay,
first
Councilor
reading.
Tucker.
City Manager, you stated that in 2006, was it CSU did a value compensation assessment for the city?
University of Georgia did it in 2006. Yep, Mike, yep.
Okay.
It's
sorry.
on them.
Is it possible to do a value compensation assessment study for all of CCG?
Yes, ma'am. All it takes is money.
We're actually looking into that,
Yeah.
and we're trying to emulate what we did in 2006. It was not driven just by the government in an effort to try to raise the level of accountability and integrity in the plan. It was actually participated in by private sector. So we're evaluating those options right now. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I was just going to say thank you.
Sure.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay, we'll bring that back, Mayor. First reading on November 10th again. The next matter on our agenda, Mayor, is a hearing for a property tax refund. This is under OCGA 48-5-380. Mr. Charles Wiggin. If you want to come on up and give him your name and address, sir. And then we will hear from tax officials, chief appraiser, and there's some written correspondence in the record from our tax commissioner. But go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I am Brent Bracewell. I'm from 15 Barrington Bottoms, Sharpsburg, Georgia, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. Charles Wiggin. Mr. Wiggin.
My name is Charles Wiggin, Fortson, Georgia, 476 Miller Road. What else you need to know?
I'll speak on your behalf, sir.
All right.
Thanks, Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie's the owner of a was the owner of a 1938 Piper Cub that he bought in 1991. At that time, he placed it on his property on a private strip, which is in Harris County, Fortson, Georgia. He owned that aircraft until 2019, in which he put it up for sale, and I said I'd like to buy it from him. And in the process of buying it, you do an FAA record search. So I did an FAA record search, got the records back, and to our surprise, we found out that the aircraft had a tax lien on it from Muskogee County for unpaid taxes from 1994 all the way to 2019, which came as a surprise because the airplane's never been in Muskogee County before. So we called Muskogee County, and we found out that that they thought the airplane had been at Columbus Airport, 1000 Trailway out there. So, and that is an error that's often made with aircraft because people will own an aircraft and live in one city and store it in another city. We said, well, what can we do to fix that? And they said, well, you'll probably need to appear before the Board of Tax Assessors. So we went out immediately, Mr. Wiggins did. He got a letter signed from Columbus Airport from the chief accountant saying this letter is to confirm that your airplane tail number has never been based or hangared at the Columbus Airport. And then eventually, we were able to appear before the Board of Tax Assessors on 25 November, and we gave them all the evidence. They said, yeah, we believe the airplane's never been in Muskogee County. However, the problem is that it goes from 1994 all the way to 2019, and we can only waive 3 years. Legally, we can only waive 3 years. So we're going to need to get with our legal office and get back to you. They got back to us on the 28th of January. We received an email from Ms. Pollard. She's the personal property division manager. She said, yesterday the Board of Assessors met to discuss past due taxes on Charles Wiggin aircraft. After discussion, the board voted to recommend the Tax Commissioner's Office remove all the taxes due for the years 94 to 19. However, according to the city attorney, legally only the 17, 18, and 19 can be removed. You'll have to appear before the city council to have the other taxes removed. But the only way we can do that is first we have to pay the back taxes. So in April, Mr. Wiggin got the revised back taxes with the 3 years removed. That was a bill for $4,269. He also got another letter from the Personal Property Division Manager, which pretty much said the same thing, that they would waive all the taxes. However, they said, except for, they can only waive the last 3. They said, in the next few weeks, you should receive a revised tax bill for any prior years. Once the taxes have been paid, you may begin the process of requesting a refund by first submitting a public agenda application to the Clerk of Council. Which brings us here tonight. We humbly appear before you and hope that you will be in agreement with your Board of Tax Assessors and give Mr. Wiggins here a refund for his taxes. Any questions?
All right, you said, Mr. City Attorney, you had a statement from the tax assessor?
Well, the tax assessor, chief appraiser, Ms. Widenhouse is here. There's a letter in the record from the tax commissioner that's recommending this claim be denied, but I want everyone to hear from the chief appraiser, Ms. Widenhouse. Mr. Nick Garcia, attorney for the Board of Tax Assessors, is also here.
Good evening. Mr. Wiggin did appear before the Board of Assessors November 25th of last year, requesting that we remove his aircraft from the digest for all years 1994 through 2019. The code section 485303 allows for only a 3-year look back, and we can only make adjustments if it's to the benefit of the taxpayer for those 3 years. In researching his request, it was brought to our attention that he did in fact return his aircraft to Harris County for the years 18 and 19, for 2018 and 2019. Prior to that, the aircraft had never been reported as being in Harris County. We actually received our information from the FAA that the aircraft was located in Muskogee County. We've never maintained that it was at the airport, we just within Muskogee County. And we received that information from the FAA back in 1994. In 98, the Board of Assessors, Personal Property Division attempted to contact. They actually did an audit of all aircraft owners and said, hey, look, if your aircraft's not here, get in touch with us. We heard nothing. We have records that indicate they attempted to call Mr. Wiggin, and we left messages and spoke with a woman at his phone number, and they said that he would call. Never heard from him. These are past records. The board is limited in what it can do. It can only look at 3 years. We researched all the way back to 94 to see what was there, but the bottom line is we're only allowed to go back 3 years if it's to the benefit of the taxpayer. In 2017, the aircraft was not reported to Harris County. It was reported sometime after the close of the tax books, which is April 1st, according to statute. So sometime after that, it was reported to Harris County, and so then it went on their books for 2018 and 2019. The Board of Assessors gave Mr. Wiggin the benefit of the doubt and authorized the removal from the digest of his aircraft for the years 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was advised, as we do with any case where an issue may extend past the 3-year look back, that the only additional recourse he would then have would be to pay the back taxes and then petition City Council. And that's also in the statute. Those are the remedies that are laid out. From 94 through 2019, he had every year the ability to file an appeal under 485311. He sat on that right, never exercised that right, and as a result, that right expired. So for going back any further years, that right's no longer available to him. So we're limited to just the years that the statute allows, which would be 2017, 2018, and 2019. And the board gave him the benefit of the doubt for 17, even though there was no documented evidence that the aircraft was not located here in Muskogee County.
All right, Councilor Crabb.
Mr. Wiggins, do you have any proof that it was in Harris County and not in Muskogee County?
There's no evidence whatsoever that it was ever in Muskogee County.
Do you have evidence that it was in Harris County during those years of...
I have the hangar. The hangar was built in 1990. All the neighbors all around me saw it there. Been in that one spot in that hangar since April 1991, and there's no evidence whatsoever that it was ever in Muskogee County. And I wrote letters. I talked to them, and they called me on the phone and told them it's not down there, and they just ignored it.
Can I say something here?
Go right ahead.
I thought that she said...
Councilman Kraft?
Yes.
I do have, he does have a letter from an attorney, Richard Dodelin Jr. He's attorney at law. It's dated November the 14th, 2019. He says, "To whom it may concern, my name is Richard Dodelin. I reside at 1195 Terry Lane in Fortson, Harris County, Georgia. I have lived at this location for more than 35 years. Every day as I drive to and from work, I pass the grass airstrip on Charles Wiggins' property on Terry Lane, where he hangars his plane with the tail November 211661. The plane is very visible from Terry Lane, and to the best of my knowledge and belief, this plane has been there continuously for longer than 15 years. If you have any questions, feel free to call me."
Okay.
All right, Councilor Thomas.
I just asked the city, the assistant city attorney, given what the tax assessor said that they can only forgive for 3 years, but council, if we believe it was inappropriately or illegally charged, we can override that and we can refund it. Given that information and the information that Mr. Wiggin has given us tonight, I move that we refund Mr. Wiggin the $4,000, whatever it was, amount.
$4,269.08.
Okay.
There's a motion from Councilor Thomas and a second from Councilor Crabb. We have our tax commissioner here that I think we probably ought to hear from. Madam Tax Commissioner, you want to come to the podium, please? This is to the motion, I guess.
Good afternoon. My recommendation to you to deny it was because I contacted the tax commissioner in Harris County concerning this, and they were unaware that this aircraft was in Harris County up until the point that Mr. Wiggin came in 2017 to file his return. This return has never been filed in Harris County. They have no records, never had any records of this aircraft being filed in Harris County. So therefore, its location was not there, or he had not filed it. They have not collected any taxes on this aircraft in Harris County. Furthermore, one of the young ladies in the office said that Mr. Wiggins, and I quote, her statement was that Mr. Wiggins told them that the aircraft was in Muskogee County prior to 2017. That was her statement that was made, and she gave me that statement on October 22nd of 2020. So that was sort of sealed it for me at that point that I would have to deny it.
Mr. Mayor, the fact that Harris County has not collected any taxes, I don't think is our concern. That's Harris County's concern. What my motion said was that we refund the taxes collected by Muskogee County because they were not correctly collected. If Harris County wants to go after Mr. Wiggin for past due taxes, that's their prerogative. But that doesn't have anything to do with what we're doing tonight.
All right. Mr. City Attorney,
Well,
any
again,
additional comments?
You got evidence in the record here from Mr. Wiggins and his spokesman. I think the proper term would be, if you make a determination, it would be that the assessment was erroneous. I don't think there was any illegal intent, certainly not shown here, and Councilor Thomas confirms that based on erroneous assessment, that would be the basis of her motion to refund. And it is the discretion of the council whether they want to take this evidence and give it enough weight to go ahead and make this refund, or they can decide on the other hand not to. But you've heard everything and it's in the record, so.
Yes, sir. You want to state your name?
City Council, if I could make one comment. Although the board was ultimately limited in their authority by statute to the 3-year look back, the Georgia tax code does require a taxpayer to return property, file a return for personal property. That's a duty on the taxpayer. It was evident to the board, and again, their decision was ultimately, or their look back period was ultimately limited statutorily to 3 years. But the Muskogee County records show, and I believe that was also confirmed with Harris County, that no return had been filed in either county up until 2017. Under OCGA 48.5.311, which provides the right for the taxpayer to appeal these assessments that he continued to receive. Again, he waived that right to appeal, and the Board of Tax Assessors exercised the full amount of their look-back authority for the 3 years. Thank you.
That's correct. This is his only remedy at this time, Mayor and Council. He's already received the 3 years relief from our local board. So you can take up the motion.
All right. Well, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion to the motion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. All right. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Hold it till you've been counted. And all those against? It's an inconclusive vote. We've got 2 counselors not in the room. Actually, 3 counselors not in the room. If we can get them back in here.
do I have a chance now to say it?
All right.
Yeah. Can I make a statement on this?
Yes, sir.
The tax commissioner of Harris County, Wayne Morris, knew that plane was there from all those years, and he told me the reason they hadn't taxed me because they had it valued below the taxable amount. He knew it was there. The previous tax commissioner, Cody, he knew it was there. It's been right there on that spot in the hangar I built for it on my own land since April 1991. Never spent one night in Muskogee County. It's fiction. Never been here.
Thank you, sir. All right. We ready to take another vote? All those, there is a motion and a second to refund Mr. Wiggins' taxes.
$4,269.08, Mayor.
Okay. All those, yeah, there's a question to the motion? Yes, Councilor Woodson.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear the conversation. I had a question to the tax commissioner or anyone here. So, did the gentleman pay any taxes while supposedly the aircraft was not in Muskogee County?
Taxes have never been paid on this aircraft.
Hold on, I can't hear you.
Taxes have never been paid on this aircraft from 1994 until 2018, maybe even 2019. Nothing was ever paid to Muskogee County, nothing was ever paid to Harris County. And I actually spoke with Mr. Wayne Morris. He's the chief appraiser. He's not the tax commissioner. He's the chief appraiser for Harris County. And it was not on their books. Personal property, even if it's valued less than $7,500, is in fact still maintained on our books, on our tax digest. It just doesn't mean it's not subject to taxation. It's not valued high enough to generate a tax bill. The exemption is $7,500. Anything $7,501 and over is taxable.
So he paid the taxes that, he paid the taxes he's supposed to pay for Muskogee County.
After he came in to see the Board of Assessors, and we removed it from our digest for 2017, 18, and 19, he was instructed that his only recourse was to pay back taxes and then petition council. So he did pay back taxes at that point.
Okay. So he paid back taxes for an aircraft that wasn't in Muskogee County.
In order to get the liens removed, that's correct. And now he's petitioning to have those taxes refunded now that the liens have been removed.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion second on the floor. All those in favor of the motion to refund the $4,000 and change, please raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, all those against, please raise your right hand.
1, 2.
All right, that motion carries.
Okay. that amount will be refunded then, and we'll get with the tax assessor and tax commissioner, Mr. Garcia, if you could help us arrange that refund. And sir, Mr. Wiggins and your spokesman, I didn't get his last name, if you will, get that letter of Mr. Dolan to our clerk up here, Ms. Davis. She needs that for the record. In the center.
Now, he paid the one here when it was brought to his attention. But
Thank you, sir. All right, Mayor, that concludes that hearing. We've got a request for an executive session on real estate acquisition and disposal, and if any counselor has any other matter, they can let us know at the end of the meeting, but that's all we have now.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor and Council, I'd just like to tell you real quickly, if y'all do this every Tuesday night, I think y'all all need a raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to the public agenda. First individual on the public agenda is Ms. Sharon Bunn regarding the Columbus Water Works and the water rates. And Ms. Bunn, if you want to come to the podium and give us your name and your address. And what we'll do is, since we don't really have a timer like we used to use in the council chambers, I'll start the timer on my phone, and you'll have 5 minutes. When it gets to 4 minutes, I'll raise my hand to let you know you've got 1 minute left.
Keep my eyes on you.
Okay?
Keep my eyes on you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councils, Mr. City Manager. I've been sitting so long I can't even think. City Attorney. Good. My name is Sharon Bunn. I live at 4014 Timberlake Drive. If you kindly open your brown envelopes, and I'm sure you have opened them, that I handed out, you will find 73 names on the petition, some information concerning the citizens. I'm here to speak out, not for myself, but for 2,000 citizens in Muskogee County about the Columbus Water Works and their water bills, with no notification of the price increase and the charges on the pipe sizes of the meters. After I came down January 29, 2020, the Waterworks came back in February 11, 2020, speak about the increases. They said they had sent letters out about the increases in meter pipe charges, but the letter came a week after I came down, a week before they came down. The letter was dated January, no day, 2020, means they could send it any time. Inside your envelope, you'll see an envelope from where they sent it, and it was dated January 31st. A month later, we received a postcard telling us that they would not be a reconnection fee of $30 if we cut the meter off for the winter. Thanks to Ms. Crabb mentioning about my husband asking to take the $30 off, and Mr. Hughes was so nice and polite to ask him to waive the $30. They did it. I called last week about the connection fee, making sure that that fee was going not to be on it and that they will not charge us and the meter will not be charged. The lady said that, yes, ma'am, they've been grandfathered fee has been grandfathered in the fee not to be charged. If they can grandfather the fee with the fee charge, why can't they grandfather the meters and the pipe sizes that we have had for $500 years ago in our yards? They have gone up double on the residents' sprinkler meters and double the commercial property. They are double dipping in the meter sizes and more and usage, charging more for the sewer charge, even going up on that. I'm asking for the people that has done this petition to please itemize the bills. Please put the current water current water usage, current meter pipe size usage, current sewer charge, and also the CSO treatment. We think the citizens feel like they are wasting postage, letters, mailing, paper, by sending 2 different bills. Years ago, they would send 1 bill for all of it on the mill. That would save the waterworks out here postage, letters, writing, and saving time doing it if they would just send 1 bill. Why are they sending 2 bills now? I don't know. They've done that for years. I've been down there 10 years in the 70s and 80s. I know what we did about these $500 meters. We would have not have put it in the ground. We knew 30 years later they were going to be charging. And I like to know why they can't grandfather us in. They send the bills out that got read on the 8th. Sorry. They send the bills, they read them on the 8th. On the 13th, they bill them out. We get it on Friday, this past Friday. They do it on the 27th. We had 4 days to get our bill down there. That my husband, the day they get that bill, comes in that door, he goes right to his office and write them. They don't treat the citizens right. They could notify us, and there's Zoom in there. I know why they're doing the Zoom, and that's fine. I don't Zoom. Senior citizens don't Zoom, and they have plenty of places they could go and do it just like they do out here for y'all. And I think it's wrong for them to be able to do and come down here and ask for another raise for next year. I want to thank y'all for being honest. These people out here on the streets now, they're not getting food. They don't have the money for the food. They're having to go to the food banks, and they got pride. They don't want to do that. And I appreciate all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Bunn. Councilor Barnes?
Sharon, thank you for coming down here. I know you're a big advocate for the people, especially when it comes to the water company. One of the things that they acknowledged that they needed to do a better job in communication. That was a big thing for me, and I think that being that Mr. Davis has recognized that that was something that they needed to do better, and they've made overtures with the, what's the name of the, virtual, right? Is that it? Okay. But as everyone knows, for someone like me, that's really not helping. But I'm confident that they will take me up on the fact that they can use the community room in the future to give due and timely notice to our citizens. You heard a couple of councilors mention about itemizing the bill. I think it was Councilor Garrett and Councilor Crabb. And I think that's something that they really need to do, because it's, I know you have 75 or more signatures here, and plus it's something that I've heard in the community. They need just to do a better job in explaining to the citizens, itemizing their bill. I am confused on, and I'd like to have clarified, and I know someone will take a note. Mr. Mayor, you're on the water board. If there is why are the individuals being gradually charged incrementally for the size of the pipe when they're already paying their water bill? It seems like it is double dipping to me. Or is there somebody here that can answer that question? Okay, so that is something that I think that you brought up, Sharon. I think it's a legitimate point. It's a legitimate question to ask. And Glenn, Councilor Davis, I think, did you bring up the thing about the grandfathering the water meters? Was I correct in hearing you say that, or incorrect? I was correct. So that is something that, those are the 3 main concerns that I have, being that they are making a commitment to communicate in a due and timely manner to our citizens. And so, Sharon, thank you for coming down like last time in order to bring this information to the council.
thing. I know I'm off time, but John Lewis had a saying, what's in your heart that's right, you feel right, you don't feel justice, speak out. I'm not troublemaker. I'm a good trouble. I want the citizens that does not have the food and gotta go to the food banks and be ashamed that they gotta go. That breaks my heart because there's so many people out there.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Huff?
Ms. Bond, thank you for coming. As always, you've done your homework, due diligence to talk to the people, and all of us, I'm sure, are receiving phone calls the same. So thank you so much. Keep your head up. I'm not going to reiterate everything you've heard already, but a lot has been put on the floor tonight, and say hopefully the waterworks will go back and take it up, and like Councilor Barnes and others said, Davis and everybody.
I know Mr. Davis has got a heart, and I can tell that. He
just has to go back and take it to the board and work with them.
But be a good Samaritan. If you don't do it now, just cut the meters, pipe size off for the sprinkler system, and then later in a few years come back and say, hey, this is what we got to do. But right now with the people.
Yeah, I know. I'm hearing from a lot of people that are having a hard time, really having a hard time. So thank you so very much, and hopefully we'll hear back from them. I'm praying it'll take some time to get into next year and give us time to get through the second phase of COVID-19 so that probably by summertime, I think everybody may be able to start coming up for air a little bit. Hopefully, the economy will get better and we'll be able to provide jobs for some people that are really hurting right now. Thank you.
Can y'all please let me know when they decide when they come down here to tell y'all what they're going to do?
Sure. We'll get with the clerk and the mayor and everybody. What she asked was someone to let her know when they make a decision.
I won't be back up here, but I just like to know so I can.
We'll reach out to you and let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. All right. The Ms. Elamine had sent a text in that she was not going to be here this evening. So next is Mr. Marvin Broadwater Sr., representing the silent majority regarding Public Safety Advisory Commission Ordinance Committee and nonpartisan versus partisan local ballot. Mr. Broadwater, same deal. I'll start it and I'll give you a high sign when you got a minute left.
My name is Marvin Broadwater Sr. I reside at 3004 Slippery Rock Court, Columbus, Georgia, 31909. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney. Pray all of you are well. Again, as always, thank you for your servant leadership. My first topic is simple and to the point. In a season of renewed transparency and trust between government and Mr. and Mrs. John Q. Public, I would ask that the newly formed Public Safety Advisory Commission for Subpoena Power Ordinance meetings are taped going forward and aired on CCG TV. I attended the last two, and we owe it to all of our citizens to see the magnificent work that the committee is doing for our fair city. I will use the rest of my time to discuss an item which will probably make some of you a little uncomfortable. Tonight on this subject, I do not represent my fraternity, the Purple and Gold, or any other civic or social organization. I do not stand before you as an executive board member of the NAACP. I do not stand and represent the VFW, nor the American Legion, or even a 3-time combat veteran. I do not stand and represent the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the Libertarian Party, or even an independent political party. Tonight, I'm representing Marvin Broadwater, my birth name as a concerned citizen. I would like to thank Councilman House, Mr. City Attorney, Ms. Robin Carr of the Georgia Secretary of State's office for assisting me in gathering data on this issue. I find it offensive and constitutionally appalling that this council would hide behind the cloak of nonpartisanship and then make a request to amend the Georgia Code to make local constitutional offices nonpartisan, in particular, the sheriff and the DA. Years ago, as I attended the Defense Equal Opportunity Management Institute, more commonly known as the OMI, there in the Equal Opportunity Advisor course, I learned on the very first day, a person's perception is their reality, no matter the offender's intent. In other words, if it looks like a duck and quacks, an intelligent person will undoubtedly conclude that it is a duck. It is my belief that most citizens vote for candidates who align themselves with the voters' value to include their quality of life. If the voters are not aware of your party affiliation, they're voting off perceptions. Nonpartisan, as defined by Webster, is a lack of affiliation with and a lack of bias. I now find myself questioning your decision-making process, as many of your decisions are not aligned with the majority of this municipality. Robert's Rules of Order was not only established for time management of meeting, but they were also established so that the minority would have a voice and heard on all matters. In this room tonight, my thoughts on how to curb crime, what neighborhoods to earmark funds for, even what area the city needs reconstruction, are all more than likely in the minority. Remember, the city cannot elevate until we help all. I have spoken with several citizens in this city, and they have expressed their lack of concern in the council. It has been stated to me on more than several occasions during the last 3 weeks. Excuse me. They do not care about us because they are of a different political party, and it's public knowledge. My retort to them has been and always will be, go to the city council meeting and voice their opinion. That is your individual right as a citizen of this community and this great country. We are aware that the Georgia Code, Title I, Chapter 2, allows all consolidated governments to list or classify mayor or council candidates as nonpartisan on the election ballots. We are also aware that at Article 6, Chapter 6, Chapter 2, Section 6-200 of our charter allows the same. I will leave you with this. Do not be afraid, mayor, city councils. I repeat, do not be afraid to voice your political party on the ballot and in this forum. The citizens deserve to know who you are. A person's perception is their reality. Again, as always, I thank all of you for your servant leadership. Govern well. Broadwater out.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Davis.
Mr. Broadwater, just understand, I mean, I heard you and I respect your thoughts and your words, but I think you would agree everybody has a right to vote.
Yes, sir.
And I think that request, if you really look at it, I guess you can see partisan, nonpartisan parties, party affiliates, but really that request is to give people the right to vote for their local representatives. That's what it is. You got several people in this community that never got a chance to vote for people, okay? Because they were told that they had to vote one way in the general election or the primaries, and the ballot just did not, you had a choice to either vote for your federal representatives or your state representatives. You couldn't vote for your local representatives, regardless. So what we're trying to do, and I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but we're trying to do, in the words that's coming from the legal department, is trying to give everybody the right in this community to vote on anybody and everybody that's listed on all ballots, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, everybody. That's the purpose.
Councilman Davis, Mayor, according to the Georgia Secretary of State's office, and I guarantee your city attorney will back me up on this, there are cities that are consolidated government, have consolidated governments. If you request to amend one way You're changing the code. You're requesting to amend the Georgia code. You can request it both ways. And that's according
No,
to Ms.
You can in the primary. That's the whole
That's
reason.
according to Ms. Carr out of the Georgia. Now, you can shake your head, but I'm telling you what they told me.
We wouldn't ask if that was the case, but a lot of people in the primaries did not get to vote.
No,
for
you're
their
twisting the
local-
words. You're twisting
for
the
their
words.
local
You're twisting the words.
representatives.
Yeah,
Tell you what,
Wh-
gentlemen, this is a
Well,
very
yeah,
good
we'll
conversation.
talk offline.
This is a
Well, I
very
just
good
wanted to give you
conversation.
another perspective on it, but that's the intent.
Right, but the
Whether it
intent,
looks,
the
perception it
perception
looks
is
different, that's not the intent. The intent is to allow everybody in Columbus, the primary and general election, to vote on
I got you.
anybody and everybody, not just isolated ballots and parties.
But when you list it,
And that's not
as-
our fault. That was
right.
done at the state legislature.
When you list it as nonpartisan, when you list on the ballot that you're nonpartisan, the voters don't know how you're going to govern. We have to be honest here.
Mr. Broadwater.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
I hate
Mr.
to call
Mayor.
it a night, but we'll pick it up some other time, I promise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, thank you. All right, next is Ms. Vicki Williams-Wiley, representing Sisters United regarding public art. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Vicki Williams-Wiley. I reside at 1448 Grove Park Drive, Columbus, Georgia, 31904. Mayor Henderson, City Council members, Mr. City Manager, good evening. Like the speaker before me, I have some very uncomfortable things to say, but I do not say them without any moment of hesitation. I've thought very sincerely about my thoughts, and as I sat there, I do choose not to alter my remarks any. On August 11th, I came before you, and I informed you that I was representing Sisters United, which consisted of 13 predominantly African American women organizations. We requested that you seize the opportunity to make a positive change in Columbus, Georgia. I informed you that in Columbus, Georgia, these organizations, these women, were college educated and professionally employed in this city. More importantly, I informed you that we, along with our members, had emailed the entire council. You did not respond to us. Let me repeat that again for clarity. We sent over 200 correspondences, including emails and phone calls. They went unanswered, and you simply ignored us. Today I stand before you with a great deal of concern about your lack of response and action toward the Sisters United members in comparison to your immediate and swift response to a few people who opposed the public art MOU. Specifically, you received a few emails in opposition of a piece of public art that is proposed to display artistic expression for hope, healing, and community. The individuals who sent the emails were few in number, but they were very important to you because you decided to push their agenda. An agenda from a few people who are afraid of change. Change isn't easy, but it's necessary. We will no longer sit on the sidelines and allow you to do whatever you think is in the best interest of a few naysayers in this community. So I guess you could say, we're watching you and your actions as it relates to your elected position on this council. You were not elected to push the agenda of your political party. You were elected to represent the citizens of Muskogee County. If you can no longer do that, perhaps it may be in some of your best interests to pursue other initiatives in the city. I strongly encourage you to study the demographics of this city. Some of you are apparently out of touch with the reality of what's going on in our country and in this city. Columbus, Georgia is no exception. We no longer believe that several of you care about the majority population of this great city, Columbus, Georgia. We are responsible citizens who vote in every election. Our power is in our vote. We have sacrificed too much to be ignored. You chose to ignore us. As such, we are laser focused on your actions as elected officials. We will not be overlooked. We will not be dismissed. Finally, you opened the door by ignoring us. We have walked in. We will not be muzzled. We are here to stay, and we will be actively engaged in your actions as our elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams-Wiley, very much. All right, Mr. City Manager, it's your agenda, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First on my agenda, I do have the public art MOU, advocacy through art. And Mayor and Council, I know that there's been a lot of discussion on this subject, and we have been delaying the public arts MOU and this subject since August of 2020. And so I'm here tonight to request that you consider approving the proposed policy. It's a one-pager, and it's simple. And I know that it was emailed to you earlier today. So it's my hope that you would approve that one-page simplified policy, and then you would consider approving the concept only, subject to receiving my approval or recommendation of an MOU at the November 10th meeting. I know that Councilor Bruce Huff sent an email earlier asking that the MOU be considered on or at the November 10th meeting. So again, I would like for you to consider approving the proposed one-page policy and then approve the concept only, and then we would come back later on November 10th with an MOU. And I will say to you that each project and each MOU in the future will be slightly different based on the project. And so the policy will remain the same for all projects, but council will approve each MOU, and council will approve each project design as they come back to you, because each public art project will likely be different. So I'm talking concept only tonight, and then the one-page simplified policy. And so I'm asking that you would authorize the project in concept tonight, and I will, along with my team, negotiate an appropriate MOU governing the project. The MOU and the final design for the project will be presented to you, the council, for your final approval. And your approval of the final design would be binding on the creators of the project, and any deviation from the design would result or could result in the cancellation or removal of the project. So,
and to add to that, I know I worked with the assistant city attorney to try to put together something very brief and very broad. The idea was not to confine this council, but to give them the latitude to exercise their judgment on each individual project as it came forward. And it was structured in such a way as to do exactly what the city manager talks about, and it was done very intentionally, so that if the concept comes forward, and if it fits in council's mind within the parameters that were laid out in that policy, then you could do exactly what he's suggesting we do tonight, and I think it's a good move, and that is to go ahead and approve the concept as expressed by the students and the art faculty at Columbus State University. I've spoken with Dr. Markwood about this. They're on board. They're doing some things on their end that is going to necessitate us waiting to approve the MOU anyway. So with the city manager, my hope is that we can approve the policy as sort of a template to use when exercising your decision on the approval process. And then let's go ahead and approve the concept of CSU using those walls with a project that is, as it says in the policy, uplifting, and it unites Columbus. And then the city manager's office can work on the MOU and bring that back to council, and you'll have the right then to make a determination if you want to amend, if you want to approve, or if you want to reject. Same thing with the design. I know there's several folks that want to have a comment. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, well, let me ask the city manager. We offered some amendments to the MOU at the last meeting. When you bring back the MOU, will you add those in there, or would you like for us to take a vote on those tonight?
well,
Speak. Can I speak, Mr. City Manager?
sure, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, right here. Councilor Woodson and I met with the arts group last week, and we talked about everything that needed to be considered. So we suggested we needed more time. So Becca Sajak is here tonight. We suggested that we hold all of the MOU part for the November 10th meeting, because they wanted to have time to talk to you and other councilors to discuss all of it, to make sure everybody was on the same page. So when we walk in on November 10th, it will be totally an understanding of what we really want. They are aiming for a November 15th deadline on their end to get started. They won't be final when they come in here. They'll come in basically on the 10th, hopefully, to have the MOU befitting to the council so everybody's comfortable going forward. They will continue on with their deadlines to have the competition, come up with design and all of that. So they have Ronald McDonald House, Piedmont, Columbus State, and the City Council. But those three will meet first to talk about it, get it set, and then when they come back to us, we'll be the last step. After that, the MOU will be in place by then, by the 10th, but by the time they come back, they'll come back with design for you to take a look at. And at that point, we will vote on whether we say yay or nay. But right now, it was just basically trying to put a procedure in place to get started. And then on the 10th, by the 10th, Becca Sajak and the group that came in, the arts group, will have met with all of the council to hear your concerns, talk about the MOU, and make sure everything's included. So when they come in, we'll be all on one unified front by the 10th.
One option, Mayor Pro Tem, is to get those amendments to the city manager's office, and then during the negotiation with CSU, they'll determine whether or not they all fit and they're all working. And if they're not, then this body still has the authority to approve or amend at the council table. So I think that might be the best way, is to give it to the city manager's office.
And I can concur, Mayor. I mean, if it's filtered through me and my team, Pam Hodge is taking the lead on this. I mean, let us have any amendments you'd like to see in it, so as we work on it, I certainly agree with what you just outlined there.
And I don't know how this happened, but by turning one on, I turned on 3 lights. So it's Mayor Pro Tem is first in line, Councilor Huff was second, and then Councilor Davis is third.
Okay, it's difficult to hear up here. It's not anything that anybody's talking low or anything. It's just we've got this monster back here and we can't hear. So when my mic is on, nothing, your voice doesn't come out. So anyway, as I see it, we've got 3 things to do. We can approve the concept, which allows the art department to go do what they want to do. We can do that tonight. We can approve the policy, which I think we ought to do tonight. It's broad enough, it gives us a lot of latitude. The MOU is the only hang-up I have. Now, if the city manager will take what we talked about last week and incorporate that in, and then when he brings it back, we can pick it apart at that time. Is that what we're talking about doing, Mr. City Manager?
I have no problem with doing that. Rather than get into a vote on each of your suggested amendments tonight, because it could take all night, give them to us and let me work to incorporate them, and then you can pick them apart on November 10th when you'll have all day to get it done.
Okay. Well, with that, if council's okay, I would like to make a motion that we approve the concept, the policy as presented.
Second.
So Pop's already says he made a motion.
Okay.
Okay, was that for, and again, as Councilor Allen says, we can't hear. So we've got a motion and a second to approve the concept and the policy?
No. Just policy. Just policy.
You need to turn his mic on, Mayor.
The concept is, well, we got just about everybody lit up here. I'm going to turn some folks off because I've got y'all all messed up.
Mr. Mayor, it sounds like Council Barnes says he's making a motion on what I said.
That's correct.
Yes.
So what, and then I heard a question too, what is the concept? And I think the concept is the overarching project of Columbus State University's art department putting something that is approved by council according to an MOU approved by council on those spaces right there on those walls. It is not committing to anything. It is just saying, let's move forward. So that's the motion and the second, the policy and the overall concept. Is there any further discussion? I've got several lights on. So Councilor Thomas to the...
Mr. City Manager, if we have some clarification things that we think need to go into the policy, I don't know if we need to deal with that tonight or if we can do it later. For example, the resolution where it lists the purpose and the scope and so forth. In the scope, it talks about, let me see, when any group or individual is proposing an art project. I'm not sure that art project, for example, needs to be defined any more than that, but one of the questions that someone asked was, at one of the meetings we had, I mentioned the panels that are on the River Center garage. Are those considered art? Are they part of this? Do we need to make sure that our terminology is such that it does or no, it doesn't?
I think absolutely. Anything on public surfaces, on public space falls under this. However, all they have to do is ask and say, that's a panel on a garage, go ahead and do it. That's council's call.
Okay, I just want to make sure that if there are things that like that come up, that we may want to.
City Attorney? Oh, sorry. I guess I got to turn you on.
Yeah, just one caveat on that. At the bottom of this policy, it says this policy only applies to projects installed November 1, 2020 or after. So anything that's up now, you can still deal with it. If there's an MOU that covers it, fine, that controls. If not, you have total control over your city property and right of way.
So not only can we say that it is or is not an art project, we can say as an individual, this says an individual or organization. I don't know how many individuals we'll have to come to do that, but our control then is through the MOU
Yes.
with the
And design
agency.
control.
Because every project or every request is going to have an MOU that will likely be slightly different. Because it's going to be specific to that project, whether it's a stature or whether it's a wall so they can't all be the same, obviously.
Right.
And so we will, the MOU will have the boilerplate, but it'll be specific to that project, that art project.
Well, one of the other examples that was given to me was on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. There is a mural up there that has been there for a while, and in my mind, that clearly is art.
Yes.
There are also the learning center pieces that we did, that talk about the history in Columbus and the people in Columbus.
Right.
Would that be covered under here if it came to us this time next year? Would that be covered under this policy?
I think it could be considered art. Yes.
Okay, I just want to.
And remember, I mean, this is a resolution. You can change it at any time. You can amend it,
Which
So
one of our councilors was it that said with 6 votes?
Yeah.
Well, I think the other thing to keep in mind is this was intentionally broad. It was intentionally, it was designed so that if it's a marker, if it's a plastic plant, and somebody wants to call it art, let them call it art, because they still go through the city manager's office. He looks at it, works out an MOU, makes a recommendation to council, and then council gets to make a decision.
And if the city manager goes through his process and decides this is not something that meets this policy, or this is not something that you think we want to do, there's always the appeal that the person can come to council and appeal to the total council.
Well,
right?
I'm either going to, it's going to be one or two things I'm going to do. I'm going to put it on my agenda and tell you it's on my agenda, but I don't recommend it.
Okay.
Or I'm going to tell that person or organization it's not going to go on my agenda, they need to get on public agenda.
Okay. I don't think we're going to have the kinds of problems that have been brought to our attention. I think we're going to have a good policy and a good procedure and so forth. I just want to make sure that there's some of those safeguards in place. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Barnes?
I've said what I had to say.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess a point of order. I may have misspoke. I meant to say I would move that we approve the policy. And then we'd take up the concept after that. I wouldn't try and do them both at the same time. So what is on the table at this point?
There's a motion from Councilor
I
Barnes.
can't hear what you're saying.
Second from
Can you
Councilor
hear me?
Tucker to approve both the policy and the concept. That's the motion on the table.
Okay, well, I will withdraw my motion then.
Okay. All right, well, we've Councilor Barnes, is this to the motion?
I can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Councilor Barnes.
Is this to the motion? Is your question to the motion, to your motion?
His mic is not on.
Yeah, to hear on your speaker, the mic has to be on.
Okay.
And if you're having trouble, we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. We have. And Councilor Davis to the motion.
To the motion, okay, look, I'm gonna go back. I think, you know, probably where we got wrapped around the axle is not a while back, and probably wasn't fair to anybody, but, you know, it begs the question, if we're gonna go, what this council should be dealing with is policy. I mean, we should be creating a policy that governs all, if we wanna go down the road of implementing art in our community to improve its character, then we do need a policy. You just don't start with an MOU and guess at it and try to bring everybody to the table. We need a policy, and I think that's what we're working on tonight, and I would agree 100%. And I'm 100% in putting this, moving forward with this policy, and then working some of the details out on the MOU is still, what I hear the city manager saying is still in negotiation, or it's going to be further negotiation. And from what I understand from some of the other parties, they're still looking at it as well. So I'm okay with that. I think we're going down the right path. I mean, we're going down the right path, and that's the right thing to do. The only thing that I would ask on the policy is an amendment. The only thing I ask, I think the policy is going in the right direction. We do have some murals already out there that they probably should be grandfathered, but I think they should fall under the policy as well. But I would like to have an amendment on the policy, and it's simple. We do it on all our real estate contracts and everything, that the city reserves the right, the full right, at any time to terminate an agreement. And I think sometimes we do in real estate 30 days, 60 days. I'm okay with a day frame, but something that's consistent with our policies and what we do, and that just, it's a safety mechanism that just, for whatever reason, I can't sit here and tell you, you know, what might happen, but you never know. You know, you always find something always comes up and surprises you, but it gives the right, the city reserves the right. That's all I would ask to have in the policy. I think I've talked to the city attorney about this, and
Mayor, can I
tonight
comment on
he
that?
did say that we were going to go down a list of amendments, but we haven't even got there yet.
No, that's with an MOU. I think your type specification of some 30 or 60-day notice, the project can be removed. I think that needs to be specific as to each project in an MOU, not in this policy. We've got in here general language that says council's approval of the final design will be binding on the creators of the project, and any deviation from the design can result in the cancellation or removal of the project. So they're on notice of that. But if there's a certain project that would take 90 days to take down, if for some reason it needed to come down, those things should be addressed specifically, each project, each MOU.
And Mayor, I concur with the city attorney. It doesn't need to be in a one-page policy. It needs to be in the MOU, because every MOU is going to be specific to whether it's a stature, whether it's a wall, whether it's something else, and you're going to have all of your controls in the MOU to include the exit clause.
When we were structuring this, I agree with you. When we were structuring this, we really felt like the specifics were going to change based on the scope, the size, the intricacies of each individual project. And so that should be a staple in each MOU that addresses those types of things.
And I'm okay with that, as long as we're consistent. Mr. City Manager, we can be consistent on that with all the MOUs, on all the requested projects from here on out. Because I don't look at this as being the only project. I mean, and I'm an advocate. I'm an advocate for all. You guys have heard me stand up here and talk about it, or sit here and talk about it many times, but I think it should apply to all of them. And I'm sure hopefully there'll be more.
Well, and you know, here's the deal. If for some reason, which I can't imagine it would happen, but if the city manager forgets to put it in, y'all can add it at the table when you approve the MOU.
Look, every MOU will come from my staff to me. It will go to the city attorney. Everything will be in every MOU. I have no concerns with that.
Okay.
I can live with that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Huff to the motion.
Yes, sir. I want to make it understandable and comfortable for all of council. Councilor Woodson and I met with the group last week, and what we were coming in tonight with was just policy only, to get a policy in place with the city manager and the group. And the group wants to meet with all of city council. They were just trying to work out with us how to meet. We told them we had to meet, you know, in groups. We tell them how to do it. And they want to meet with all the council. They want to answer all of your questions about going forward with the MOU, and they will put that together. Their timeline is November 15th. That's why we chose November 10th. So they would work through all of you all, the city manager, put everything together to come back in to talk about the MOU November 10th.
And I'll say again, if the mayor and council want to meet with groups like that, do it. That's your prerogative. My preference is that groups meet with me or my staff, and preferably they're going to meet with my staff, not even me. And they work out all that stuff before it gets to me, and I work it out before it gets to you. That's just a process.
I mean, however you want to do it. I'm saying, you tell me how. But the group wants to come to you whomever they need to. They just want everybody in the room comfortable.
Like with Councilor Allen, you tell us what you want. Staff is going to work on your behalf, and we're going to bring a document. I mean, but if you all want to meet individually as groups with organizations, like that's fine. That's up to you.
No, not all organizations. What's going on is the group feels like council had a lot of questions and that they were not comfortable. So we didn't know what else to say. With them not being comfortable, some of them had voiced an opinion of wanting to be heard.
Well, and I can take it either way. I'm just telling you, I can make your job easier.
I'm saying if you can tell me how you get with the group gets with your staff, and your staff gets with the council. I just need some marching orders to tell me what.
If you give us what you're looking for, you know, my team that's on this project is led by Pam Hodge. Is going to get with whoever they need to get with, and they're going to work through and include it before it gets there, and then they get there and they're going to work through it, and then we will bring a document back to you. But it's up to you.
No, what the group does.
That's my preference.
Yeah, what the group does not want to happen is to come in on November 10th and get hit by a buzzsaw.
Yeah, I understand.
So you tell me what we need to do. And if your recommendation is for the group to contact Pam Hodge, then I'll send the arts group to Pam Hodge, and they get with them, get with you, and then all these councilors have questions. So
that's what I recommend you do.
So these questions will be sent to Pam Hodge.
That's right.
Okay. Yep. That's what I need to know. We're gonna follow however you want to do it. It's just when Councilor Woodson and I met, the concern was there was some pushback by some councilors, and they wanted them to be comfortable.
Well,
Becca Sajak is here tonight. So Becca, the recommendation is for you and the group to get all the information together and meet with Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge and get that going in a timely fashion so they can get everything worked out with the city manager's staff and he can get all of the information from all of the different councilors on what they would like to see in the MOU, and then we'll work from there.
Yeah, please provide that to us, Mayor and Council, and Pam will work on your behalf.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, listen, I think it does need to go through the city manager's office, but I also think that just like in zonings and everything else, it's always helpful if the proponent meets with council just to answer any questions that may be lingering. But the final MOU will be crafted through the city manager. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to get clarity on the timeline, if the city manager brings back our suggestions on the 10th, you're not going to have a decision by the 14th, I don't think. What my understanding is, if we vote to approve the concept tonight, The art folks, the art CSU, they can go forward and they don't, the 15th is done. That's checked off if we approve the concept.
Yeah.
The MOU doesn't matter to them. We've approved the concept. They can go forward.
Yeah, they can go for, what I'm saying is their deadline is to start on the 15th.
Well, that's fine, but,
Yeah.
but if we approve the concept tonight, they're good to go.
Okay, but I mean, they need,
We will work out the details on the MOU, but they can go do what they want to do with the art side of it.
okay, I'll
So
try,
the-
that's
the-
yours,
The
okay.
MOU is between us and CSU.
Yeah, they thought it was a few items in the MOU that they needed to know before they got started. That's how it all came up.
It's
No,
okay,
I
even if the MOU does come back on the 10th, you
Yeah.
still have an opportunity then, if it isn't quite the way y'all want it, to kind of help craft it.
Yeah, and then it
So I
won't
think
be-
we're good. I think we're all saying the same thing. We're just
Yeah.
saying that on the
Okay.
10th, when they come back, that way, Dr. Markwood and his group at CSU will have had an opportunity to meet with the art students and with the professor, and then city manager will have been able to internalize all of the recommendations that council is making with regards to amendments. We should be able to get something we can deal with on the 10th.
Okay. Let me ask you a quick question. Mr. City Manager, once you get all of the information, that won't, as far as them moving on schedule on the 15th going forward, that won't hamper them from doing what they do based on the MOU?
Well, they can't get the grant until they have an MOU, and the sooner the better.
Okay.
And Pam will work with them on the timeline. And, you know, I don't know if we get your information and we work out an MOU, it may be that we come back on the 10th with it on the agenda and you can make amendments at the table and finalize it. I don't know.
Yeah,
But just get it to us and let us work on it.
Yeah. But once they get to you, then you can determine
Yes.
what they need to be ready to go by the 15th.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right. We have a motion second on the table to approve the policy and to approve the concept. Any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Anyone opposed, say no. All right, it's unanimous.
So Mr. Mayor, the grants management policy, I will delay it until the next meeting since we're going to be continuing first reading on the grants. Well, let me go back to the Midland. I passed the Midland tab, but that's what I'm going to do on number 3, so that you know. On the Midland tab, we had the representatives, and I believe they're present tonight, come before you last week. And they are here, and let me just tell you, where I am with it. And, you know, what I'm asking you for tonight is approval to enter into negotiation with JMC Flat Rock Partners, LLC. And it is for the use of Midland Common Tax Allocation District funds to enhance the traffic circulation and on-site infrastructure improvements for the development of the Midland Commons site, with the understanding that funding for this project will come solely from the Midland Commons Tax Allocation District funds, and no general funds or other city funding sources would be obligated to the project. And this is basically, I'm saying it has to be based on the funds that have been collected, and there's only $2,000 in that fund right now. And so the approach that I'm using is, I mean, it's a pay-as-you-go. You know, if there's no money there, you can't get money out. If there's money there, you can make a request for use of that fund for whatever you need or want done, and then it has to be approved by council. And so no general funds or other city funding sources would be obligated to the project. And so, you know, that is what I recommend. And I know that when they were here last week, they were looking for $11.6 million, $8.6 million to pay for or reimburse developers, $1.5 million for city to use for the center at Flat Rock Park, and $1.5 million for J.R. Allen improvements at Kitten Lake. But they are here, and I'm asking you for approval to negotiate with them, but they may want to come and talk about what they're looking for. And I'm saying, if you authorize my team to negotiate, we're going to be negotiating from that standpoint. And I just want to be clear about that.
There's a motion from the Mayor Pro Tem to approve. Is there a second? There's a second from Councilor Woodson to the motion. Councilor Davis.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, I just want to, and I don't have any problem with you negotiating, working through it. I think everybody, I mean, I'm on the record where I stood on it. I thought there was always another way to do this project, to work on this development, support it as economic development, but that's not where we're at today. And I don't know if you know, I probably exhausted all those ways of making that happen. But my concern is, I know there's a request of the amount, and I don't know how the negotiations are going to take place, but I'm really concerned about and I'm just going to say it, and I appreciate everybody that's been involved in working out some of the agreement. I don't want anybody to think differently, but I do think that initially that the developers came to us seeking help for the infrastructure of this project. And they put in a lot of infrastructure. They still have some things to do out there, and I'm sure they're going to be doing that. I'm sure they'll have tenants coming along the way, but I'm confused about this request about I guess it's called a banquet facility or a learning facility, and right now I'm under the impression that it's in the total amount that's being requested because that's what the developer has been told to do. But I'm sitting here from my position as a developer as well, looking at that as an encumbrance that I've got some concerns because I don't think the developer should be responsible for that. They're asking for their infrastructure. I don't know where that plays into this whole negotiation or how this thing's going to be structured, but certainly that should be the last funding request that comes out of it once that the infrastructure money is recovered. And if not, then you're putting an encumbrance on the developer, and that's just the wrong thing to do. That's not how these things should work. If the city, it's not even theirs. And if the city should want something like this, then, you know, one, the city should fund it, or the city should wait until the developers get their expenditures of putting the infrastructure was what they requested. That's why they chose a TAD. That's what they were told to do. And, you know, I don't know when that's going to happen, but I can tell you in my mind, that cost is not going to equate to what it is on paper today. It's just not. So I don't know what we're talking about here, but that concerns me, and I just have to put it out on the table. And there's some other things. It's a city project. It's not a developer's project. It's a city's project. It's got several hoops that it's got to go through, probably RFPs. I'm thinking it's probably going to have to, I mean, a budgetary ordinance requires me before we construct a facility anymore that we've got to have a total, complete, not only a construction budget, but an operating budget on all this stuff. So, you know, I'm sitting here trying to figure out how that equates into this request from the developer.
Well, again, Counselor, you know, we're recording your observations, and as staff negotiate and talk to them, we will keep that in mind. But we need your approval to negotiate, and then we'll have to come back and give you updates on where we are and what we think. But I think I've kind of shared with you the approach that we're using. And of course, if it's a pay-as-you-go, eventually there could be, down the road, capacity in that TAD fund that, of course, this council will make the decision on how you're going to spend that money. And if we didn't see a need to construct a building, we could just come and ask you to approve an application from staff to construct something on city property that would be a benefit for the greater good. So
I understand, and I'm okay with that. I just, there's a dollar amount attached to this request, and there's a line item for it, so I think it deserves the,
Counselor, we just need the opportunity to negotiate and further clarify.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Councilor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, one of my concerns is that I can't see you. One of my concerns is that there's been a lot of talk about this building that would go into Flat Rock Park. Is the money to construct that building in this figure that you gave us?
Well, this is the figure that I heard. This is the figure, the 11.6 is in the report, is the same figure that you heard from the TAD proponents, representatives, JMC, at the last meeting, where they outlined this budget that I shared back with you. I took notes. And and I'm giving you the notes that I heard them speak at the podium at the last meeting.
Okay. The thing that I would want you and your staff who are negotiating this to consider, Flat Rock Park is city property.
Yes.
City property.
Yes.
And the city should have the authority to decide whether or not there's going to be any construction in the confines of Flat Rock Park.
I agree.
And so the school board, for all of their good work, they do not have the authority to decide what's going to be built on city property. And so I just want your folks to bear that in mind. And I think it goes along with something that Councilor Davis was trying to say, is that ought to be, we ought to make sure that the other things that are needed for Midland Commons, that is on property that is owned by the developers, have at it. But the items that are on the city property, we have the right to finalize whether or not it's going there. And if it is, who's going to build it and what is it going to be? Is it going to be a dining hall? Is it going to be a learning center? Is it going to be a whatever? But just remember with your staff that
I absolutely agree. I recall when I used to take my son to the barber shop, I'd tell the barber how to cut his hair. My son would tell him how to cut his hair. The barber wants to know who's paying.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just keep that in mind as your guys work with this. I think it will be handled properly.
Yes.
Got it. I'm gonna have to remember that barbershop. Thank you. All right. There is a motion and a second on the table to approve. Any more conversation considering the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. That passes.
And Mayor, I would like to hear from they're here. Why don't you come forward?
Mr. Whiteman? You've certainly paid to have a right to speak. Been sitting out there for 5 hours.
So you tell me what y'all want to hear. I had a presentation, but it sounds like y'all pretty much already made up your minds on which direction you want to go. I concur with the city manager about the process that he's got laid forth. And to Councilor Thomas's comment, we as the developers are not going to be building anything in Flat Rock Park. We acted basically as a volunteer to help facilitate a set of plans and a budget for on behalf of the city, that the city in turn would have to, of course, come to city council and approve the materials, the design, and the builder. We were just helping, trying to pave the way. In the original budget, when we had the financial analysis done for the TAD, it said that the TAD would support approximately $11.6 million. We're only requesting $8.6 million of that conceivable budget that the TAD would support. And working and discussing with the city has some other projects that they would like to do. Of course, J.R. Allen Parkway on the other side of the bridge in front of Kitten Lake is a project that I think you, of course, of all people, Ms. Thomas, you live out there, would recognize that there needs some infrastructure improvements out there. So we won't be doing any more projects on city property other than the right-of-way improvements that we worked out with the city planner, Mr. Rick Jones.
So, but yeah, and I apologize. I know it's late. My staff had a presentation too that we're not going to do tonight. I promised council last week, the other week, we would do start to finish, but the hour is late. But we look forward to.
Mr. City Manager, I've spoken with each individual member on the City Council. I think, with the exception of Ms. Thomas, Councilor Thomas, and I'd be happy to field any questions that she has about it, and she knows how to get a hold of me. I'm sorry? Yes, ma'am. And it's a very good read, isn't it? So if you don't have any questions, I know y'all are ready for bed. I am.
Doesn't appear to be any, Mr. Whiteman. Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you, Mr. Mayor.
For hanging around this evening.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move on. I've got contract extension with Columbus Convention and Visitors Bureau. We do this every 5 years.
Motion approved by Councilor Woodson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. To the motion, Councilor Davis.
Mr. City Manager, is this, I know it's got like a 5-year term on there.
Yes.
Is there any significance to the 5-year, or is just a number that was randomly pulled?
Well, I think that's the standard that we've used, 5 years. I don't know if there's any particular law that says it has to be 5 years, but we've done it for 5 years and we've renewed it, and we want to keep it on that basis.
Well, and you know, I know it's getting late, and I thought about this from a standpoint. I know that, every 4 years we vote on a new mayor, and I'm just questioning whether it should be in line with the mayoral voting cycle. When mayors come in and they see things that they have a vision, or they see things that they want to make changes and so forth. It just seems like it would be better served to be along the 4-year terms of every mayor's cycle. But I'm throwing that out there for a suggestion. I don't know if there's any appetite for that, but
and of course, the council can do however you want to do, but I really don't think it should be political for one. And the other thing is, it's not on the same cycle as the election of a mayor. So, I mean, if you do it today, it's going to be 5 years. It's going to hit dead in the middle of the mayor's next term. So you could do, in essence, what you're thinking, that a mayor could, or the council could say, well, we want to do something different. My recommendation is 5 years.
I really had a hard time hearing what you're saying.
Yeah,
just-
he- I
said
I'm
mine-
struggling.
Yeah, he was agreeing, he said, he
Did
was
you-
saying it would be difficult.
I thought I heard you say that during that 5-year period, if a mayor wanted to
Well,
recommend some changes, you could do it?
well,
No,
no, I'm saying we are right now in the middle of this mayor's term. In 5 years, we're going to be at the end of the next mayor's term, and it could be if this same mayor. And so it's going to fall between mayoral terms anyway, if that's a concern. But I think
Honestly, what I was thinking was for 2 years and then start on a 4-year term is that's what I was thinking.
Okay,
But
well-
I don't know if there's an appetite here. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know that, I don't know
I
there's
do, but it's not
appetite.
working.
Well, we've got a motion and a second. Anybody else have any comments on that? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed say no.
No appetite.
Okay, it's passed.
Okay, I've got Camp David RV Resort lessor.
Motion to
agreement.
approve by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no.
And I've got a letter of map revision request, Maricopa Creek Basin flood study.
Move approval by Councilor Woodson, second by Councilor Tucker. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no.
And I've got a Metro grant. It's our usual grant with a 10% match.
Motion approved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilor Crabb. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Passes.
I've got a U.S. Department of Justice Project Safe Neighborhood grant. It's $40,000.
Motion approved by Councilor Woodson, and I heard somebody else over here. Councilor Crabb seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Anyone opposed say no. Passes.
Okay, I've got a few more legislative agenda items that we're bringing on. We approved the 8 items on the agenda at the last meeting, but we've got casino gaming referendum, which you've passed before. It's a renewal. It's from Councilor Woodson, asking your approval.
Individually voted.
Yeah, we're going to vote individual.
All right, there's a motion approved by Councilor Woodson. Is there a second? Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? Councilor Davis?
Yeah, I think it would, we've really never talked about this in detail, but, I think we all know a lot has happened at the state level, but, at some point in time, the city may really want to explore an impact study for our city alone. And the reason I'm saying that is I know there's been a lot of conversation on this matter from various people, and you can look at it any way you want to, from lobbying to sales pitches to a development to a project to jobs to whatever. But the truth and reality is that you can go online, you can Google it right now. Fantini Research in 2017, they did a study, and I think it's very enlightening for regional cities in this state, and I think we really, really need to understand this and look at it. I'm not in support of it. I haven't been from day one for several reasons, and I'm going to continue that stance, but I think it behooves this council and this administration to look at that research and to understand an independent impact study is very clear on what we could be facing. So I hope people will try to educate themselves on this matter.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Anybody opposed say no. All in favor, please raise your right hand high. All opposed, same sign. That's 3. That was 3 against. And there was Counselor Crabb, Counselor House, and Counselor Davis. Okay, so that passes 7-3.
Okay, I've got Councilor Davis with infrastructure support for local governments where casinos are approved. And he's asking, Councilor Davis asking the legislative delegation authorizing a referendum on the approval of casino gaming operations in Georgia also require funding mechanism from the proceeds from such operation to be used to fund county infrastructure service and casino gaming operations included but not limited to roads, streets, sewage, and so forth. And so we're asking your approval. Councilor Davis brought this one forward. Councilor Davis is asking that there be infrastructure support for local governments where casinos are approved. He's asking the delegation to advocate for any legislation authorizing a referendum on the approval of casino gaming operations in Georgia also require funding mechanism from the proceeds from such operation to be used to fund county infrastructure service and casino gaming operations included but not limited to roads and streets and sewage, disposal, trash, collection, law enforcement, and fire and so forth.
I think that might call for a longer discussion. Counselor Davis?
Well, I think, again, if you read the research and Fantini research, the impact study, and if you research any state, city where casinos are, it's not uncommon and they all basically demand support for their local city operations. Something of this magnitude, I think people need to understand, it's going to take some money to fund the expenditures to support an operation like this. So I see that happen, and all we're doing is asking the state to look at that. If it gets to the point, we don't know. I mean, we have no idea what the state's going to do. We don't even know if it's ever going to become an issue here, but right now, if the state approves a referendum, and that referendum, then it'll come to Columbus for a referendum, at least when it gets to that point, if the state and the voters decide to vote on it, that the city has a way to recover its costs to be able to fund one of these operations. And just a couple examples. Life safety. Without a doubt, I would think that something of this magnitude would need a new fire station. You're going to have to build a new fire station with new trucks, and especially a ladder truck. You're going to have to. There's just no other way around it. It's got to support an operation like this. You know, the magnitude of public services, just from the waste and all of the impact it's going to have on your landfills and things like that. You're going to have to be able to cover those costs. So what we're asking is that we're asking the state legislature, within the structure of whatever they determine, how they're going to work these out. I know the Gaming Commission is going to get a lot of money they're going to wind up right now taxing to support HOPE and other requests. I don't know what the final structure will be, but if it gets there, we're asking them to find ways to allow the local governments to also be able to generate revenue to pay for any needs to support an operation like this.
And so you're asking this even if you don't have a casino in your area?
I'm sorry?
So you would be...
I think, Mr. City Manager, it would, okay. Yes, it would apply even in Atlanta if it was we've heard situations where there may be one mega casino in Atlanta. I think it would be appropriate there. If there was a second one in Savannah or some other place, it would be appropriate there. But certainly, based on the impact studies, the regional markets would definitely need some support, or else the taxpayers are going to have to foot the bill on the support of the operations of a project like this.
Yeah, and a lot of those things are negotiated when it goes on the ballot in your locality. that you want this, you want that, and if the casino, you know, does it?
We're just asking them to explore, Mr. City Manager, that's all. When it goes to committee, we're just asking them to look at it, and that's, you know,
and
they'll do what they want to do there, but I think we should ask them at least to look at it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this would be a great discussion, because I do think this is something that we ought to spend some time on and kind of look at some of the research. I don't know that, well, I don't know. It's up to council if they want to put this through this year. So we have a motion from Councilor Davis. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Crabb. All right. Any more discussion? Councilor Woodson, is this to the motion? Well, poke there.
I'm just going to be very quick. Those things are negotiated if the casino is approved. When the discussion came a long time ago that we had the long meetings, one after another, that was part of it. Those negotiations are done because just the referendum only says you can come in that city. It doesn't say you're going to go build it, because the referenda says you'll put it on the ballot. And before you put it on the ballot, you got to negotiate the things you want. So I'm concerned that if we do this, other communities don't support it within the counties, then we'll end up losing, because no one's bringing up something like that, because it's all done during negotiation, just like the city manager said. I think it could limit our chances of getting one here. But like always, it takes 6 votes. It's late. Everybody vote their conscience, and let's move on.
All right, Councilor Crabb.
I just think we're being proactive, that if, you know, we're taking care of our own. I don't care. I don't care what Atlanta, Savannah, or Augusta does, but I think we need to be responsible that if a casino comes here, we do have to take care of our infrastructure.
Oh, that will happen, without a doubt. Without a doubt, that will happen.
And Mayor, if I may, the only thing I was saying to Councilor Woodson's point, if you're going to do a local referendum, it has to have 6 votes of this council to get it on our local ballot. In order to get 6 votes of this local council, that's when you're going to be negotiating. Well, and the casino is going to want it to pass, so they're going to say, well, we're going to do roads and 50 million in roads. We're going to do this. We're going to do that, and then they get 6 votes, and that's how it goes on the ballot. So that was my point. You can put it in at the state, but where the negotiation really comes in at is at the local level. Because you're not going to vote for it if they don't give you, if your citizens are not getting something. So what are you giving us that we will vote to put it on the ballot and say, let's roll? That's all I'm saying.
All right, we got Councilor Thomas to the motion.
I agree with some of the things that Councilor Woodson said. If a casino company is trying to decide, do we go to Columbus or do we go to Savannah? You'll recall the last piece of legislation that was talked about in a couple of sessions ago was there would be one casino for the area that had 500,000 population, and there could be one other one in the state. That was the legislation. And the casino gets to decide, are we going to Columbus? Are we going to Augusta? Are we going to Savannah? Well, you know, Columbus is going to require us to give them money for infrastructure. Augusta and Savannah aren't requiring that, so let's go over there. Well, we will miss out with a good bit of local taxes and money and restaurants and all of that kind of stuff. So I think that we need to be careful about how we word this, and it may be that, I know that our presentation to the delegation is in another couple of days.
No, it's on the 29th.
It's, yeah, end of the week. I also know that what we are doing is saying to the delegation, look at this and see if it's something that you want to do. And then the delegation gets to decide whether or not they even take it any further, take it forward any further, if they introduce any legislation or not. So, and I do think that no matter what we do, if it gets to the point where a casino bill, legislation is a foregone conclusion, and there's going to be one, and so forth, we can come back at that point and say to our delegation, consider this piece as you're looking at the legislation. So my inclination at this time is to vote no, just because I don't think we've had enough conversation about it, and I don't think that, I think we need to be real careful about giving away to other communities. It all depends on what the legislation says, you know.
Okay.
So,
all right, thank you. Councilor Davis?
Yeah, let me just say again the intent, okay? The intent here, if you read it, is to ask our legislative body. This matter will probably go to a committee. It will probably go in different, let's just say for lack of a better terms, think tanks. They'll think through it. They're going to pick the cities. The casino doesn't get to pick the cities. The state legislature is going to pick. Our state government will pick where these casinos are going to go. The thought is that they just give the ability to explore the ability, okay? You're not asking them for Columbus to do it. You're asking for all the cities. If the casino goes there, all we're asking them to do is look at ways that whichever city wins it, if it happens, that the cities have a way to recover their cost for infrastructure needs, because we know it's going to have an impact from that standpoint. Don't listen to me. Look at the research. And it's just, look, right now everything goes to a gaming commission. Everything goes to a gaming commission. If you understand the structure of how this stuff works, it goes to a gaming commission. And they're going to establish it, and all the money goes there. If a city doesn't request it, you're left out of the equation. So it's at least asking them to think about cities that might be impacted from these kind of projects, that at least they have an opportunity to cover their cost through some sort of tax, which is the same thing that the Gaming Commission's going to do. That's all you're asking them to do. I'm not asking them to identify or single out Columbus. It's a universal request to explore and study. That's all it is.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Motion by Councilor Davis, second by Councilor Crabb. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. All right. All in favor, please raise your right hand high. All opposed, please do the same. All right, it is defeated.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I've got from Councilor Davis, I've got small business relief, asking the delegation to introduce legislation to study.
There's a motion by Councilor Mayor Pro Tem to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor House. Continue reading, Mr. Hughley. Keep reading. Now, there's some councilors that have not heard it.
But to implement ways that that programs of temporary loan deferment and forbearance can be implemented in Georgia to provide temporary relief to small businesses facing disruption, closure, foreclosure, or bankruptcy as a result of COVID-19 pandemic.
We did have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. All opposed say no. That's approved.
Okay, I've got another one by Councilor Davis. Oppose preemption of regulation of pet sales by local governments. He's requesting the delegation oppose any legislation which would preempt local governments from regulating the sale of animals to be kept as pets. Asking your approval.
Motion approved.
Motion by Councilor Davis, seconded by Councilor Garrett. It's to regulate the sale of, I believe it's to regulate the sale of animals, sale of puppies, puppy mills and stuff like that.
Puppy mills, it's,
Yep.
may I, Mayor?
Yes, you may.
This has been a battle. I think it's been up in Atlanta for a while, and there's a lot of concern about, I'm not anti-business, but the concern is what the term puppy mills that we're trying to encourage. I think people are trying to encourage more adoption in their local communities, so it's not a matter of putting someone out of business like PetSmart or PetSland or those kind of people, but even though some people would argue, but it's the puppy mills that are out there generating masses of animals and no responsibility and flooding the market, and we got to deal with it as a city. Animal control has to deal with it, and it's just a way to try to regulate some of that and stop it so we can focus more on adoption. I think a lot of people have been asking for that, and we did it last year, I believe, so it's just putting it back on.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any more discussion to the motion? Okay.
I'll try to be real quick.
No, you go
Are
ahead.
are you saying that this is to stop breeders from breeding? Because you have some good breeders out there. Is that what that means? To regulate them? Tell them
No,
what
they
can
do that at
and
the
can't
state
do?
level. This is kind of a shadow market is what's going on, but it's a concern, and it's been up in Atlanta, and they've been discussing it, and like I said, we put it
But I think
on
the
last
question,
year.
what does it do? Does it deny the ability to do that, or does it just regulate it? Okay. It allows us to regulate like how many.
By the way, I think we need hearing aids as part of our COVID expenditures, because I can't hear anything either. But this is just saying that that if we want to pass some sort of local regulation, we cannot be preempted by the state legislature. Because right now there has been talk of introducing legislation that would put a all-out prohibition on us locally having legislation regarding the sale of pets or breeding of pets. All this does is leave it in local hands.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed say no. All right. All in favor raise your right hand. I think Councilor Tucker, 9, so you're voting for it?
I'm voting against it.
Oh, okay. 9-1.
Okay. Next, I've got.
Wait, we've got Councilor Tucker. Yes, ma'am.
If it's to ensure that it's local.
Yeah, that's all it is.
However, we do have good breeders, because Mimi just purchased a, I can't think of the name of the dog. So, and you have it for veterans.
Yeah, it doesn't, I don't think it prevents them. It just allows locally the local government to legislate to protect those breeders who are doing it right and shut down the ones that maybe aren't doing it right.
Okay, because we have service dogs and things like that for veterans.
Okay. I think we got it.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got another one from Councilor Davis. It's residential drug abuse treatment centers. He's requesting a delegation introduce a statewide bill to require prompt notification to certain county municipal officials upon licensing or changes in
Motion
license
approved
status.
from the Mayor Pro Tem. Second from Councilor House. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed say no. Passes.
I've got the number 6 from Councilor Davis, requesting the following action of the legislative delegation so as to better protect public water system reservoirs such as Lake Oliver and Columbus. He's asking to consider amendments to or removal of exemptions to the Erosion and Sedimentation Act of 1975 for certain public utilities and public water systems reservoirs. Request that the General Assembly and U.S. Corps of Engineers perform additional environmental studies at appropriate intervals to evaluate water flows, water quality, siltation and sedimentation buildup on riverbanks in the Chattahoochee River above Columbus. Explore options whereby the state can provide funding
Motion to
necessary
approve by the Mayor Pro
dredging.
Tem. Second from Councilor Davis. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Anyone opposed, no.
Got 3 purchases. I got dual axle utility trailers with 2 carry-in cage.
Motion approved from Councilor Tucker. Second from Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone want to pull any of these for discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no.
Okay. And
Might
B
wanna
was B was zero-turn mowers, and C was Panasonic Toughbook laptops for Sheriff's Department. Mayor, I've got one add-on that I want to show a 3-slide or 4-slide presentation by the HR Director. The add-on resolution is authorizing each full-time employee to receive a one-time COVID-19 bonus of $650 for those employees on payroll as of October 30th, 2020. Rita Hollowell, HR Director, is going to show a few slides to show you what the request is.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. As the City Manager has stated, this is a request.
No, it was
This is a request for a COVID-19 bonus. It is a request for a one-time bonus of $650 for all full-time regular employees. It would be payable to employees that are on payroll as of October 30th, 2020. The bonus would be paid on November the 13th, 2020. The cost of this bonus would be $1.73 million, and funding is available in the FY21 budget. The bonus would exclude elected officials and part-time, temporary, and seasonal employees.
All right, we had a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. All right, that passes. I want to thank y'all. I talked with council. This is, I think our folks really soldiered through COVID-19, and this is a way we didn't really have any clear understanding of what availability of funding was going to be. And I can tell you that we are also going to come back. I think the city manager is going to mention we're going to come back and ask you to modify the pay increase. You know, we had a pay increase in the budget originally scheduled for July 1st. And then because of the pandemic's impact on our finances, we rolled that back to December. Well, as it turns out, we were able to continue to make that adjustment, give them that 2%, but we couldn't really go back and capture what months they had lost because we've got some strange scheduling with fire departments, some other areas. So the proposal there is to give an extra 0.5%. Well, we don't need it approved now. I'm just letting y'all know that it's coming, and just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware.
Very good. I've got a slide on the slide here on that, Mr. Mayor, on the
Okay.
just to mention the what the mayor is referring to. It is an increase in the cost of living adjustment from 2% to 2.5% for full-time and part-time employees, and then a 1% 1.25% to retirees, where it was previously 1%. That would be effective January 1, 2021, is a cost of $287,000. And the funding source for this COLA increase is the same as for the bonus increase, from $3.34 million of unexpected sales tax revenue received from the Georgia Department of Revenue's audit, and the finance director can speak more specifically to the funding source if needed.
Well, and there's no action required on that. We just want you to know it's coming at the next meeting. And she'll talk more about it at that time, Mayor.
Okay.
Unless you got something.
No, sir. No, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I was waiting on you.
Okay, and so, Mayor, I inadvertently left two additional legislative agenda items off that Councilor Davis brought to us. And I'd like to get those two. They both are personal care homes. One is prompt notification of local authorities upon licensing, and we had it last year, and we're asking you to approve this one as well.
Motion approved by the Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
And
anyone opposed, no.
And the final one on personal care homes is minimum staffing requirements that will require minimum staffing of 2 trained supervisors or managers between the hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Motion approved from Councilor Davis, second from Councilor Garrett. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no.
And
passes.
And so, Mayor, I'm going to delay the CARES Act update and the traffic study until the next meeting.
Okay.
That concludes my agenda. Mayor, I really would like, I know it's late, but I promise you the executive session would be very short.
Okay.
It's
all right, we will need an executive session, a brief executive session following the meeting. Right now, Mr. City Attorney, do you have something?
Yes, sir. Could we get a motion just to allow Councilor Woodson's affirmative vote on the Portisheff resolution from 2 weeks ago, just to cover all the bases?
Motion from Councilor Garrett, second from Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor say aye. Anybody opposed, no. Yes,
thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. For the clerk's agenda, we have one item of information. It's the audited financial statement and compliance report for the Department of Public Health from Albright, Fortenberry, and Nina, LLP. Next, we have items for action. Item 2 is a resolution of counseling.
Motion to approve both resolutions from Councilor Garrett and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? Councilor Thomas?
I do have a request of our clerk. Would you bring us as soon as you can? We typically rearrange the December dates. Would you bring that to us as quickly as you can so we can get on our calendars?
Yes, Councilor Thomas.
Thank you.
We will be bringing a resolution for the November 10th meeting to
Great.
make some changes to some dates.
Thank you.
Okay. Well,
Thank
we've got a motion and a second to approve items 2, 3, and 4. Councilor Garrett, did you say? All right. All in favor say aye. Anyone opposed, no. Motion to minutes be received. There's a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no.
Next, we have board appointments. We have the mayor's appointments for the Charter Review Commission. The mayor appoints 15 members to this commission. Next, we have the Housing Authority of Columbus. Tiffany Stacy is interested in serving another term. Mayor Henderson is recommending her confirmation today.
Motion to confirm from Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Woodson. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Okay, she passed. She's confirmed.
Next, we have council appointments that are ready for a vote tabulation. We have the Airport Commission for the seat of Thomas Forsberg. The Columbus Airport Commission has submitted 3 nominees. We have Mr. Art Gwynn
Oh.
Dr. Kamisha Harbison, and Mr. John P. Steed.
We've got Councilor Garrett with a question. Yes, sir.
I'm going to have discussion on the candidates, so I would make a motion to delay that unless people want to stay here any longer, that we would delay it till the next meeting.
All right, there's a motion to delay, is that correct?
Yes,
All right,
motion to delay the next meeting.
And a second by Councilor Tucker.
Because, I mean, there's going to be discussion on this.
We're just
Well,
voting.
there may be some folks that have some discussion on the vote. So we've got a motion and a second to delay. Is there any other discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor of delaying it, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, it'll be delayed till the 10th, I guess.
Next, we have council district seat appointments. Any nominations may be confirmed for this meeting. For the Charter Review Commission, Councilor Thomas is nominating John Schinkel for the District 9 representative. He may be confirmed.
Move confirmation by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Woodson. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no.
Are there any other nominations? Did I hear?
Yes,
Councilor Barnes?
District 1. Councilor Barnes?
Yes, Chris Whiteman.
He may be confirmed.
Confirmation moved by Councilor Woodson, second by Councilor House. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Mr. Whiteman is approved.
Any other nominations? Hearing none. The Public Safety Advisory Commission, Councilor Tucker is nominating Belvin Milner to succeed Geraldine Buckner.
Motion to confirm from Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Woodson. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Approved.
For the Recreation Advisory Board, John Lawson, this is the District 6. He is not eligible to serve. Willie Dickerson, this is District 4, not eligible to serve. Lonnie Boyd, this is District 1. He is eligible to succeed. This is Councilor Barnes' nominee.
Okay, I missed that. So we've got Brantley Pittman being renominated? Okay, and a motion to confirm from Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Woodson. All in favor say. Oh, Lonnie Boyd, I'm sorry. So there was a motion second to confirm Lonnie Boyd. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no.
And next we have Brantley Pittman. This is Council District 7. He's interested in
Councilor Woodson
serving.
moved confirmation. Second was Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Councilor Garrett?
Next is
For
Hayden Barnes.
District 8, I've talked to Mr. Barnes, and I had someone who was already interested in serving in this position, Ryan Stanford. He has put in his nomination, and Mr. Barnes is okay with not being renominated.
All right, so the motion to confirm from Councilor Woodson and a second from Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. It was Lonnie. What was the name of the gentleman? Ryan Stanford. Okay.
Okay. Next, we have council appointments. Any nominations would be listed for the next meeting. The Board of Elections and Registration, the seat of Linda Parker. This is the Democratic Party nomination. We will bring this back once we receive their nominee. For the Board of Health, Yasmin Cathright is interested in serving another term. If a member of council wanted to make that nomination. Councilor Huff has made that renomination. We'll bring this back for the next meeting. Board of Tax Assessors, for the seat of Patricia Hunter. She is interested in serving another term of office. Councilor Barnes is renominating her. Councilor Crabb is nominating Lenitra Sandifer for this seat as well. We will bring this back for a vote tabulation. For the Cooperative Extension Advisory Board, Brenda Foreman does not desire reappointment. This seat is open for nominations. Crime Prevention Board, Mr. Timothy Weeks has resigned. This seat is slated for the Senatorial District 29 representative. It's open for nominations. For the Hospital Authority of Columbus, Jennings Chester, Warner Kennan Jr., and Sarah Banks Lane. All are eligible to serve another term of office. The council submits 3 nominees to the Hospital Authority for them to select the successor. The council has to submit 3 nominees, so we'll bring this back for each of the 3 seats.
Well, all right, hold on just a second. We've got Mayor Pro Tem interested in nominating all 3 of those individuals for each
For
seat.
each of the 3 seats.
Yep, and I don't think we vote on confirming them, do they? Don't we just send them to the, okay.
No, we would just, the council would vote to submit these nominees to the Hospital Authority.
All right, so we do vote to submit them. All right,
Yes,
is there a
sir.
motion to submit these nominees? All right, is there a second? All right, motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no? All right.
Next, we have the Tree Board, the seat of Robert Hecht. He is eligible to succeed. He serves in the Commercial and Industrial Development member position. We will bring this back, Councilor Thomas, for the next meeting for confirmation. We also have Frank Tomey, Troy Keller, and Beverly Kenner. All 3 are not eligible to serve another term of office. These seats are open for nominations. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we did have a request to go into executive session on real estate, right? So I'll accept a motion to go into executive session. Motion and a second to go into executive session. All in favor say aye. All opposed? All right, we are in executive session. All right, we are back in regular session. We went into executive session to discuss real estate. There were no votes taken. We have one final piece of business. I'd like to ask council for a motion to move the meeting scheduled for November 24th to November 17th at 9 a.m. We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, there's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All in favor, say aye. Anybody opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.